Good morning, Indonesia, Southeast Asia, and the world. Rise and shine, and happy Sunday, everyone. Yes, it is a happy Sunday indeed. It is October the 20th, a historical day for all of us here in Indonesia, as today marks the inauguration of our new president. So after today, we will no longer have to be referring to Prabowo Subianto as president-elect, nor defense minister, but our new president, or Pak Presiden Prabowo Subianto, and of course the vice president Gibran Raka as well. We will get into all of that later, as we will have coverage throughout the C Morning Show, live reports, and continued coverage throughout the day here on the C Today's News Network. Good morning, everyone. My name is Paul Palelli, and myself, along with my two co-hosts this morning, will be bringing you the usual on the plate. We've got news updates from Indonesia and around the world. We've got your weekend sports and entertainment updates, and we have got a discussion coming up with Peter Pandi, CSIS Indonesia researcher, to talk about Indonesia's new leadership and how they plan to navigate the next 5 years. Hey, speaking of my two co-hosts, they're over there on the sofa right now, so let's say good morning and happy Sunday to Jasmine and Sarah. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning.
Happy weekend.
Paul.
It's a big day today.
Yes, happy October 20th.
Yes.
And rise and shine indeed, because not only will be watching the inauguration together here on screen, but don't forget there will also be entertainment in Jakarta, especially in the Sudirman Tamrin area. Celebrations.
We already watched a bunch of the live stages preparation earlier.
You passed by some of them on the way here.
I did. I actually got scared because I didn't know it was going to be right there, and then they were practicing their mic, and
Yes,
so
sound checks.
okay.
Celebration
You guys are
has
ready.
begun.
Exactly.
Well, anyways, as we prepare for that, we're going to still bring you the latest updates from all over the world and also Southeast Asia here on the C Morning Show. And once again, I'm Sarah Wayne. And in addition to what Paul said, remember, we'll be having talk shows as well. Remember, you can also connect with us on our social media at C Today News. We are on Instagram, Twitter, and also YouTube.
Hello, everybody. I'm your host, Jasmine Herawan, and I'd like to greet our viewers that are now able to tune in from Foxtel/Australia, Macau Cable TV Channel 84, Vision Philippine Channel 58, Air Cable Philippine, and Singtel Singapore Channel 15, as well as StarHub Channel 720. Alrighty, let's begin the show with our headlines for today.
Another attack taking place in the Middle East. The Israeli military this time attacked the Indonesian hospital in northern Gaza on Saturday, jeopardizing the lives of 40 patients as well as 15 medical staff who were on site.
A number of leaders and representatives from invited countries began arriving in Indonesia on October 19 ahead of the inauguration day of President and Vice President-elect Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Raka.
Festivities start to take place along several segments of Jalan Sudirman and Tamrin prior to the inauguration of President and Vice President-elect Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Raka.
And as previously mentioned, this morning we will be inviting to the program CSIS Indonesia researcher Peter Pandi, who will help us navigate the new Indonesian leadership. That's coming up later in our morning discussion. All right, let's get started with our updates and top stories. 5 Beechcraft G-36 Bonanza aircraft, which are part of Raja Wali Laut flight from the Surabaya Naval Aviation Center, adorned the sky during the Panglima Cup Dragon Boat Race in Palembang, South Sumatra on Saturday morning.
Exactly. They performed maneuvers and a series of performances to mesmerize those in attendance.
5 Raja Wali Laut flight aircraft adorned the sky with the attractions of formations and maneuvers. The stunt managed to captivate those attending the 2024 Panglima Cup Dragon Boat Race at the Jakarta Sports City in Palembang, South Sumatra on Saturday morning. The 5 Beechcraft G-36 Bonanza aircraft are from the 200th Air Squadron of the 2nd Air Wing from the Surabaya Naval Aviation Center. 15 teams from the Indonesian Armed Forces and Police, as well as 20 general teams, took part in the National Paddle Championship. They competed in a 500-meter paddling race under the international standard of the Indonesian Paddling Association, or POTSI.
Kita tadi sudah menyaksikan pembukaan lomba dayung dalam rangka perahu naga dalam rangka hari ulang tahun TNI yang ke-79. Itu diikuti oleh sekitar 15 tim dari TNI dan 20 dari umum. Pesertanya sekitar 500 35 orang. Kriteria lomba dayung ini sudah standar internasional dari POTSI ya, dari POTSI. Ini tadi ada atlet ulangi, ada hakim yang sudah bersertifikat internasional. Dia tahu kriteria-kriteria yang harus dilakukan seperti apa.
This paddling championship will be held on a regular basis in the future by involving a number of Asian countries such as Malaysia, Singapore, Vietnam, and India. See today contributed reporting from Palembang, South Sumatra.
And now we move on to Boyolali, where the residents of Sobokroto village, Ngemplak district, Boyolali Regency in central Java have successfully utilized the abundant water hyacinth growing in the Cengklik Reservoir.
That's right. Now, these normally invasive plants were transformed into organic fertilizer as well as alternative energy sources such as biogas and electricity. And in doing so, they harnessed the plant's potential and also addressed the ongoing issue of weeds covering the reservoir surface. Here's a look.
Cengklik Reservoir, which spans the Ngemplak and Sambe districts in Boyolali, Central Java, is a natural tourism icon and a vital environmental and economic resource. However, over time, it has faced challenges like sedimentation and the rapid spread of water hyacinth, contributing to the reservoir silting and reduced fish production. Through the Sobokerto Peduli Cengklik Reservoir program, the Pertamina Patraniaga Aviation Fuel Terminal Adi Sumarmo has initiated efforts to turn the problematic plants into valuable resources. The initiative processes the plant into alternative energy sources such as biogas, electricity, and solid and liquid fertilizers.
Fokus jasa Pertamina itu kan terkait lingkungan ya. Ini kan terkait lingkungan. Jadi lingkungannya itu terkait waduk gitu ya, waduk Cengklik, keberlanjutan waduk Cengklik itu terkait sumber daya air ya. Terus kemudian kan karena kita ubah menjadi energi, kita harapkan inisiasi ini nantinya bisa menjadi alternatif energi yang lebih bersih gitu ya.
Each week, group members gather water hyacinth from the reservoir for processing. The collected plants are placed in a portable biodigester made from a plastic drum to undergo fermentation for 21 days. Once fermented, the resulting biogas can be used as fuel for stoves.
Untuk yang enceng gondok, pemanfaatan utama kita untuk masyarakat sing gas kita listrik, kita full sosial untuk masyarakat. Lalu untuk sebagai produk kita untuk pupuk ada pupuk cair dan pupuk padat. Untuk sementara ini untuk produk pupuk kami masih lingkup sekitaran lingkup pemakaian warga desa Sobokerto sendiri.
In addition to biogas, water hyacinth can be processed into fertilizers for crops like rice, mustard greens, and spinach. This organic fertilizer is more affordable than chemical alternatives, significantly reducing farmers' operational cost.
Untuk tanaman padi saya dengan pemakaian pupuk organik lestari Cengkondok di desa Sobokerto atau Cengklik ini alhamdulillah bisa meningkatkan nilai produksi, dan yang paling penting adalah untuk menekan biaya operasional karena pupuk dari pabrik sekarang agak sulit.
This initiative aligns with the government's efforts under the Climate Village program, enhances community engagement in climate change mitigation, and improves overall welfare. The maintenance of the 300-hectare artificial reservoir is crucial, as it serves as a vital source of livelihood for fishermen and provides essential water for agricultural activities. See today contributor reporting from Central Java.
Moving on to our next story, where vocational high school students in Sragen, Central Java have a creative way to bid farewell to President Jokowi who will leave the office.
Yes, and meanwhile, congratulatory banners have also been set up to new Indonesian President and also Vice President Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Raka Buming Raka all over Jakarta. Let's take a look.
Citra Medica vocational high school students in Sragen, Central Java held up letters to form a sentence which expressed their gratitude for President Joko Widodo's leadership.
They also composed a sentence to congratulate Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Raka Buming Raka, who will be inaugurated as the country's new president and vice president.
Each student also wrote their hopes for the new administration. They also remove photos of the outgoing president and vice president and replace them with their successors in each class.
Memberikan harapan untuk presiden yang terpilih, menjadikan Indonesia semakin berdaulat, adil dan makmur, dan memberikan kualitas pendidikan yang lebih bagus. Tetap semangat. Kami sebagai siswa mengucapkan banyak terima kasih untuk Pak Jokowi yang menjadi presiden selama 10 tahun yang banyak memberikan pelajaran bagi penerus.
Meanwhile, as we are seeing here, banners congratulating President and Vice President-elect Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Rakabuming Raka have been spread all across the city.
Now, banners also line Jalan Tugu Proklamasi in Menteng, central Jakarta. Aside from Prabowo Gibran's congratulatory banners, locals also spotted several placards thanking President Joko Widodo for leading Indonesia in the past 10 years.
Harapannya semoga program-program yang sudah dijanjikan selama kampanye itu bisa terrealisasi dengan baik. Itu aja. Ya, harapannya Indonesia semakin maju.
Kalau bisa masalah pekerjaan tuh jangan banyak pengangguran gitu. Ya untuk anak sekolah kalau bisa kan, untuk swasta negeri mungkin minta saya digratiskan semua gitu.
And meanwhile, vendors who are selling photographs of Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Rakabuming Raka were obviously overwhelmed by orders ahead of the presidential and vice presidential inauguration. They have managed to boost their revenues by up to 75%.
Yes, Paul. First up here are the vendors who are selling photographs of Prabowo Subianto and also Gibran Rakabuming Raka at the Blauran Market in East Java. Were overwhelmed by orders since 2 weeks prior to the inauguration. Sale revenues have increased by 75%, while gross income have reached 150 million rupiah.
Now, most purchase orders came from schools and government institutions in various regions. However, the largest order actually came from Papua, which prompted vendors to ship 5 or 10 packages a day.
Sepekan ini saya kirim ke luar pulau sekitar tiap harinya minimal 5 koli.
Oh, 5 koli. Satu koli sih berapa?
Satu koli sekitar 25 pasang.
Oh, 25 pasang. Untuk harga satu foto?
Harga yang kecil ini sekitar 75.000 sepasang. Yang ukuran besar 150.000 satu pasang.
Alhamdulillah ini berkah ini Pak ya?
Iya, alhamdulillah.
Omset sampai berapa Pak ini Pak? Dengan adanya berkah Presiden?
Untuk penjualan ke luar pulau, alhamdulillah sekitar kotor 150-an.
150 juta?
Iya, per bulan.
Alhamdulillah Pak ya.
Biasanya untuk puncak pembelian itu H-1 sampai 3 bulan ke depan.
I feel it's something that's very unique to a country like ours in Indonesia. I went to school obviously overseas and we didn't have always a picture of the president and vice president. I feel like in all schools, institutions here, it's something that's always done. So very well. We cannot wait for that to happen. And as mentioned at the top of the program, we're counting down the hours, just hours away now from the historic inauguration of President-elect Prabowo Subianto and Vice President-elect Gibran Rakabuming Raka.
And Prabowo is expected to depart to the parliamentary complex in Senayan from his residence in Kertanegara, South Jakarta. And to know more, we are now connected with our news team, Arya Sidarta and also Sri Rizky. So good morning, Arya. Can you please tell us to our viewers what it is like in Kertanegara and what do you have for us today?
Good morning. So yes, as you've mentioned, we are here currently at the residences of President-elect Prabowo Subianto in Kertanegara Street, South Jakarta. And this is where the President-elect will depart to his inauguration at the parliamentary complex building in Senayan. So as of now, I can report that the conditions here in Kertanegara is relatively quiet. There's been very minimal activity here, as we've been able to see since the early hours of the morning at around 5 a.m. Aside from several what we see to be catering trucks moving in and out of the complex, there has been very minimal activity. Also several security personnel around the area as we've observed, but other than that, nothing else. Of course, outside of the residence itself, the media have gathered already in the streets outside of the residence. They've obviously going to be waiting for Prabowo to make his entrance and also to depart from the residences as well. And aside from that, notably, we're also seeing a lot of decorative flower arrangements that have been sent to the president-elect's residence here in Kertanegara, congratulating him for his soon inauguration. Now, these flower arrangements come from various different parties and allies of the president-elect, and of course, they have been moved to the other side of the street as to not obstruct the upcoming convoy. The expected time of the departure for the president-elect is expected to be at around 8 a.m., so we're still definitely waiting for that moment. Of course, as you can see behind me, several of the vehicles that will lead the convoy are already parked and ready to bring the president-elect to the parliamentary building for his inauguration. Now, the president-elect will be making his way to the parliamentary complex at around 8 a.m. with the inauguration procession to begin at around 10 a.m. And now it is there the president and vice president-elect will say their oaths of office as they assume the nation's top office for the periods of 2024 to 2029. In the inauguration, at least 20 heads of state and more than 30 delegates of various allied countries will be present. And several notable delegates who have already arrived include the Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, President Bongbong Marcos of the Philippines, Timor-Leste Prime Minister Shanana Gusmao, as well as the Sultan of Brunei Darussalam. So many more delegates and of course esteemed guests from various allied countries will be at the inauguration as well. In total, there will be around 1,800 attendees at the inauguration. And after the inauguration process concludes, the new President Prabowo Subianto will be giving his first ever presidential address after the oath has been taken. If everything goes according to schedules, the inauguration process should conclude at around 11:30, after which the new president and new vice president will make their way to the presidential palace while greeting the thousands of expected onlookers along the way. So that is definitely something to look forward to. We'll keep you updated as the processions progress. Back to you.
Thank you, Are Siddhartha and Sri Rizky there. We look forward to hearing more live reports from you as you will be shifting around the city as well to keep up with the processions. We will talk to you later on in the morning as well. Thanks for your report. And that's the first of many live reports that we will have for you here on the C Morning Show. And following that, our live coverage of the inauguration of the President and Vice President of Indonesia here on October the 20th. We're going to take our first short break here of the program. We've got more updates from Indonesia when we return here on the C Morning Show. Stay tuned.
Indonesia is holding the second Indonesia Africa Forum and the 2024 High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships, or HLFMS, in Bali. After the Israeli army's withdrawal following a 3-day operation in Nur Shams camp in the occupied West Bank, residents returned to find their home reduced to scorched ruins.
So stay with us right here on Expert Nation.
See Indonesia, see the world, see today. Bye-bye.
The Alpha generation, or also known as millennial children, is the youngest generation today. Cancel culture is an advancement of a series of bolder social processes in the form of boycotts or canceling.
John F. Kennedy became the youngest president in the history of the United States. The main cause of the outbreak of the Chinese Revolution was disappointment with the Qing Dynasty government.
Introduced in the Meiji period, grilled beef patties known as Hamburg sticks became popular dishes in Japanese cuisine. Best served piping hot with a side of bread, soup kambing is one of those comfort foods that you just can't get enough of.
We try to cook all the parts of any animal we choose to cook with, like pigs, chicken or beef. We use the liver, we use the kidney, we use the brain when we can, we use everything.
no luggage. May the road lead us. Rail is the main form of transport in Japan. We decide to give it a try, even though we don't have much experience with train travel. They are real ladies who have been trained for many years in traditional Japanese arts until they attain perfection as artists.
Jokowi Dodo, elected as the Indonesian leader in 2014 and re-elected in 2019. Throughout his 2 terms, his administration has been marked by the ambitious infrastructure projects, efforts to boost the economy, and a commitment to improving the quality of life for Indonesians. Tune in to our special program, Jokowi, 10 Years of Transformative Leadership, Sunday, October 20th at 8 p.m. only on CTJ.
Welcome back to the C Morning Show, everyone. We have got more updates in regards to this very historic day today on October the 20th. And our co-host Jasmine was witness to this early this morning as festivities or preparations for it have started to take place along several segments of Jalan Sudirman and Tamrin prior to the inauguration of President and Vice President-elect Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Rakabuming Raka.
And aside to the stage, which Jasmine has also mentioned, at the Bundaran HI area, which you have seen, there's also a number of other stages which have also been set along the route to facilitate performers who will entertain the masses today.
Very exciting news. So that's what you said as well. So a number of stages were set around the Hotel Indonesia roundabout on Saturday night. Now, additionally, 2 large stages which face the direction of Plaza Indonesia and Hotel Mandarin have also been set to host musical performances.
That's right. And Sunday in Jakarta is known as Car Free Day. However, CFD has been suspended for today with the aim of allowing Jakarta residents to enjoy musical performances instead, along with visiting MSME booths during Inauguration Day.
Now, in anticipation of the inauguration of President and Vice President-elect Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Rakabuming Raka, authorities are ramping up security at several key locations.
A joint security team comprising of the armed forces, police, and aviation security is providing enhanced security for the arrival of foreign leaders who will attend the inauguration of President-elect Prabowo Subianto and Vice President-elect Gibran Rakabuming Raka.
At least 720 joint personnel are stationed at various points throughout the Soekarno-Hatta Airport area. In addition, airport police have also set up 2 command center posts to monitor the situation in real time using CCTVs, ensuring effective event oversight.
Meanwhile, authorities tighten vehicle inspections heading to Java. Now, the layered inspection extend to Bakuheni Port to ensure security during the President and Vice President's inauguration.
Authorities comprising police, armed forces, and the Transportation Department of South Lampung Regency conducts thorough checks on all vehicles and passengers on Saturday. Their goal is to prevent the entry of dangerous items, including drugs, onto the island of Java.
And up next, we're going to share with you what the People's Consultative Assembly Speaker Ahmad Muzani has to say on the preparations for the inauguration, which will be attended by 33 foreign guests.
Tamu negara yang hari ini menyatakan confirm, kepala negara dan setingkat kepala pemerintahan yang sudah dinyatakan hadir kurang lebih sekitar 33 negara. Sahabat, negara ASEAN, negara sahabat, dan negara-negara mitra ASEAN. Tentu saja ini sebuah jumlah yang sangat besar, membanggakan, dan ini sebuah penghormatan yang amat besar bagi kita.
And with this, Jakarta's traffic authorities have also authorized traffic control measures affecting dozens of roads for the inauguration, including closures of 4.
4 major roads near the Parliament building will be closed off to traffic tomorrow for the inauguration of President-elect Prabowo Subianto. The closures are part of wider traffic control measures affecting 45 roads. Sudirman MH Tamrin, the western side of Merdeka Square and the eastern side of Majapahit Street will be closed from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. The roads are part of the route the motorcade of the President and Vice President-elect will pass on the way to the State Palace. In addition, various performances and other entertainment are set to place there. Meanwhile, the provincial government will enact a one-off 1 rupiah fare for mass transit system, including the Jakarta MRT, LRT, and Transjakarta.
Di kawasan ini akan ada panggung sebanyak 13 panggung. Panggung besarnya itu sekitar 9 dan 4 panggungnya itu lebih kepada UMKM. Dan untuk mendukung hal tersebut, manajemen dan rekayasa lalu lintas akan dilakukan penutupan pada 45 ruas jalan yang tentunya berada di kawasan Sudirman Tamrin. Penutupan jalan akan dimulai pada hari Minggu 20 Oktober 2024 pukul 8.00 sampai dengan pukul 16.00. Di mana untuk jalan yang akan ditutup secara total itu adalah Jalan Sudirman, kemudian Jalan MH Tamrin, dan juga Jalan Merdeka Barat dan Jalan Majapahit sisi timur.
Officials have urged the public to use public transportation to avoid congestions, while 26 parking lots have also been set aside to accommodate travelers. See Today contributor reporting from Jakarta.
Now, apparently, we also have insight that there will be also several adjustments to rail services in anticipation of a surge in passengers during the inauguration.
That's right, and commuter rail operator KCI will be adding more trips to their schedule to accommodate visitors from the greater Jakarta area, as well as strengthening security at its corresponding stations.
Meanwhile, the national rail company KAI will also divert the arrival and departure of long-haul trains from Gambir to Jatinegara.
Rail operators are anticipating a surge in passengers from Greater Jakarta during the inauguration of President-elect Prabowo Subianto. To accommodate the passenger, commuter line operator KCI will add more trips on October the 20th and deploy over 350 additional security officials at its station, including Juanda, Sudirman, and Tanah Abang station. They will also improve accessibility for the disabled and pregnant women.
Kami dari KCI melakukan berbagai upaya untuk melayani masyarakat dalam rangka memeriahkan pelantikan Presiden dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia tersebut.
In response to a planned traffic diversion along the Sudirman and Tamrin, National Rail Company KAI will divert the departure and arrival of long-haul trains from Gambir to Jatinegara. This will be in effect from 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m.
Untuk itu, bagi para pelanggan, kami himbau untuk jika terjadi kemacetan atau terjebak kemacetan, bisa berangkat dari stasiun Jatinegara pada jam keberangkatan sesuai dengan jadwal keberangkatan dari stasiun Gambir.
The policy will affect 27 services including Argo Semeru, Papandayan, and Muria. Today contributor reporting from Jakarta.
More commuter updates on this special day as to anticipate the surge of passengers during the inauguration of the President and Vice President. Commuter line train services from Bogor to Jakarta will not be stopping at Manggarai Station as they usually do in order to prevent overcrowding at Manggarai.
And instead, the train will stop at Gondang Dia Station, allowing trains from Bekasi to continue to Duku Atas Station without delays.
Yang dari Depok, dari Bogor, itu tidak berhenti di Manggarai, tapi terus saja ke stasiun berikutnya, ya. Gondang Dia, berhenti di Gondang Dia baru kemana-mana. Jadi tidak berhenti di Manggarai. Supaya apa? Supaya yang dari Bekasi itu bisa terus sampai di atas dan ke Tangerang. Jadi Manggarai tidak terlalu crowded di situ. Semua moda angkutan ini benar Rp1, ya, Rp1 bayar tapi Rp1. Bisa dikatakan gratis ya. Jadi kalau ada yang minta lebih Rp1, karena angkutan masa angkutan yang dilakukan.
Now, in anticipation of President Jokowi Widodo's return to Solo, the city government is preparing a warm welcome for the president as he retires from his government posting.
Yes.
The Solo city government will be holding a special welcome to honor Joko Widodo's arrival. Extensive coordination has been conducted to prepare for his visit, which features art performances, including the Gajah Krumpiung dance, as well as angklung.
Meanwhile, numerous banners and billboards have been installed around President Joko Widodo's residence in the Sumber area to greet him upon his return.
Sebagai Presiden RI selama 10 tahun, ya tentu kami akan mengadakan penyambutan secara sederhana. Ada beberapa yang mungkin perlu kita lakukan, pertama terkait dengan pemasangan videotron, ya, jadi ucapan terima kasih sebetulnya konteksnya seperti itu. Kemudian juga ada acara sederhana di kediaman Sumber, tapi ini masih kita konfirmasi ulang lagi dengan protokol istana, ya. Tapi prinsip dari kami akan memberikan sambutan kepada beliau kembali ke tanah kelahiran di Solo.
All right, so we've talked about all of the things that let's cover a little bit about what's going to happen this day. A quick recap for our viewers who may not be familiar. It is a Sunday, so luckily it's not a work day, and so it's going to start with the procession from President Prabowo Subianto will be leaving his home, and he'll actually be going to the area near Semanggi, which is the House of Representatives first, correct?
In Senayan.
In Senayan. And then they will be, now you mentioned something interesting, Sarah, that they're going to be traveling along the route where all the stages will be.
Yes.
This will likely take some time, don't you think?
Yes, of course, because remember, of course, Prabowo will be traveling to Senayan, and then after that, President Joko Widodo will be traveling from the Istana to Senayan as well, from Medan Merdeka. And then after he has taken his oath as president, from being president-elect to president of Indonesia, Prabowo and also his vice president, Gibran Raka Buming Raka, will then travel to Istana throughout Sudirman and Tamrin. And then, as we mentioned before, there are stages for the masses to be celebrating the new president and also vice president with musical performances. Our president and also vice president-elect will also be saying hello at each stages, right, Jasmine?
So they'll be stopping at each of these stages.
They'll be attempting
That's the plan.
to stop, essentially. But not to worry, because as we know, the security personnel, as we also mentioned in the show, have been preparing extensively for these mass crowdings and so forth. Matter of fact, the military have launched over 100,000 personnel and over 15,000 police officers to secure the area where eventually they're going to be taking place. The envoy is going to be going. So even this morning when we came into the studio, we can already see the amount of military vehicle personnel already at their checkpoints and stand by to secure the masses from interfering with the procession, essentially.
Of course. And so you were, Sarah and I avoided the main area, but you were actually lucky enough to be able to get through there. Did you already see people starting to kind of gather a little bit early in the morning?
Actually, yes, because we also had information that there will be a lot of gatherings from people from across Indonesia, so not just from Jakarta, right? So they have their own posts and whatnots. There's already a bunch of buses, travel buses that are already staying there. I don't know where they're currently sleeping at. However, they have been, ready and on standpoint for that moment to occur.
Because of course, this is a celebration not only for those who are living in Jakarta, but also Indonesia, the whole country. Well, anyways, President Joko Widodo is expected to depart from the Merdaka Palace to the Indonesian Parliament Complex in Senayan to attend the Indonesian presidential inauguration later on this morning.
Exactly. Now to know more, we are now connected with our team, Adelia Dinda and Dita Adiwiguna. Adele, what can you tell us from the situation that you are in?
Yes, good morning. As we know that today marks the inauguration day of Indonesia's President-elect Prabowo Subianto and the Vice President-elect Gibran Raka Buming Raka, which will take place at the Parliamentary Complex, Jakarta this morning. And although there is no written rule or obligation for the incumbent president to attend the inauguration of the newly elected president, however, it has become a long tradition for the previous former Indonesian presidents to attend the inauguration of the newly elected president. And related to this, President Jokowi is expected to depart from the Merdaka Palace between 7 to 8 a.m. this morning. However, as you can see behind me, right now the situation outside the Merdaka Palace itself is still quite empty, as seen previously with several staffs who were preparing and also cleaning the front yard of the Merdaka Palace, preparing for the departure of the President Jokowi this morning. And also regarding that, President Jokowi is expected to depart from the Merdaka Palace right from that black gate right behind me, and he will depart from that gate and going straight to the Parliamentary Complex, Jakarta, between 7 to 8 a.m. this morning. And related to the inauguration, as we know that the inauguration will start at 10 a.m. local time with the attendees singing the national anthem of Indonesia Raya. And the event then will be opened by People's Consultative Assembly Speaker Ahmad Muzani. And afterwards, the chair of the General Elections Commissions, or KPU, Muhammad Afi Fudin, will read the KPU decision regarding the national election results. The event then will continue with the taking of the oath of office by the newly elected president and the vice president. And after that, it will be followed by the speech of the newly elected president, Prabowo Subianto. And afterwards, moving on, after the inauguration, Prabowo will then proceed to the presidential palace right behind me, where he will be welcomed by Jokowi, who is expected to arrive first to welcome the newly elected president. So after the inauguration ended, Jokowi is expected to depart first from Parliamentary Complex right to Merdaka Palace, and not long after that, the newly elected president Prabowo Subianto will then arrive at the palace and will be welcomed by Jokowi at around 2 p.m. this afternoon. So these are all the updates that I have for now, and we will make sure to keep you updated later. Back to studio.
Delia and Deepta for your report.
Yes, Jasmine, and also to the viewers of the C Morning Show, we will keep you definitely updated with the upcoming plans and also the inauguration. But we now have to take a break. But stay with us here on the Morning Show because we have some sport updates this Sunday, and we have Paul who will be bringing it for us. So what do you have for us, Paul?
Thanks, guys. Yeah, even though it's October 20th, everything is stopped, but sports never stop.
Yes.
I know that much. And yes, we do have some updates from the Denmark Open. Unfortunately, no Indonesian contingents in the final, but it is two top seeds where Ang Se-young will be facing Wang Shiyi in the final round. And another final taking place is Bautista Agut, who's going to face Jiri Lehecka at the European Masters, or European Open rather, finals on the men's singles side. And one final that has already been decided is the World Superbike Championship, which has been won by Toprak Razgatlioglu. We will cover that as he wins second place in the first race, which is just enough for him to take the championship as he has enough of a points lead. And we also have some golf updates from the Black Mountain Champ and Andalusia Masters. All that and more when we return here on the C Morning Show. Stay tuned. Your Sunday morning sports update is coming up next.
October 2024 became a historic moment for Indonesia. After a decade, the Republic of Indonesia has a new leadership. Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Raka Buming Raka will lead the country with a population of more than 282 million for the next 5 years. Tune in to our special program, Prabowo Subianto, Guiding Indonesia, 30 p.m. only on CTV.
Solar ini dari Indonesia, khususnya dari Sulawesi Selatan dan Tenggara, terus dari Maluku sampai ke Raja Ampat Papua.
Untuk mama sendiri atau Polypterus ini dia itu cukup hardy sih. Jadi untuk range airnya sendiri bisa toleransi agak jauh. Jadi mungkin beberapa ikan cuma bisa di pH basah atau cuma bisa di pH asam. Dia bisa di pH sekitar 5 sampai 8 itu dia masih oke.
Selamat datang di Potsi.
Terima kasih.
Woi, penonton bayaran ayo. Mana? Goreng. Uncle. Excited. Lalu katanya dibilang SJW.
Pertama ya karena gue nggak tahu apakah gue bisa menemukan orang yang tepat. Itu nomor satu. Pernikahan itu kan berat banget ya tanggung jawabnya kan.
Sorry nih.
Iya.
Karena kalau lo bikin film tuh pasti laris-laris. Kalau stand up tipis-tipis.
Oh, itu tuh jawabannya.
Iya kan?
Citizens, percaya nggak sih ada orang yang nggak buang sampah selama hampir 20 tahun?
Kita punya metode. Jadi sampah-sampah dapur yang begitu bermasalah bagi orang lain, bagi kami justru kita butuhkan. Mungkin seminggu kita bisa nampung bisa 1 ton. Begitu saya masukkan ternyata solusinya luar biasa. Dan sekarang ini saya kekurangan sampah.
Astaga.
Sampah organik ya.
Jangan lewatkan teman bicara di City Today.
Seni itu udah jalan hidup saya ya Mas ya. Bisa bertahan di dunia kesenian, bagi saya itu udah sesuatu yang sangat mewah.
Mungkin ada yang bilang, apa sih gunanya seni itu gitu. Tapi buktinya sendiri, seni masih ada.
Tapi ya seni itu ya hidup. Kita hidup di dalam seni, kita membangun seni itu sendiri. Jadi kita menjadi satu, bahwa kita hidup di dalam seni.
Jokowi Dodo, elected as the Indonesian leader in 2014 and re-elected in 2019. Throughout his 2 terms, his administration has been marked by the ambitious infrastructure projects, efforts to boost the economy, and a commitment to improving the quality of life for Indonesians. Tune in to our special program, Jokowi, 10 Years of Transformative Leadership. Sunday, October 20th at 8 p.m. only on See Today.
Welcome back to the program, everyone. It's 20 to 7 in the a.m. and it's time for your Sunday morning sports update, beginning with some local sports news as the Ministry of Youth and Sports yesterday announced the consolidation of an independent sports arbitration agency as the sole arbitration agency of Indonesia. The Ministry of Youth and Sports has announced the formation of a new sports arbitration agency initially facilitated by the ministry but intended to function independently once fully established. Upon the announcement, Kiki Ganie will be appointed to lead the agency, which aims to streamline the resolution of sports-related disputes in Indonesia. This consolidation addresses the long-standing criticisms of the previous dualism in which 2 separate bodies, which are the Indonesian Olympic Committee or KOI and the National Sports Committee of Indonesia or KONI, which operated their own arbitration courts, Baki and Bauri, respectively.
Namun ini bukan soal menang atau kalah dan atau mana yang lebih diutamakan, tapi yang utama adalah agar seluruh stakeholders memiliki forum yang jelas dalam menyelesaikan sengketa yang ada sesuai dengan undang-undang. Dan juga demi mewujudkan satu forum penyelesaian sengketa yang lebih efisien dan adil. Oleh karenanya dalam keputusan yang kami bersama buat, Pak Kiki Gani selaku Ketua Baki juga akan mengakomodir teman-teman Bauri dalam pembentukan kepengurusan. Tentunya dengan tanpa mengorbankan profesionalitas dan kapabilitas kader-kader Baki nantinya. Dan Baki harus memainkan peran strategis dalam kemajuan dunia olahraga nasional, karena pertumbuhan industri olahraga juga sangat bergantung pada kesiapan infrastruktur pendukungnya.
All right, let's move on to some badminton updates now, where Indonesian women's shuttlers Gregoria Mariska Tunjung and Putri Kusuma Wardani were both eliminated in the semifinals of the 2024 Denmark Open. Tunjung lost to An Soo-young after suffering an injury in the second round, while Wardani lost to Chinese shuttler Wang Zhiyi 22-20 and 21-14. Paris Olympic champion An Se-young has booked her spot at the 2024 Denmark Open final after her Indonesian opponent Gregoria Mariska Tunjung was forced to retire due to a back injury on Saturday. Tunjung's lethal backhand smash became a double-edged sword as she was forced to retire after leveling the score during the second game. Meanwhile, An Se-young will now be facing Chinese shuttler Wang Zhiyi in the final to vie for her first trophy since the Olympics. And on the other side, her opponent Wang Zhiyi booked her place in the final after defeating another Indonesian shuttler, Putri Kusumawardani, 22-20 and 21-14 at the Jyske Bank Arena in Odense, Denmark on Saturday. Looking at the track record of both shuttlers, An Se-young leads 8-2 in their last 10 matches against her Chinese counterpart, Wang Zhiyi. We'll, of course, follow along the finals match and report to you the highlights and results tomorrow morning. In the meantime, let's now shift gears to some motorbike racing where Turkish racer Toprak Razgatlioglu has won the 2024 World Superbike Championship on Saturday. He managed this feat after becoming runner-up at the Jerez circuit just behind Nicolo Beluga. Razgatlioglu won his second World Superbike Championship on Saturday after finishing second behind Nicolo Beluga during race 1 of the season's final round in Jerez de la Frontera, Spain. It was his second WSBK World title following another trophy in 2012 during his time with Yamaha. Beluga initially set off from pole position and led from the starting lights to the checkered flag to finish over 6 seconds clear of the field. However, finishing as runner-up was just enough for Toprak to gain an unmatched lead over Beluga ahead of Sunday's Super Pole race and season-ending race 2. Meanwhile, Beluga's compatriot Andrea Locatelli rounded out the podium in race 1 with Alex Lowe's finishing in 4th.
Not easy season for me because when I'm signed with BMW, everyone say your career is finished. But now we are the world champion. Everyone understand my potential on the bike, and everyone understand the BMW is the winning bike. And you know, I am really happy. Thanks to my team, is everyone incredible working every race we can. And finally, we are deserve it. We are the world champion. We will see the future.
All right, Toprak Razgatlioglu has done it and wrapped up the championship early. The 28-year-old BMW Motorrad factory rider is now officially the 2024 Superbike World Champion. And this decision came at the Jerez de la Frontera at the season finale at the FIM Superbike World Championship. And with a second-place finish in the first main race, Razgatlioglu secured the early title victory. And for El Turco, as mentioned, it is his second World Championship title after 2021. And for BMW Motorrad Motorsport, it is their first ever title. This triumph crowns a season in which Razgatlioglu set both superlatives and records, becoming the first rider to claim 13 consecutive wins. If we rewind back, the World SBK Sunday at Assen 2024 enters the history books as starting from 9th place, Razgatlioglu wins the second main race, kicking off a record-breaking run. And in June, Razgatlioglu achieves his first perfect weekend at Misano. Starting from pole position, he wins all 3 races, taking the lead in the World Championship standings. He continues his dominance with hat-tricks at Most and Donington Park, winning all races there as well, and extends his streak further. And since April, Razgatlioglu had been unbeaten, arriving at the 7th round of Portimao with 12 wins to his name, including 10 consecutive victories. He equals the record of 11 consecutive wins in the first main race on Saturday. And with his victory in Sunday's Super Pole race, he becomes the sole record holder. But it does not stop there. He wins the second main race as well, completing his 4th hat-trick. Razgatlioglu left Portugal with a new record of 13 consecutive wins and a 92-point lead in the championship standings. And the rest, as they say, is history. Let's now move on to some tennis updates where Spaniard Roberto Bautista Agut secured his spot in the final round of the 2024 European Open after defeating his French opponent Hugo Gaston in Antwerp, Belgium. He will now be facing Czech tennis player Jiří Lehecka in the finals. Roberto Bautista Agut reached the final round of an ATP Tour-level singles for the first time in over 21 months after defeating Hugo Gaston on Saturday. Agut, who bested former champion Felix Auger-Aliassime in the quarterfinals, forced a solitary break in each set on Saturday. He went on to defeat his French opponent 6-3, 6-4 in 1 hour and 30 minutes. However, the Spaniard will need to contend with his Czech opponent Jiří Lehecka, who aims to win his 12th ATP Tour singles title on Sunday. So faced with a dialed-in opponent in a final spot on the line, Jiří Lehecka opted for an all-out attack on Saturday night at the European Open. The fifth-seeded Czech player was rewarded for his courage with a 6-3, 4-6, and 6-2 semifinal win against Marcos Giron and an indoor hardcourt ATP 250. Lehecka responded emphatically to a mid-match surge from Giron to break the American serve twice in the deciding set, en route to an 1 hour 57-minute victory. Lehecka converted 3 of 6 break points that he earned against Giron to book his spot in his third tour-level championship match. The Adelaide champion is the first Czech to reach an indoor ATP Tour-level final since his former coach Tomas Berdych won the Stockholm title back in 2015. And he will, of course, be facing Roberto Bautista Agut, a familiar face. The Spaniard reached his 23rd tour-level title match by easing past Gaston, and his first since he reached a final in Adelaide in January of 2023. Bautista Agut notched a break in each set to halt the inspired run of Gaston, who had downed second-seeded Alex de Minaur in the quarterfinals. So looking at their head-to-head, the Spaniard will step on the court against Lehecka with a 3-1 lead in the pair's ATP head-to-head series. The pair has split 2 meetings in the past 6 weeks, with Bautista Agut beating Lehecka at September's Davis Cup Finals group stage and Lehecka later prevailing at a second-round clash in Beijing. We'll, of course, follow along the finals and report to you the results. But in the meantime, let's hit the links and head over to the golf course, where Indian golfer Gaganchit Bhullar leads the provisional leaderboard at the third round of the Black Mountain Championship in Thailand with a total score of 19 under par. Meanwhile, French golfer Julien Gourier managed to share the leaderboards with his Spanish opponent Jorge Campillo in the third round of the Andalusia Masters.
India's Gaganjit Bhullar shot a 6 under par 66 on Saturday to take a 2-shot lead over American John Catlin after the third round of the Asian Tour's Black Mountain Championship in Hua Hin, Thailand. Bhullar had a bogey in each of his opening 2 rounds. In the third, he birdied 4 times on the front 9 and twice on the back 9. Overall, he has had 12 birdies against 2 bogeys in 3 rounds. Bhullar is at 19 under with Asian Tour Order of Merit leader Catlin in second at 17 under after shooting a 65. Meanwhile, American golfer Michael Maguire is at 16 under, while Taiwan's Lee Chipo and Thailand's David Boybon Su are tied for 4th at 15 under. In another golf tournament, Julien Guerrier shot at the round of the day, a bogey-free 9 under par 63 at the Andalusia Masters on Saturday, to join Jorge Campillo in a share of a 3-shot lead on 19 under at the end of the third round. Guerrier followed a 62 on day 1 with a 72 on Friday, but the Frenchman was back to his best on Saturday. He carded 2 eagles on the back 9, including a second in as many days at the 14th to make up 5 shots on overnight leader Campillo. Meanwhile, Spain's Campillo went bogey-free for a third round in succession at Real Club de Golf Soto Grande. However, he only managed 4 birdies. Currently, Dan Brown sits in third place on 16 under, heading into the final round, with John Ram in a share of 6th place on 12 under.
That last update wraps up our sports segment. It is now around 5 to 7 in the a.m. We're going to take another short break here on the C Morning Show. But when we return, we'll have your Sunday morning entertainment updates with Jasmine and Sarah. Stay tuned here on the C Morning Show, only on C Today.
Tiap hari begini lah, enak tak enak pun dah terlanjur.
Kau sebut ayam ya, semua kenal.
Nanti akan saya buktikan bahwa saya akan bisa lebih dari kamu.
Bising tahu yang pertama kali lempar mie itu papa saya.
Dulu resep ini dari nenek.
nenek turun kasih bapak, bapak turun kasih saya, nanti turun kasih anak juga.
Foodies, as Indonesian, we love to eat big breakfast, so let's find out. I want to know what it's like. This one is special. My God, sambal is very hot. Whoa. Trust me, you will not only get a taste of food like no other, but also extraordinary experience. Don't go anywhere, stay on Hungry Hour.
Hello everyone, welcome back again with me, Chef Putri, only at Satisfactory. Now we're gonna put more Parmesan cheese on top. I will be sharing with you guys one of the most easiest recipe for you guys to make at home. This is it, peanut butter seed cake. Only at Satisfactory, cook healthy and cook happy.
What's up, you guys, and welcome back to the channel. My name is Christian Hansen. In this video, we will be exploring Are we ready, guys? Yeah! I have a new video coming up tonight, so I have to make sure everything is ready, but this has been a great trip.
Indonesia has many endemic species. Its wildness and uniqueness make its existence threatened with extinction. So, how do they try to conserve?
Air butuh tempat, tanaman butuh tempat, hewan-hewan butuh tempat.
Bersama-sama melindungi yang ada di sini ya.
Kita jaga, kita rawat, dan kita lestarikan.
Only in Wild Cage.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the C Morning Show. Now, if you see my face and Sarah's face in one screen, that only means one thing.
Yes.
The entertainment segment. Now, starting off, the long-awaited Indonesian movie, The Shadow Strays, has officially premiered on Netflix on October 17th.
It's time to binge watch during the weekend.
Yeah.
And this time, The Shadow Strays is a Timo Cahyanto film, which tells the story of a teenage assassin with a code name 13, played by Aurora Ribeiro. The character is caught in an emotional dilemma where she needs to choose between a boy named Monji, whom she has just met, and her loyalty to the assassin organization where she belongs.
Ooh. Now, the film also features several talented cast members such as Adipati Dolken, Ali Fikri, Andri Mashadi, Christo Emmanuel, and many others. Now, the film offers a look at betrayal, loyalty, and a complex mentor-student relationship. Now, The Shadow Strays will surely take audiences for another emotional roller coaster from start to finish.
Their bodies all over Jakarta.
There you have it.
It's an interesting trope, to say
Yes,
the least. You know, you have like the friendship to enemies, friendships to lovers arc, enemies to lovers arc. But this is more towards betrayal.
I know. And then the cast, as we can see right here, right behind us, it's something for us to also watch. And especially it's an Indonesian film as well.
Of course, Indonesian Pride.
Yeah, Indonesian Pride. And speaking of Indonesian Pride here, Jasmine, we also have another story regarding talented young Indonesian singer this time, Caleb J, who has recently officially released his latest EP, Off Guard. So let's take a closer look.
Let's go. Now, the EP includes popular singles like Melepaskanmu and Di Balik Pertanda, as well as fresh take on Dewa 19's classic song Selimut Hati. Caleb's unique blend of 2000s R&B with modern elements and deep lyrics create a nostalgic yet contemporary sound that resonates with today's audiences.
And to enhance the listening experience, the singer has also released visualizers for several singles, showcasing his vocal talent and ability to write relatable and emotional songs. Tracks like Di Balik Pertanda and Adinda adapt to authenticity to the mini album. There's a from Jasmine, and in fact, the song Di Balik Pertanda has already surpassed 11 million streams.
I mean, who can mess up the OG Dinda?
There you go.
Or is it a different one? I don't know, but listen.
Congratulations on the EP. And remember, 11 million streams. There you go.
I should have listened to this, especially if it's going to be a remix on Dewas Membles, because I love Dewas Membles.
Baladewa. There you go.
Well, as excited as I am for that, we also have some exciting news for the Blinks. Now, as Blackpink's Lisa is set to hold her fan meetup in Jakarta next month, Big Grand Entertainment has announced the prices for the tickets.
Big news indeed.
Yes.
Something to look forward to. In an Instagram post, Big Grand Entertainment have announced that there will be 8 tiers for ticketing, with the cheapest selling for 1.8 million rupiah.
Now, the post also showed the tiered seating scheme for the November 15th show at the Beach City International Stadium, covering nearly the entire venue. Now, tickets will go on sale on October the 21st at 11 a.m. through tix.id.
Lisa will be visiting 5 cities in her fan meeting tour, starting from Singapore on November the 11th, followed by Bangkok on November the 13th, and Jakarta. She will also be doing shows in Kaohsiung and also Hong Kong.
I mean, she's a busy gal, especially because she just did the Victoria's Secret fashion show performance, which was just
phenomenal.
Oh, she looked better than most of the models there. You know, they didn't have the curls back. That's the only
I'm not gonna say anything regarding the models.
No, not the models. I'm just saying they, you know, like the Victoria's Secret bombshell. They have like those long, luscious curls. That
yes,
they normally have.
with that hair flying while walking.
I was missing from these models, man. And then
because most of them were like having their hair sleek back and everything. Well,
but Lisa completely saved the show, as well as the performance with Cher and Tyla.
There you go.
I love.
And of course, that was a historical moment
for the comeback.
For the comeback, yes. But nevertheless, the Blackpink member fans, the Blinks, who will of course be waiting for November for the upcoming visit. But nevertheless, we will move on to another story. This time, we have a story from Jamie Miller, the British singer, who have just released the new album titled Long Way Home.
Now, the singer, known for his hit single, Here's Your Perfect, announced his debut album, Long Way Home, yesterday on October 18th. Now, this album marks a new chapter in Miller's career, blending his signature heartfelt ballads with a vibrant, upbeat rhythm that showcases his evolving sound.
Featuring 14 tracks, including the title single, Long Way Home, the album promises to captivate listeners with its introspective lyrics and fresh tempos. The lead single perfectly encapsulates Miller's new direction, offering a mix of emotional depth and also infectious energy that fans have come to love.
Now, Long Way Home gives listeners a glimpse into Miller's journey through love and fulfillment. The title track is an uplifting celebration of the joy of being with someone who makes every moment unique, embodying the sentiment of savoring time together rather than rushing through life. Now, fans can stream the single and pre-save the full album across all platforms.
So
That's just sweet.
I know, I was about to say, those sweet moments which he had captivated in his musical video.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, speaking of sweet memories, we will now move on to the second story, where we will be bringing you a spectacular exhibition which brings back memories and also celebrating the life and legacy of Hollywood legend Marilyn Monroe, which have recently opened its doors in London.
Exactly. Now, an exhibition called Marilyn the Exhibition showcases an impressive collection of memorabilia that highlights the journey of Norma Jean Baker, or famously known as Marilyn Monroe.
It is located at the Arches London Bridge and features 250 personal items such as love letters and some iconic outfits from the private collection of Ted Stamford, who is a collector of Marilyn Monroe's historical objects.
Stunning. Gosh, I mean, she's an icon. That's
Absolutely.
one thing.
A legend.
A legend and an icon. And the fact that they still have these items preserved is just beautiful for us who live in this day and age to look back once in a while in history, you know. But, you know, a lot of people still want her or have someone with that aura that she had, because the way that she brought people with music was just...
That was irreplaceable.
It was irreplaceable. Now, it is, you know, sad that she's no longer with us. But on to some lighter news with some hilarious wildlife photos from the Nikon Comedy Wildlife Award 2024 finalists. We're gonna have a look at some of the funniest looks.
Oh, this is very, very interesting. Who doesn't love entertaining wildlife photos? And here we can see the Nikon Comedy Wildlife Awards 2024 have just unveiled their side-splitting finalist photos. Oh, aren't they so adorable? Look at these polar bears. These 47 entries capture the funniest animal moments from all around the globe.
Now, the top 10 of those side-splitting entries are showcased right at the top of the page. Who will take home the coveted prize? Now, we'll find out on December 10th. But until then, it's your chance to have to say on who takes home the trophy. Now, voting for the People's Choice Award is open until October 31st of 2024.
Oh, I cannot choose, Jasmine. I can't make my vote. They're all so cute. Don't miss out on these laugh out loud moments. Just head over to www.comedywildlifephoto.com. Cast your vote and be prepared to be amazed by some of the funniest wildlife photos you have ever seen.
Wow.
That is so adorable. I mean, that's very relatable.
I mean, you know that I love animals.
I know.
And it's hard.
Can you choose?
No. I can't even choose between my animals. How am I supposed to choose between these wildlife animals?
Picture perfectly captured moments, you know. I love the one, was it a squirrel holding the flowers?
That one, yes. It looks like a little, not a hermit. What is it?
Meerkat? No.
Is it a meerkat? Well, whatever it is.
T1 from Lion King.
Cute.
I know.
Well, we're going to move on to a different story now. Now, I actually asked Sarah this question behind the scenes. I asked her, do you know about Phineas and Ferb, or have you watched Phineas and Ferb?
Yes, the first answer to your first question is yes, I do know Phineas and Ferb, but have I watched? I think I did a little bit. But of course, who doesn't know Phineas and Ferb growing up, especially as a 90s kid, millennials?
Well, the thing is, I know the full lyrics to the intro of the song, so I was about to sing it, but if you didn't know, I didn't want to sing it alone. Well, get ready for a blast from the past. Now, the beloved animated series Phineas and Ferb is set to make a comeback with its original cast in 2025. Let's have a look.
Oh, you can still sing it, Jasmine. There you go, a little teaser from Jasmine. But here at the New York Comic Con on October 17th, the cast and creators of the beloved Disney series gathered to tease what fans should expect from the new season of the show. They also shared a look at the new episodes, a photo showing Phineas and Ferb and their friends on stage.
Now, co-creators and executive producers Dan Povenmire and Jeff Swampy Marsh, who also voiced Dr. Heinz Doofenshmirtz, appeared at Comic-Con alongside returning cast members Vincent Martella, David Arrigo Jr., Ashley Tisdale, Caroline Rhea, Dee Bartley Baker, and Allison Stoner.
Martella will voice Phineas and Arrigo will voice Ferb, two stepbrothers whose summertime adventures are the main thrust of the series. Meanwhile, Tisdale will voice their sister, Candace.
With 40 new episodes in the works, the revival promises to recapture the magic and charm that made the original series so popular.
I mean, growing up, we had the best cartoons, didn't we? I mean selfish to say,
your kids don't get Coco Melon.
I'm just gonna smile for Coco Melon.
Well, to be fair, there's
Wheels on the bus.
No, there's a new kid series that I actually like from, the Gen Alpha, as they might say it. It's actually called Bluey.
Oh, yes.
Bluey is such a lovely show. Well, this one is more, Nickelodeon-esque, Disney-esque. It's more random in nature.
I mean,
you can say that.
Bluey, it brings even parents to tears.
Yes.
With sweet messages from Bluey.
Yeah.
But we had Blue's Clues, remember?
Yes, we did.
Oh, Blue Dog as well. Well, anyways, apart from the
We're going to go to a nostalgia loophole here.
Yes, and we're still going to be on the nostalgia loophole right here because Nickelodeon have recently released a glimpse of their upcoming stop-motion Christmas special for the 25th anniversary of SpongeBob SquarePants. He's 25.
I know. Now, Nickelodeon treated fans to an exclusive SpongeBob 25th anniversary panel in the 2024 New York Comic-Con, where they revealed several upcoming projects as well, including a SpongeBob stop-motion Christmas special called SpongeBob and Sandy's Country's Christmas. The movie is set to debut in December on streaming platforms. Now, in this half-hour special, Sandy Cheeks will showcase her family circus performance and some of her experiments in front of Bikini Bottom residents.
Additionally, Nickelodeon announced the 2-season renewal of SpongeBob SquarePants spin-off, The Patrick Star Show. They also revealed another clip for their upcoming half-hour 25th anniversary special, which is set to premiere in November.
Exciting. Remember the time where they're already done or dabbled with some stop motion here and there, because sometimes if you watch the episode like I did every single day, they have like a little break in between with the captain, and they have like a real life thing.
Yeah.
To the point where 3-year-old me, I believe, thought that they were real.
No.
I didn't believe Santa was real. I believe SpongeBob was real. So it's a sad revelation to know that they don't exist.
But then it brings you, it creates creativity, imagination growing up. Yes. But
I still watch it sometimes.
Well, same here. And as adults, we are looking forward for, the spin-offs, the movies that are coming up. And don't forget, Rugrats is also coming out as well in a new version. So,
and Shrek.
And Shrek as well. And then apart from the cartoons, there's also movies blasting from the past. Princess Diaries 3. Looking forward to that. So, and how people say, and then how people coming up with videos and memes. For those of you under 30, do not flood the theaters because it's for us millennials.
Yes, I totally get that. We'll just wait until it goes on like the streaming platforms.
No, I'll be waiting for because I'm 30. Because I'm 30 something, so I'll be in the theaters waiting for that.
Well, if you see Sarah, just say hi to her. Probably crying somewhere over there. Unfortunately, that is it for the entertainment segment here, folks. We'll have more interesting stories from around the world after the break, so stay here on C Morning Show, only on C Today.
October 2024 became a historic moment for Indonesia. After a decade, the Republic of Indonesia has a new leadership. Prabowo Subianto and Gibran will lead the country with a population of more than 282 million for the next 5 years. Tune in to our special program, Prabowo Subianto, Guiding Indonesia Path Forward, Sunday, October 20 at 8:30 p.m. only on C Today.
Introduced in the Meiji period, grilled beef patties known as Hamburg sticks became popular dishes in Japanese cuisine. Best served piping hot with a side of bread, soup kambing is one of those comfort foods that you just can't get enough of.
We try to cook all the parts of any animal we choose to cook with, like pigs, chicken or beef. We use the liver, we use the kidney, we use the brain when we can, we use everything.
Indonesia has many endemic species. Its wildness and uniqueness make its existence threaten it with extinction. So, how do they try to conserve it?
Air butuh tempat, tanaman butuh tempat, hewan-hewan butuh tempat.
Bersama-sama melindungi yang ada di sini ya.
Kita jaga, kita rawat, dan kita lestarikan.
Only in Wild Cage.
Salah satu tantangan besar dalam kehidupan itu adalah kehilangan. Kita ini adalah kumpulan memori. Tidak akan ada yang sia-sia hadir dalam kehidupan kita, melainkan hanya untuk memberikan pesan. Sadarilah bahwa kita sedang berurusan dengan memori diri kita sendiri dan tidak ada orang lain yang bisa memperbaiki ini kecuali diri kita sendiri.
Indonesia is holding the second Indonesia Africa Forum and the 2024 High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships, or HLFMS, in Bali. After the Israeli army's withdrawal following a 3-day operation in Nur Sham's camp in the occupied West Bank, residents returned to find their home reduced to scorched ruins.
So stay with us right here on Extra News on C Today.
See Indonesia, see the world, see today. Bye-bye.
Let's not let the succulent grow underneath us, and maybe we should go bike riding. Oh, you put cucumber in there. Yuck. Let's go run. Yes. Okay. All right. Let's go. Let's go.
It's time for the Vandy Show.
Woo! That's fun.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the C Morning Show. It is 7:15 in the a.m., and we are here at the main desk, which means it's time for us to update you on world news, beginning in the Middle East, where another Israeli military attack took place, this time on the Indonesian hospital in northern Gaza on Saturday, which jeopardized the lives of 40 patients as well as 15 medical staff who were all on site.
Now, the attack took place amid the Israeli siege in northern Gaza since October the 7th.
Israeli forces also issued evacuation orders to 3 hospitals in northern Gaza. Meanwhile, 2 Mercy volunteers at the Indonesian hospital in northern Gaza were forced to return to their post in Deir al-Balah, central Gaza. Currently, 4 Mercy volunteers remain in the Gaza Strip to continue humanitarian work.
According to Gaza Deputy Health Minister Youssef Abu Wish, Israeli forces targeted the upper floor of the Indonesian hospital, which caused power outages and jeopardized the lives of 40 patients as well as 15 medical staff. Some believe that Israeli troops also attacked a group of refugees who stayed at the hospital gate.
Since mid of the night, the Indonesian hospital exposed to attack by the Israeli forces, and they attacked the 2nd and 3rd floor.
The deputy minister also denounced the Israeli genocide and called on all hospital staff around the world to stand in solidarity with their colleagues in the Gaza Strip.
Now, adding on to whatever is that's happening currently in the war in Gaza at the moment, there are some few updates, I think around 3 hours ago, and I'm taking this from Al Jazeera. So it seems like at least 73 people have been killed in Israeli attack on North Gaza, Bel Lahia. Now, the death toll is expected to rise. Now, the Strip's government media office says. And on top of that, the Israeli Prime Minister's office says Benjamin Netanyahu's house in Kaysera, north of Tel Aviv, has been hit by a drone launched from Lebanon. It's been confirmed that he was not in the house of where the bombing site took place, and there was no reports of casualties. But it also shows that a lot of people are very displeased with his actions so far. And on top of that, Israeli forces targeted Al-Aweda and Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza. So as we can see, there's still a lot of attacks going on, even though, as the presidential candidacy in the U.S. are about to change place. And they have promised, because of the killing of the head of Hamas leader has been ended, essentially they're going to stop and have a ceasefire. But it seems like this is not happening anytime soon, isn't it, Paul?
Indeed, and we do know that hospitals, even during wartime, are supposed to be off limits, but we know that over the past year, many hospitals have been attacked. Now, 3 partially functioning hospitals treating severely wounded patients and sheltering thousands of displaced Palestinian civilians in northern Gaza are now out of service after coming under intense Israeli fire. And it's now the siege on Jabalia itself is now entering its 3rd week. 33 more killed in the northern area. As we reported in the past days, Israeli forces did bomb the Al-Awda hospital in Jabalia earlier on Saturday and have also shelled Kamal Adwan and the Indonesian hospitals in Beit Lahia over the past few hours as well. At least 1 has been killed, several others wounded in the strike at the entrance of the laboratory of the Kamal Adwan hospital, according to the Gaza's health ministry. And the Palestinian news agency Wafa also reported that due to the military siege, 2 intensive care unit patients at the Indonesian patients have now died on Saturday as well. And in another attack on Gaza's Maghazi refugee camp, 16 people were killed, according to Wafa as well. And there are still many missing people under the rubble.
Yes, Paul, and also Jasmine, this is very devastating, especially to add on all these attacks, and also so these updates are coming amid a communications blackout in the northern of Gaza Strip, where, of course, a 16-day Israeli military siege has cut off all access to food, water, medicine, also vital services and access, which is very much needed, especially by the civilians there.
Indeed. And we also are still quite concerned because apart from the casualties, we did mention about the 40 patients. Well, those patients are still trapped inside the hospitals. Israeli tanks have surrounded it. So we will have to wait and see the outcome of that particular situation. So we will follow along closely to this story. In the meantime, though, let's shift over to Europe, where the first ever G7 defense ministers meeting began in Naples, Italy on Saturday.
The event was held to discuss various issues, including the situation in Ukraine and also the Middle East.
Italian Defense Minister Guido Crosetto warned that global security is deteriorating and the future might not be relatively positive. He made this statement while presenting the conflicts in Ukraine and the Middle East, as well as instability in sub-Saharan Africa and the Indo-Pacific, to highlight his point.
He argued that the world is divided into countries which believe in international law and those who systematically tread on democracy to pursue their goals, including by military force.
Italy is holding the 2024 rotating chairmanship of the G7, which includes the United States, Canada, Japan, the United Kingdom, Germany, and France. Representatives from the EU and NATO also attended the meeting.
So a couple of issues that were discussed. One of them was the Ukraine's irreversible path to NATO membership. But you touched on it earlier as well in regards to the head of Hamas being killed.
Yep.
In an earlier address, Crosetto warned of a deteriorated security framework across the world and said near-term forecasts for conflict resolution cannot be positive. Tensions have been fueled by confrontation between what he says are two different, perhaps incompatible visions of the world. And in a final statement, the G7 did back Kiev's irreversible path to full Euro-Atlantic integration, including NATO membership. And in addition, German Defense Minister Boris Pistorius said he was worried by the North Korean contribution to Russian war efforts. So many issues to be covered during the defense ministers' meeting, and we will, of course, follow along and report to you the highlights and results of those meetings.
Yes, especially they need a new approach, a different approach to resolve these conflicts which are being discussed right now.
Absolutely.
And anyways, we're going to move on to other news where the Mexican Navy said on Friday that they have seized 8.3 tons of drugs and arrested 23 individuals during an operation off the country's southwestern Pacific coast.
Authorities say the narcotics were being transported in 5 small boats and a semi-submersible near the port city of Lázaro Cárdenas.
They added that the most complicated part of the operation was intercepting the semi-submersible, since the vessel were specifically designed to evade arrest. As such, it was only possible to board them using a helicopter.
Authorities said that the amount of narcotics they seized were estimated to worth $100 million. The Mexican Navy added that it was the largest operation of its kind in history.
Moving on to, unfortunately, a devastating news for the wildlife animals. A train which transported fuel recently collided with a herd of wild elephants in one of the worst wildlife tragedies in Sri Lanka. 2 elephants died on the spot, while another was severely wounded.
The collision caused 2 fuel tankers, which carried 50,000 liters of petrol each, to derail. It also caused severe damage to railroad tracks aside from fuel leakage.
This prompted railway authorities to suspend train services on the line. According to the government statistics, 7 elephants have been killed by trains this year, while 24 elephants died to trains last year.
The train collided when a herd of elephants tried to cross the railway track in the eastern city of Mineria, which is about 200 kilometers northeast of the capital, Colombo, on Friday. 2 elephants died on the spot, while others were severely wounded. The train had 8 carriages, with 5 carrying diesel and the other 3 carrying gasoline at the time of the accident. Meanwhile, another compartment carrying the chief guard also derailed.
මේ 3:10 විතර වගේ ඇති. එතකොට මේ ශනිකව මේ අලි රංචුවක් පාර මැදට ගොඩ වුණා. අලි 20ක විතර වගේ රංචුවක්. මේ අපිට මීටර 10ක් වගේ දුර තියා තමයි ඒගොල්ලෝ ගොඩ වුණේ. අපිට මුත් කරගන්න දෙයක් නැතුණා. නමුත් හදිසි තිරිඟ උපරිම වශයෙන් ක්‍රියාත්මක කරා. අපි සාමාන්‍යයෙන් සතෙක් බල්ලෙක්වත් මේවට හප්පන්න උත්සාහ ගන්න නැහැ. නමුත් ඉතින් මේ අපට කරගන්න දෙයක් තිබුණේ නැහැ. මේ ඒගොල්ලෝ ඔක්කොම වැදුනා. අලි 4 දිනක් විතර වගේ වැදුනා. මේ කෝච්චියත් පීලිපැන්නා. මේ
Elephant train collisions in the country have gone up in recent years, with wild elephants attempting to cross over the railway tracks in search of food and water. Elephants are revered, but are also endangered in Sri Lanka. According to the country's first elephant census, their numbers have dwindled from about 14,000 in the 19th century to 6,000 in 2011. Elephants are increasingly vulnerable because of the loss and degradation of their natural habitat. Many venture closer to human settlements in search of food, and some are killed by poachers or angry farmers for damaging their crops.
All right, the C Morning Show is set to step away momentarily for a short break, but when we return, we have more world updates coming your way, specifically out of the region of Southeast Asia, along with this morning's headlines. Stay tuned.
Introduced in the Meiji period, grilled beef patties known as hamburg sticks became popular dishes in Japanese cuisine. Best served piping hot with a side of bread, soup kambing is one of those comfort foods that you just can't get enough of.
We try to cook all the parts of any animal we choose to cook with, like pigs, chicken or beef. We use the liver, we use the kidney, we use the brain when we can, we use everything.
Are you soccer fans and want to make cute jersey decorations like this? Don't worry, Life Hacks has tips on how to make these unique jerseys using origami paper. We hope the tips and tricks we show you this time are helpful for you. You can watch the next episode of Life Hacks to get more tips and inspiration for your life. Au revoir, bestie!
House of Blessing adalah rumah berkat. Jadi harapannya kita bisa menjadi berkat untuk dogi-dogi yang terlantar ini. Kita berikan second chance ini. Wadah di mana kami bisa memayungi atau memberikan keadilan bagi hewan-hewan ini. Di mana kesejahteraan kehidupan mereka ini bisa terjadi di lingkungan kita ya manusia gitu.
Indonesia is said to have enormous potential as a coffee-producing and consuming country.
We set apart the strategy to make Indonesian coffee tradition is a cheap coffee.
So yeah, I think it's important for us now to think about ESG or sustainability. The first reason for us is we want to be a company that grows sustainable.
No luggage. May the road lead us. Rail is the main form of transport in Japan. We decide to give it a try, even though we don't have much experience with train travel. They are real ladies who have been trained for many years in traditional Japanese arts until they attain perfection as artists.
Hey folks, you're back with us here on the C Morning Show. We're almost at the halfway point of our program, and as mentioned prior to the break, we've got all of the latest from across Southeast Asia, and we begin with this morning's headlines. First up, from the Philippines, where President Marcos Jr. recently thanked United Arab Emirates President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed for pardoning 143 Filipinos who were imprisoned in the country. This came after Marcos requested their release in a recent phone call. He also expressed his gratitude, saying that this news has brought relief to many families in the Philippines. According to the country's Department of Foreign Affairs, the pardoned Filipinos committed offenses including drug abuse, theft, and immigration violations with no death penalties involved.
And our next headline is from Singapore, where the parliament passed a new law which bans several specific content with the aim of maintaining the integrity of online advertising during election periods. This includes both AI-powered deepfakes and non-AI methods like Photoshop, dubbing, and splicing. Digital Development and Information Minister Josephine Teo emphasized that this ban applies to all types of content, regardless of whether it favors or disfavors candidates. Those who violate the ban will face a fine of up to $1,000, a year in prison, or both.
Moving on to Vietnam, where the Quang Nam Provincial Party Committee held a conference in Tam Khe City on Wednesday to discuss land border management with Laos. Vietnam emphasized border management with Laos due to ongoing disputes following Cambodia's withdrawal from Cambodia-Laos-Vietnam Development Triangle Area, or CLVDTA. Additionally, both Vietnam and Laos signed new agreements to enhance border gate management in 2016.
The death of 20 school students and 3 teachers in a recent bus inferno shocked Thailand. And this brought the kingdom's terrible road safety record back into the spotlight. The question now is, will anything change?
Our contributor in Bangkok, Vijitra Duangdi, has more on the matter.
Around 20,000 Thais die each year on the country's roads, according to the World Health Organization. Each new road tragedy brings new government vows to change a reckless driving culture and enforce road safety laws. But few believe change will come fast, if at all. And until it does, the death toll keeps rising.
2 weeks after a bus blaze killed 20 school children and 3 of their teachers, Thais are still waiting for answers over how it happened, amid reports it passed safety inspection despite carrying twice the legal limit of gas canisters. Campaigners are taking matters into their own hands, trying to shock the public with adverts to spread the word on safe driving. This one was produced by a group of doctors who lost a colleague, Dr. Waralak Suphawattariyakun, known affectionately as Dr. Rabbit, to a speeding motorbike which plowed her down at a crosswalk in front of her hospital.
Our vision is to make both pedestrians safer and the driver safer as well. And because it needs to come from the heart of the people, so it takes a lot of time because our fundamental education is not that strong. We need to build up and teach the students from like 3 to 4 age to know what is the right things to do.
There's a growing movement calling for a dilution of Thailand's car culture. Bangkok hosted this year's first car-free day on a few downtown roads in late September. Inspired by Jakarta, organizers say they want to make it a weekly event and slowly reclaim some of the city streets for pedestrians and cyclists.
The important thing is that the conversations have started. We can see it in social media, in TikTok, in Facebook, and on Twitter, on other platforms where people have started coming and talking about road closure and the role of cars in our society and actually how beneficial they are.
Impossible traffic, surging pollution, and some of the most dangerous roads anywhere on Earth have yet to persuade Thais to leave their cars. But in Bangkok at least, a city where fewer than half the residents own a car, campaigners say it is time to change car culture.
Here, there are still 56% of people who don't use car to travel in Bangkok. But the space that they've been given is just like so small. Like, why do we have to be jam-packed in a like little small space? But instead, like minority people who own the cars and use the car in Bangkok, why they have like so much space for them? Isn't it inequality?
For cyclists and pedestrians, a country which loves its cars but cannot seem to drive them safely, has reached a junction with its own motor culture. Wichitra Rungdi for C Today, Bangkok.
All right, we're going to report news that is related here again to the important day of October 20th, as several heads of state and representatives have began to arrive in Indonesia yesterday on October the 19th, prior to the inauguration day of President and Vice President-elect Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Rakabuming Raka.
Now, amongst these invitees, they include the Malaysian and New Zealand prime ministers, as well as the vice president of China. Many more also arrived at the Halim Perdana Kusuma Air Force Base in Jakarta.
Several heads of state visit Prabowo's private residence at Jalan Kertanegara in South Jakarta upon landing in the country.
The Qatari and Serbian representatives arrived at the residence at 6:15 p.m. local time. Several Great Indonesia Movement or Gerindra party politicians followed soon after. The Malaysian Prime Minister also arrived at the address sometime later.
Now, Gerindra party member Sufmi Dasko Ahmad said the heads of state arrived at Jalan Kertanegara to meet Prabowo in an attempt to foster strength future ties.
Kepala-kepala negara yang sudah datang duluan, ya malam hari ini kan ada pembicaraan kan, bersilaturahmi sambil menunggu pelantikan besok. Dan saya rasa itu kan hal yang bagus saja.
Isi pembicaraannya apa?
Ya kan saya nggak ikut semua, tapi kan memang rata-rata pembicaraan bagaimana kita kerjasama ke depan dengan lebih baik, komunikasi yang baik, yang bertujuan untuk supaya masing-masing negara dengan Indonesia hubungannya lebih baik, paling itu.
And here is what People's Consultative Assembly Speaker Ahmad Muzani has to say on the preparations for the inauguration, which will be attended by 33 foreign guests.
Tamu negara yang hari ini menyatakan confirm, kepala negara dan setingkat kepala pemerintahan yang sudah dinyatakan hadir kurang lebih sekitar 33 negara sahabat, negara ASEAN, negara sahabat dan negara-negara mitra ASEAN. Tentu saja ini sebuah jumlah yang sangat besar, membanggakan, dan ini sebuah penghormatan yang amat besar bagi kita sebagai bangsa.
And to find out more about the current situation at the Indonesian Parliament complex, we are now going to send you live to our very own news team of Andira Putri and Dian Merdekawati, who are on standby. Andira, good morning. What's going on there this morning?
Yes, morning everyone. So we are about 2.5 hours to go before the official inaugurations of Indonesia President and Vice President-elect Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Rakabuming Raka. So currently, I'm standing near the entrance gate for all of the members of the People Consultative Assemblies. More people have started to come since around 7 a.m. this morning. However, for all of the state guests as well as other invitations, they will come. They are expected to come around between 8 to 9 a.m. in the morning, which is still a lot of time to go before the official inauguration itself that will take place at 10 a.m. So most of them for now, most are still dominated by the members of the press, and where I'm standing is quite far from the venue for the official inauguration because like everything is restricted to go there. So for today, the official inauguration itself will begin with Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Rakabuming Raka takes an oath, and then after that they will sign the inauguration's minutes, and after that for the first time Indonesia Prabowo Subianto will have his speech as the Indonesian president. So yeah, we still have a lot of time to go before the official inaugurations will start. So for today, for the guest itself, according to the chair of the People Consultative Assembly, Ahmad Muzani, yesterday, there are around representatives from 33 countries that will come here. This once again shows that Indonesia's positions in the world, that people wanted to keep a strong relationship with us, and also we are able to maintain a tight bond with several of the countries. And again, the leaders itself have started arriving here in Jakarta since Friday as well as Saturday, and some of the leaders are including coming from the ASEAN countries such as the Malaysia Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim, and then there's also the Philippines President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. There's also the Cambodia Prime Minister Hun Manet as well as the East Timor Prime Minister Sanana Gusmao. And aside from the guests from the 33 countries, we also have the previous leaders that will attend this special day. So we, according to Ahmad Muzani, the Indonesia's 6th president, Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, is also confirmed to attend the inauguration ceremony. And then we also have the Indonesia's 6th vice president, Tri Sutrisno. We also have Indonesia 10 and 12 Vice President Yusuf Kala, as well as Indonesia 11 Vice President Budiono. And also, of course, Indonesia 7 President Jokowi will also attend this the inauguration ceremony. Before then, he will have the official farewell ceremony and welcome Prabowo Subianto later on at the Merdaka Palace, Jakarta. So yeah, we still have a long way to go before the inauguration started, and we'll continue to give you updates about this. Back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Andira and Dian, for your news report. Now moving on, it's time for a quick break for us here, but don't go anywhere as we'll return it for more information from around the world and to help you a little bit to get to know the President-elect Prabowo Subianto a little bit better. So stay tuned for all of that.
Ini itu udah jalan hidup saya ya Mas ya. Bisa bertahan di dunia kesenian, bagi saya itu udah sesuatu yang sangat mewah.
Mungkin ada yang bilang, apa sih gunanya seni itu gitu. Tapi buktinya sendiri, seni masih ada.
Tapi ya seni itu ya hidup. Kita hidup di dalam seni, kita membangun seni itu sendiri. Jadi kita menjadi satu, bahwa kita hidup di dalam seni.
Solar ini dari Indonesia, khususnya dari Sulawesi Selatan dan Tenggara, terus dari Maluku sampai ke Raja Ampat, Papua.
Untuk palma sendiri atau polypterus ini dia itu cukup hardy sih. Jadi untuk range airnya sendiri bisa toleransi agak jauh. Jadi mungkin beberapa ikan cuma bisa di pH basah atau cuma bisa di pH asam. Dia bisa di pH sekitar 5 sampai 8 itu dia masih oke.
House of Blessing adalah rumah berkat. Jadi harapannya kita bisa menjadi berkat untuk dogi-dogi yang terlantar ini. Kita berikan second chance ini. Wadah di mana kami bisa memayungi atau memberikan keadilan bagi hewan-hewan ini. Di mana kesejahteraan kehidupan mereka ini bisa terjadi di lingkungan kita ya manusia gitu.
Ya, orang memanggil saya Raja Dangdut itu ya saya sendiri nggak tahu sejak kapan ya. Tapi kan semua itu yang menarik masyarakat.
Iya, maksudnya waktu aku workshop lagu itu aku ngerasa kayak ini relate banget sama aku. Jadi ya udah deh aku ambil.
At the age of 21, Leodra can be considered one of the brightest singers in the Indonesian music industry. Despite the fierce competition, Leodra stands out as one of the most prominent artists.
Selamat datang di Potsi.
Terima kasih.
Woi, penonton bayaran ayo. Mana? Woi. Uncle. Excited.
Lalu katanya dibilang SJW.
Pertama ya karena gue nggak tahu apakah gue bisa nemukan orang yang tepat. Itu nomor satu. Pernikahan itu kan berat banget ya tanggung jawabnya kan.
Sorry nih.
Iya.
Karena kalau lo bikin film tuh pasti laris-laris. Kalau stand up tipis-tipis.
Oh itu tuh jawabannya. Iya kan?
Citizens, percaya nggak sih ada orang yang nggak buang sampah selama hampir 20 tahun?
Kita punya metode. Jadi sampah-sampah dapur yang begitu bermasalah bagi orang lain, bagi kami justru kita butuhkan. Mungkin seminggu kita bisa nampung bisa 1 ton. Begitu saya masukkan ternyata solusinya luar biasa. Dan sekarang ini saya kekurangan sampah mas. Gitu. Sampah organik ya.
Jangan lewatkan teman bicara di City Today.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the C Morning Show. Now in this segment, it's a bit unique because our new President-elect Prabowo Subianto A lot of people know them, but a lot of people still don't know, especially if you're not from Indonesia. So we're here to tell you a little bit of a glimpse of who Prabowo is. Now, Prabowo comes from a family of military, state officials, aristocrats, and entrepreneurs. His father and grandfather were the prominent figures during the foundational period of the Republic of Indonesia. Here's the story of Prabowo Subianto's family roots.
Subianto's blue bloodline came from his grandfather Raden Mas Margono Joyo Hadikusumo. Raden Mas Margono Joyo Hadikusumo is an Indonesian economist who was the founder and the first president director of Bank Negara Indonesia or BNI since August 17, 1946. Prabowo Subianto's father, Sumitra Joyo Hadikusumo, was the grand teacher of Indonesian economy who worked as a state official and diplomat. He was an assistant of Indonesian Prime Minister Sultan Syahrir in 1946, Indonesian Banking Corporation President Director in 1947, and charged the affair of the Indonesian Embassy in Washington, D.C. in 1950. Sumitra was also in charge as minister in various sectors, among them Trade and Industry Minister in 1950, Finance Minister in 1952 and 1955, Trade Minister in 1968, as well as Research and Development Minister in 1973. Prabowo Subianto's son, Ragowo Hedi Prasetyo, or better known as Didit Hedi Prasetyo, is an international top fashion designer who started his modest fashion career in Paris, France. His works were shown during the Paris Fashion Week 2014 and routinely published by Vogue magazine. A number of Indonesian and international artists wore his collection, including Canadian singer Carly Rae Jepsen, Chinese artist Chang Cho-fei, and Indonesian artists like Anggun Cipta Sasmi, Bunga Citra Lestari, and Dian Sastrowardoyo. Didit also designed the outfit for the Indonesian national team that competed at the 2024 Paris Olympic in France. In addition, Didit officially became the interior designer for BMW Individual Series 7 in 2012. The car was a limited edition model with only 5 produced in the world. According to Prabowo's younger brother Hasim Joyo Hadikusumo, Prabowo Subianto is a determined man who never gives up on his dream, who is also pro-public and pro-entrepreneurs.
Prabowo adalah orang yang sangat pro-business, ya, tapi juga orang yang sangat pro-rakyat. Nah, di sini tidak ada benturan, pro-business, pro-rakyat, kita cari cuan, ya, tapi cari cuan yang sangat terhormat. Cara terhormat, kita bayar pajak, kita ikuti dan kita hormati aturan-aturan semuanya, termasuk aturan lingkungan hidup. Kita adalah pengusaha-pengusaha, hendaknya pengusaha yang tidak merusak lingkungan hidup, ya, kita bermanfaat untuk seluruh Indonesia, untuk semua bangsa Indonesia.
Hashim said that Prabowo will work hard and cooperate with entrepreneurs to increase public welfare and achieve the 8% economic growth.
Our President-elect Prabowo Subianto officially starts his term in October 2024 with its own targets and hopes to lead Indonesia to a better future. Prabowo is expected to continue President Joko Widodo's programs that leave a legacy, especially in the economic sector.
President-elect Prabowo Subianto officially started his term in October 2024 with his own targets and hopes to lead Indonesia to a better future. Prabowo is expected to continue President Joko Widodo's program that leave a legacy, especially in the economic sector. In the last decade, Indonesia is able to maintain a stable economic growth at around 5%, which is better than most countries in the G20. Indonesia also experienced a downfall in growth to minus 2.07% in 2020 due to COVID-19 pandemic. After the pandemic, Indonesia successfully rebounded its growth to 3.69% in 2021 and got back on track around 5% afterwards. For the 2025 period, the Indonesian parliament has approved to set the economic growth target at 5.2%, while President-elect Prabowo Subianto has his own ambition to reach economic growth at 8% onwards. For the last 10 years, Indonesia mostly able to maintain the inflation rate below the target and around 1.5 plus to 3.5%. However, the inflation in 2015 was mostly higher than the target of 4.4% due to El Nino phenomenon that caused famine season for rice, as well as policy adjustment that changed customer behaviors and commodity prices. The inflation then crossed the target also occurred in 2022 and early 2023, mostly caused by soaring demand after the pandemic, causing global price pressure, new policy about fuel, and food supply disruption. The Prabowo administration is targeting to maintain inflation at 2.8% in 2024 and 2.5% in 2025. Meanwhile, the poverty rate in Indonesia also keeps getting lower in the last decade from 28.3 million or 11.13% in September 2014 to lowest at 25.2 million or 9.03% in March 2024. The drop in poverty rate was supported by the stronger domestic economic activities, increased household consumption, reduced number of unemployment, followed by various social aid by the government. President-elect Prabowo Subianto is aiming to reduce more of the poverty rate to the level of 7 to 8% next year. The unemployment rate in Indonesia also records a fluctuation year on year but dropped from 4.94% in August 2014 to 4.82% in February 2024. From August 2015 to February 2020, the unemployment rate dropped from 6.18% to 4.94% and then soared high to 7.07% in August 2024 due to massive layoffs during the COVID-19 pandemic. As the pandemic eased, the unemployment rate started to recover and dropped to 4.82% in February 2024 as more job opportunities were available in line with the ongoing process of the national infrastructure projects. President-elect Prabowo is planning to reduce unemployment rate to up to 4.5% next year. Meanwhile, Indonesia trade balance experienced fluctuation between 2014 to 2024 and even set a history for deficit $8.7 billion in 2018. This condition was caused by the fall of the export value as Indonesian main export commodities including rubber, coal, and crude palm oil experienced price drop. At the same time, the imported commodities, mainly the crude oil, experienced a price high. Indonesia bounced back and reached all-time high surplus in 2022 at $54.46 billion, supported by the soaring demand for mineral, fuel, palm products, steel, nickel, and its derivative product. However, Indonesia trade balance dropped in 2023 and 2024 due to the global uncertainty as conflicts in Ukraine and Palestine intensified, followed by the drop price of some commodities. In the middle of the uncertainty, Indonesia trade balance remained solid and experienced surplus for 53 straight months since May 2020 and reached $21.98 billion in total until September 2024. And Prabowo aims to reach a trade balance surplus of $31.6 to $53.4 billion in 2024 and $21.6 to $54.4 billion next year.
Alrighty, folks, we're actually going for a quick break, but when we return, we have more updates on the Indonesian presidential inauguration. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere and stay here with us on the C Morning Show.
Of happiness. It is not something that is sought, but they create it themselves with the simplicity and luxury of the nature that they love.
Hopefully, by watching this show, you don't just see beauty of tourism, but you can also realize that we live side by side with other creators. See you on other episode only on the Travel Note.
Only on the Travel Note.
Because life is tough.
Jadi udah kita harus ganti nih, kita rombak desainnya gimana yang kira-kira desain yang kita bisa akomodir semua kebutuhan kita gitu ya.
Nah sebenarnya kalau Japandi itu kenapa agak naik daun? Karena menurutku nggak dihabis masa gitu.
Salah satu tantangan besar dalam kehidupan itu adalah kehilangan. Kita ini adalah kumpulan memori. Tidak akan ada yang sia-sia hadir dalam kehidupan kita, melainkan hanya untuk memberikan pesan. Sadarilah bahwa kita sedang berurusan dengan memori diri kita sendiri dan tidak ada orang lain yang bisa memperbaiki ini kecuali diri kita sendiri.
Seni itu udah jalan hidup saya ya Mas ya. Bisa bertahan di dunia kesenian bagi saya itu udah sesuatu yang sangat mewah.
Mungkin ada yang bilang, apa sih gunanya seni itu gitu. Tapi buktinya sendiri, seni masih ada.
Satu ya, seni itu ya hidup. Kita hidup di dalam seni, kita membangun seni itu sendiri. Jadi kita menjadi satu, bahwa kita hidup di dalam seni.
Okay, Nusantara, so these are the steak menu from Saung Steak Galunggung. A little bit lack of seasoning. This is the famous sate taichan that Bang Khodris sell for about 1,000 every single day.
Welcome back to the C Morning Show, everyone. It's 5 to 8 in the a.m. Yes, 8 a.m. is a very important time because that's when all the ceremonies are set to begin on this very special day. And in case you haven't joined us since the beginning of the program, we're going to update you as to everything that's been happening so far, right?
Yes, especially because the Sudirman Tamrin area is filled with stages. And regarding this, of course, traffic on Sunday. Jakarta's traffic authorities have authorized traffic control measures affecting dozens of roads for the inauguration, including the closures of 4. So let's take a look.
4 major roads near the Parliament building will be closed off to traffic tomorrow for the inauguration of President-elect Prabowo Subianto. The closures are part of wider traffic control measures affecting 45 roads. Sudirman MH Tamrin, the western side of Merdeka Square and the eastern side of Majapahit Street will be closed from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. The roads are part of the route the motorcade of the President and Vice President-elect will pass on the way to the State Palace. In addition, various performances and other entertainment are set to place there. Meanwhile, the provincial government will enact a one-off 1 rupiah fare for mass transit system, including the Jakarta MRT, LRT, and Transjakarta.
Di kawasan ini akan ada panggung sebanyak 13 panggung. Panggung besarnya itu sekitar 9 dan 4 panggungnya itu lebih kepada UMKM. Dan untuk mendukung hal tersebut, manajemen dan rekayasa lalu lintas akan dilakukan penutupan pada 45 ruas jalan yang tentunya berada di kawasan Sudirman Tamrin. Penutupan jalan akan dimulai pada hari Minggu 20 Oktober 2024 pukul 8.00 sampai dengan pukul 16.00. Di mana untuk jalan yang akan ditutup secara total itu adalah Jalan Sudirman, kemudian Jalan MH Tamrin dan juga Jalan Merdeka Barat dan Jalan Majapahit sisi timur.
Officials have urged the public to use public transportation to avoid congestions, while 26 parking lots have also been set aside to accommodate travelers. See Today contributor reporting from Jakarta.
Now, there will be several adjustments to rail services in anticipation of a surge in passengers during the inauguration.
And in response, commuter rail operator KCI will be adding more trips to accommodate visitors from the greater Jakarta area, as well as strengthening security at its stations.
Meanwhile, the national rail company KAI will also divert the arrival and departure of long-haul trains from Gambir to Jatinegara.
Rail operators are anticipating a surge in passengers from Greater Jakarta during the inauguration of President-elect Prabowo Subianto. To accommodate the passenger, commuter line operator KCI will add more trips on October the 20th and deploy over 350 additional security officials at its station, including Juanda, Sudirman, and Tanah Abang station. They will also improve accessibility for the disabled and pregnant women.
Kami dari KCI
melakukan berbagai upaya untuk melayani masyarakat dalam rangka memeriahkan pelantikan Presiden dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia tersebut.
In response to a planned traffic diversion along the Sudirman and Tamrin, National Rail Company KAI will divert the departure and arrival of long-haul trains from Gambir to Jatinegara. This will be in effect from 6:30 a.m. to 8:30 p.m.
Untuk itu, bagi para pelanggan, kami himbau untuk jika terjadi kemacetan atau terjebak kemacetan, bisa berangkat dari stasiun Jatinegara pada jam keberangkatan sesuai dengan jadwal keberangkatan dari stasiun Gambir.
The policy will affect 27 services including Argo Semeru, Papandayan, and Muria. Today Contributor reporting from Jakarta.
And to anticipate the surge of passengers during the inauguration of both the President and Vice President, commuter line train services from Bogor to Jakarta will not be stopping at the Manggarai station in order to prevent overcrowding.
And instead, the train will stop at Gondang Dia station, allowing trains from Bekasi to continue to Duku Atas station without delays.
Dari Bogor itu tidak berhenti di Manggarai, tapi terus saja ke stasiun berikutnya, ya. Gondang Dia, berhenti di Gondang Dia baru kemana-mana. Jadi tidak berhenti di Manggarai. Supaya apa? Supaya yang dari Bekasi itu bisa terus sampai di atas dan ke Manggarai. Jadi Manggarai tidak terlalu crowded di situ. Semua moda angkutan ini berbau Rp1, ya, Rp1 bayar tapi Rp1. Bisa dikatakan gratis, ya. Jadi kalau ada yang minta lebih Rp1, angkutan jasa angkutan yang dilakukan.
There you go, guys. Oh, speaking of commuter line services, you mentioned something interesting, or was it you, Jasmine, where the payment, it's not going to, so how does that work today?
There is a special price for trains, MRT, LRTs,
and buses?
Transjakarta as well.
Transjakarta buses.
It will be only Rp1
1
or
rupiah.
Rp1 for
What does that
all
work
travel.
out to in like
USD?
America? Yeah, it was like less than a cent.
Yeah, it's less than a cent.
That's amazing.
Well, technically, it is a party for the people.
It is.
So,
Right.
it's encouraging everyone with different economic backgrounds to join in this
True.
big festivity. But
And of course, cut back on
Yes.
personal transportation
I
as well,
assume
because
so.
how the roads will be filled
Yeah.
with all the masses. And don't forget, the president and vice president-elect, well, soon to be president and vice president, will also be traveling down the Sudirman Street and also Tamrin Street. And
Correct.
they are planning to say hi to each and everyone in attendance at the stages.
Yeah, so if we weren't working today and you were going to attend, where would you situate yourself? What do you think the best spot would be along this? I guess it would be somewhere along Sudirman or Tamrin, correct?
Yes.
How many stages approximately did you count on the way in? Because you were the one that went through that whole strip. Like 5? More?
there was a lot. I think I noticed more nearing the Monas area.
Okay, the
near,
National
near
Monument.
our office, actually.
Okay.
So I think that's going to be very jam-packed in that area because, as we know, as I saw at least, there's buses from people coming in from different areas of Indonesia,
Right.
posting there or have been posting there for several days now. It's not just for tonight.
Yes.
They've been staying there, just waiting for this moment to meet the future president. And there's a lot of military personnel, as I mentioned earlier, more than around 115,000 both military and police officers were ready to act on anything that's going to be happening later on today and help with the entourage of the convoys.
And I suppose just to make sure the convoy gets through smoothly.
Yes,
Because when you get overcrowding, everybody's going to want to get a glimpse of both the president and
Yes.
vice president. And I think the best spot for me, I would situate myself a little bit closer to Bundaran HI, which is about a couple of kilometers down
Really?
from here. You know why?
Why?
I think it makes the best, it takes the best picture, I think aesthetically. Well, everything's for the gram.
You gotta do it for the gram. You gotta do it for the gram.
Less
No,
congested
absolutely
area.
not. All I'm considering, I want to make sure that I can get
The perfect image.
And don't forget, there's also the modes of transportation all the way to Bundaran HI station
Correct.
for the MRT.
MRT.
But nevertheless, there are 13 locations.
Okay.
There are stages and also
13.
entertainment 13. And if I'm not mistaken, there will also be Dewa 19. Bala Dewa, come on, Jasmine. You mentioned that you're a Bala Dewa.
So when you guys are be working, I'm probably just gonna be,
Oh yeah, 'cause she gets to leave here around 9 or 10 o'clock, so you might be able to catch some of the performances. We will be staying, and a quick reminder to our viewers as well to stay tuned throughout the day for our live coverage here on the See Today News network to broadcast all of the happenings that will be taking place, not just for the inauguration and beyond as well. And speaking of which, we are going to cover that, but apparently there's going to, the actual ceremony is going to take place all the way into the evening as well. There's going to be a gala dinner.
Yeah.
And I guess rightfully so, because I would say that I don't remember, I don't know if you guys remember 2019, 2014, I don't remember this many foreign heads of state coming into the country for the inauguration of the president. And I suppose that speaks to how well we have strengthened ties, bilateral ties, trilateral ties across countries, not just in ASEAN, because if you consider ASEAN, that's 10 heads of state. We have 33 of them coming here as well, so that's going to be amazing.
Absolutely, especially as we can recall, Prabowo Subianto during his tenure as the Minister of Defense in Indonesia has also made visits to various countries as well. And of course, discussing about ties in the defense sector. But of course, as president, this will also continue, hopefully.
It's like a meeting an old friend.
Absolutely. And don't forget, this is 10 years after Jokowi Dodo has served as president of Indonesia. So this is a very historical moment.
Indeed. So we are going to take a short break here on the program. We do have more live reports coming your way. We have a team on standby at the Merdaka Palace just down the street from the studio. And we also have coming up next, when we return from our break, we're going to have a chat with CSIS Indonesia researcher Peter Pandye, and that's we're going to cover a little bit about where you think our nation is headed under our new leadership. Stay tuned for that. Coming up next on the C Morning Show.
Ini itu udah jalan hidup saya ya Mas ya. Bisa bertahan di dunia kesenian, bagi saya itu udah sesuatu yang sangat mewah.
Mungkin ada yang bilang, apa sih gunanya seni itu gitu. Tapi buktinya sendiri, seni masih ada.
Tapi ya seni itu ya hidup. Kita hidup di dalam seni, kita membangun seni itu sendiri. Jadi kita menjadi satu, bahwa kita hidup di dalam seni.
Hello everyone, welcome back again with me, Chef Putri, only at Satisfactory. Now we're gonna put more Parmesan cheese on top. I will be sharing with you guys one of the most easiest recipe for you guys to make at home. This is it, peanut butter seed cake. Only at Satisfactory, cook healthy and cook happy.
House of Blessing adalah rumah berkat. Jadi harapannya kita bisa menjadi berkat untuk dogi-dogi yang terlantar ini. Kita berikan second chance ini. Wadah di mana kami bisa memayungi atau memberikan keadilan bagi hewan-hewan ini. Di mana kesejahteraan kehidupan mereka ini bisa terjadi di lingkungan kita ya manusia gitu.
What's up you guys and welcome back to the channel. My name is Christian Hansen. In this video we will be exploring Are we ready guys? Yeah! I have a new video coming up tonight, so I have to make sure everything is ready, but this has been a great trip.
Maka yang terpenting adalah buka kacamatanya. Lakukan sesuatu yang tidak biasa dilakukan. Mencoba dengan cara yang lain, dengan meluaskan. Bahasa sederhananya, rubahlah paradigma pemikiran. Luaslah dalam berpikir, carilah sesuatu yang baru, sehingga dalam konteks ini kita akan menambah wawasan-wawasan dari paradigma kita yang lama. Salah satu tantangan besar dalam kehidupan itu adalah kehilangan. Kita ini adalah kumpulan memori. Tidak akan ada yang sia-sia hadir dalam kehidupan kita, melainkan hanya untuk memberikan pesan. Sadarilah bahwa kita sedang berurusan dengan memori diri kita sendiri, dan tidak ada orang lain yang bisa memperbaiki ini kecuali diri kita sendiri.
Welcome back to the Morning Show, everyone. And as mentioned prior to the break, we're now going to our first discussion of the morning.
Yes, very much so, Paul. And of course, the Indonesian government's transition will begin today and will be marked by significant changes, especially from the previous administration as well.
Correct,
right?
that's right. And Prabowo's proactive approach to international diplomacy has reflected his goal of boosting Indonesia's global standing. Now, many are expecting his administration to play a more direct role in foreign policy as compared to the previous government. And many believe that he is driven by a desire to make Indonesia a major player on the global stage.
Yes, and the number of government ministries have also set to increase under his leadership. This will likely have a significant impact to the country as well. However, it might also be a required measure to cover several shortcomings and foster sustainable development. And to know more about this, let's welcome CSIS Indonesia researcher Peter Pandi. Welcome, Peter, and
good morning.
Good morning here on the Morning Show.
Morning, glad to be here.
Yes, today will be a very historical day for Indonesia. We will have a new president, Prabowo Subianto, and also his vice president to be Gibran Raka Buming Raka, and entering his presidential tenure. Of course, Prabowo has mentioned that we will be facing economic challenges, sustainability challenges, and also, of course, geopolitical challenges as well. From your point of view, and also what you have been researching, how do you see the challenges faced by Indonesia, especially in the 5 years upcoming?
Well, there will be several challenges for the upcoming Prabowo administration. One of them will be probably to how he balances resources in the Indonesian financial and also human resources. Prabowo himself has pledged his commitment to a number of ambitious plans, including reducing poverty rates, the free lunch plan, modernizing our military, as well as ongoing infrastructural projects such as the new capital, Nusantara. So I think balancing financial resources and human resources and political attention to many of these issues who are ambitious and long-term in nature will certainly be a challenge for the administration coming forward.
Okay, we know that year one is always challenging for any new administration as well. So what are some of the policies that you think that our new government will be prioritizing in year one?
Internally, I think the focus will definitely be on food security or something along those lines. Prabowo has spoken a lot about his desire to work on poverty rates as well as the free lunch plan. We've already seen some instances where he's tested that Gibran as well in some schools, and I think that will be where his attention will be significantly focused on, domestically at least.
Okay.
Internationally, military modernization. This is the minimum essential framework has been going on since the late 2000s in the second SBY administration. It hasn't been completed as of yet, but we will be embarking on a new modernization plan this year, and I think Prabowo will be focusing his efforts on that as well.
And I think we saw some of that nearing his tail end as his tenure for defense minister as well, correct?
Yeah, and speaking of, as you mentioned before, the new policies, and there will also be a new administration, new cabinets, new ministries are said to be set up during Prabowo's administration as well. How do you see these ministries coming together, especially in promoting his key policies in the future, especially with the additional ones that are said to be put in place?
Right. So I guess with the cabinet, the exact appointees for ministerial positions are still rumors, right? Yes. There isn't actually official news coming as of yet. I think that'll be coming tomorrow. But the extension of ministries will also likely put a significant strain financially. I believe there's 43 ministries coming up in the administration, significantly more than countries such as China, the US, who are also big countries, big populations, but less ministries than us.
Right.
So I think that'll put a significant strain financially. But if the rumors are true, we've seen a few lists of who the political appointees will be for ministerial positions. And I think they're based on, number one is loyalty. So Prabowo will be awarding loyalists who have been with his cause since the beginning of his political journey, as well as to reduce the amount of opposition in his policymaking process. That will make policymaking and decision-making smoother on his regard, but will reduce opposition. So there's a give and take in that regard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's talk a little bit of defense. We touched on it a little bit earlier. What do you think that Prabowo's priorities will be regarding both domestic and foreign defense policy?
Right. For foreign defense policies, I think military this is a mix of foreign and domestic, of course, but military modernization, arms procurement will be top priority for him. He's already spoken about the need for a strong military translating to a strong country. And I think if we look back at his statements at the presidential debates, as well as statements he made at CSIS, where he made a foreign policy speech. I think military modernization and arms procurement will be a major focus for him. Outside of that, it's still a bit of a blur. He hasn't spoken about specific policies that he will embark upon outside of that, but yeah.
Okay, and as you mentioned before about strong defense policies, strong policies in the defense sector, can you please also tell us more on the cooperation with other countries? Because as we can see, there are 33 heads of states or those representing who will be in attendance. And then you also showed that he has strong focus on foreign policies, visiting more than 10 countries during his tenure as the defense minister as well. Can you please tell us more on that?
Right, so this is in line with Prabowo's good neighbor, so-called good neighbor policy that I think it was first announced at the CSIS foreign policy speech back in November last year. And this is very much in line with that, where, 1,000 friends is too few, one enemy is too many. I think Prabowo has a very internationalist outlook. He wants to cooperate with all countries. So his visits to foreign countries, especially to great powers such as China, Russia, Australia, and Turkey as well, shows that he's open to cooperation with any great power or middle power that's open to, that will contribute to Indonesia's national interests.
What about Indonesia's position right now, especially regarding the geopolitical tensions that is happening?
Well, in the Indo-Pacific at least, Indonesia faces a lot of security related issues, such as the ones in the South China Sea. Myanmar is another, cross-strait relations between Beijing and Taipei are another. So I think there should be a significant focus moving forward, especially given Prabowo's defense background. He's certainly aware of these security issues and will sort of curtail a strategy of procurement and sort of an outlook of security that will address these issues, I believe.
Okay. I found that in Joko Widodo's tenure, he always managed to put Indonesia in a position where we're always walking that perfect line in between, walking that middle line and not being on one side or the other, but able to kind of, I would say, make sure that we're quite neutral in many situations. Do you think this is likely to continue, especially from a defense perspective, especially if we're doing things such as procuring more military weapons and things of that sort?
Right. So I don't. This is a long-standing foreign policy tradition in Indonesia. It certainly predates Jokowi's sort of approach to foreign policy, and I don't think Prabowo is going to rock the boat too much to that approach. I do think he will continue to play that non-alignment sort of position, walk a tightrope between competing global powers. But I do think Prabowo's personal style when it comes to foreign policy is that he will certainly be more active and more assertive than Jokowi. Jokowi was not too interested in foreign policy outside of economic diplomacy that would serve domestic projects infrastructure-wise. But Prabowo, I believe, if we look at his statements at Shangri-La Dialogue, held by the IISS in Singapore, he's more open to, he wants Indonesia to have a role in global affairs, especially in issues such as the Middle East and Ukraine. He's spoken a lot about those. So I think moving forward, Prabowo himself, at least, will want to appear on the global stage and want Indonesia to have a role in that regard.
Okay. Interesting.
Yes, and moving back to domestic affairs and also what is happening here in Indonesia, there is a number of additional ministries which will be added in his new administration. But of course, we would like to also know more regarding Prabowo and also Gibran Raka Buming Raka, because today was also a historical moment because we will be having the eldest president and also the youngest vice president. How do you think these two age groups will play into play, especially in policy making and going forward, especially in the new administration and for the Indonesian public?
Right. So the vice president traditionally hasn't really had a clear role in Indonesian politics. The role is obviously assigned and agreed upon with the president himself. So I think if we base it upon, there have been recent reports of how Gibran will assign tasks to his special staffs. And I think most of those will be focusing on domestic issues, such as human resource development, social assistance, and things like that. And Prabowo will probably take upon a mixed bag, but mostly on foreign policy and defense issues. And I think that's where the split is. So Prabowo will mostly look outward and a little bit inward on projects such as poverty and food security. And Gibran will be focusing entirely on domestic issues. So I think that's how the dynamics will be moving forward, although Indonesia is quite a dynamic political environment, so we'll see how that goes in the next 5 years.
Okay. And lastly, are you expecting any significant policy changes when it comes to this new administration?
I do expect Prabowo to continue a lot of the economic and development policies that were put in place under Jokowi's administration. After all, he did win the election based upon the premise that of continuation, that he will continue a lot of these policies. But on the other end, Prabowo is a man that has gone through elections multiple times and is his own man, political-wise. He has his own outlook, he has his own political ideology, so I do think he will have his own political style and focus on policies that are more his own. The free meal lunch program is one of those, poverty is another, and defense and foreign policy obviously will be a significant embark from Jokowi. So I think it'll be a 50-50, not necessarily a pure continuation of the Jokowi era.
All right. So plenty to look forward to, obviously, and this is just the first day of many as we look forward to our new administration. Peter, thank you so much for coming by and sharing your thoughts with us and our viewers as well. And as you can see, we're now seeing live shots of the House of Representatives, I believe, or the People's Consultative Assembly, as we're seeing the arrivals right now. And this is a live feed that we are seeing.
Yes, as we can see here, this is live from the Senayan complex in Jakarta, Indonesia. As we can see, guests are now starting to arrive and taking their seats.
And this will basically be where everything begins.
Yes.
And before the convoy will travel to the Merdaka Palace.
Yes. And then we will be, of course, witnessing together how Prabowo Subianto and also his Vice President Gibran Raka Buming Raka will be inaugurated by the MPR, or the House of Representatives,
Consultative Assembly.
The People Consultative Assembly here in Senayan. And after that, we will also be witnessing together. He will first address the nation, his first national address, the presidential address this morning. And then after that, we will, of course, witness how he will convoy down Sudirman Street all the way to Tamrin and also the Merdeka Palace.
And lucky for us, we have teams on standby at each and every location, and we will send you live reports from each of those milestone moments. But that's all coming up later on. We're going to take another short break here on the program, but we have more updates from the Indonesian presidential inauguration. So stay with us on the C Morning Show. We'll be right back after this.
Indonesia has many endemic species. Its wildness and uniqueness make its existence threatened with extinction. So, how do they try to conserve?
Air butuh tempat, tanaman butuh tempat, hewan-hewan butuh tempat.
Bersama-sama melindungi yang ada di sini ya.
Kita jaga, kita rawat, dan kita lestarikan.
Only in Wild Cage.
Indonesia is holding the second Indonesia Africa Forum and the 2024 High-Level Forum on Multi-Stakeholder Partnerships, or HLFMS, in Bali.
After the Israeli army's withdrawal following a 3-day operation in Nur Sham's camp in the occupied West Bank, residents returned to find their home reduced to scorched ruins.
So stay with us right here on Extra Nation today.
See Indonesia, see the world, see today. Bye-bye.
House of Blessing adalah rumah berkat. Jadi harapannya kita bisa menjadi berkat untuk dogi-dogi yang terlantar ini. Kita berikan second chance ini. Wadah di mana kami bisa memayungi atau memberikan keadilan bagi hewan-hewan ini. Di mana kesejahteraan kehidupan mereka ini bisa terjadi di lingkungan kita ya, manusia gitu.
The Alpha generation, or also known as millennial children, is the youngest generation today. Cancel culture is an advancement of a series of bolder social process in the form of boycotts or canceling.
John F. Kennedy became the youngest president in the history of the United States. The main cause of the outbreak of the Chinese Revolution was disappointment with the Qing Dynasty government.
Introduced in the Meiji period, grilled beef patties known as Hamburg sticks became popular dishes in Japanese cuisine. Best served piping hot with a side of bread, soup kambing is one of those comfort foods that you just can't get enough of.
We try to cook all the parts of any animal we choose to cook with, like pigs, chicken, or beef. We use the liver, we use the kidney, we use the brain when we can. We use everything.
Seni itu udah jalan hidup saya ya Mas ya. Bisa bertahan di dunia kesenian, bagi saya itu udah sesuatu yang sangat mewah.
Mungkin ada yang bilang, apa sih gunanya seni itu gitu. Tapi buktinya sendiri, seni masih ada.
Satu ya, seni itu ya hidup. Kita hidup di dalam seni, kita membangun seni itu sendiri. Jadi kita menjadi satu, bahwa kita hidup di dalam seni.
No luggage. May the road lead us. Rail is the main form of transport in Japan. We decide to give it a try, even though we don't have much experience with train travel. They are real ladies who have been trained for many years in traditional Japanese arts until they attain perfection as artists.
All right, welcome back to the C Morning Show, everyone. Very exciting morning for all of us as the ceremonies have begun.
Yes, because today we will be, of course, witnessing a ceremony to welcome President Prabowo and bid farewell to our 7th President Jokowi, which will take place at the Merdaka Palace.
That's right, and to find out more, we're now going to connect with our very own news team of Adin Fatoni and Nico Arianto, who is at the Merdaka Palace. Adin, good morning. What have you got for us?
Good morning, everyone in the studio. So, after the inauguration was then concluded in the House of Representatives / the People's Assembly building, the president's event for today will move to the Presidential Palace here. The ceremony or the farewell / welcoming ceremony of the president will commence as soon as the inspector of the ceremony arrives at the premise. But currently, by looking at the schedule, in terms of the departure of the 7th President Joko Widodo, we get information that shortly at around 8:30 a.m., President Joko Widodo will depart to the inauguration event that will take place in the House of Representatives / the People's Consultative Assembly building in Senayan, Jakarta. And after that event concluded, then the ceremony of farewell or the welcoming ceremony here then will begin as soon as the 7th President Joko Widodo and the President Prabowo Subianto arrive at the premise. Shortly after their arrival back at the Presidential Palace, the ceremony will commence. The commander of the ceremony, Colonel Danang Prasetyo Wibowo, will enter the premise. The troops will be ready, and after that, the inspector will then check the readiness of the troops that comprises of all the 3 combined forces, the Navy, the Army, and the Air Force, plus the police force in front of the Merdaka Palace. After the inspector, the 7th President and the President Prabowo Subianto have checked the readiness of the troops. Both of them will then stand back to the Merdaka Palace. Then the welcoming the farewell ceremony concluded. That's all on preview for this later in the afternoon ceremony or welcoming or farewell ceremony in the Merdaka Palace. Thanks to everybody in the studio.
Alrighty, thank you so much, Adin and Nico, for your report. Now, moving on, we can see, we have a lot of people out there waiting for the event to be happening. But I need to say this because, just for the safety of people, it's very important if you're out there to always bring a water bottle or some sort of umbrella to keep you shaded.
I thought you were going to say sunblock, but yeah, good idea.
And sunblock.
True.
Because in a mass
day
like
today.
this, it's very, very hard for you to find a shielded place,
Correct.
especially water, because there's going to be so many people. So make sure you bring something to bring as well.
All right. Now, we're actually now going to take a look at some live images back at the People's Consultative Assembly, where more members of, there's going to be members of parliament arriving, ministers as well. We'll see if we can get you that live feed right now. As we said, at around 8 a.m., between 8 and 9 a.m., we're going to have many arrivals there as well. So we're going to try to check out that feed. In the meantime, though, again, here we go. Let's have a look at it on the big screen.
And it was also informed earlier that Indonesia's 6th president, Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, have also arrived to witness the inauguration of Prabowo Subianto.
Would have been nice to have him grace us with a special performance as well.
Very much so, especially.
That's right.
And then, of course, it was also informed that besides Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, Megawati have said that she will not be attending because due to health reasons. And you can see together here, there are still more visit. Here we have Yasona Lawli, who have also just attended at the People Consultative Assembly.
We also had earlier the head of the Elections Commission arriving just after 8 a.m.
And if you can see also the interior design of the Consultative Assembly as we are now witnessing on screen, it is designed by Prabowo's son.
Is that right?
Yes.
Interesting.
And it has a natural theme.
I love it. I see a lot of green.
Yes,
Notice that.
because of course, as we all know, Indonesia is very green.
And here we are, you can see Yusuf Kala as well as his wife arriving in the NPR, or the People Consultative Party in the building.
And of course, as we all know, Yusuf Kala has served as vice president for both Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono and also President Joko Widodo as
Correct.
well.
2 terms. Indeed. And that is Ibu Mufidah Yusuf Kala next to him as they walk the red carpet, if you will. I love how they have a red carpet. I mean, it's just very fitting for an occasion such as this one.
Yes. And we have to also put in mind that today we will have 33 heads of state invited to witness the inauguration of our soon-to-be 8th president, Prabowo Subianto, and of course his vice president, Gibran Raka Buming Raka.
All right, well, moving on. Outside, President Joko Widodo is expected to attend Prabowo Subianto's inauguration at the Indonesian Parliament complex.
That's right. Earlier, we had a live report from inside the grounds of the Merdaka Palace, but now we are going to connect to our news team again, Adin and Nico, on Jalan Kertanegara. But outside of the Merdaka Palace grounds, we have Adelia Dinda and Dipta Adiwiguna, and they are now live and going to connect with us. Adin, are you there? Or Adel, excuse me.
Yes, good morning, Paul, Jasmine, and Sarah. So the incumbent Indonesian President Joko Widodo is expected to attend the inauguration of the newly elected President and Vice President Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Raka Buming Raka that will take place this morning at the Parliamentary Complex, Jakarta. And President Joko Widodo is expected to depart from the Merdaka Palace at around 9 a.m. this morning. And although there is no any written rule or obligation for the incumbent president to attend the inauguration of the newly elected president, however, this has become a long tradition among the former Indonesian presidents to attend the inauguration of the newly elected president. And ever since 6 a.m. this morning, several staffs were seen preparing and cleaning the front yard of the Merdaka Palace to prepare to the welcoming of the newly inaugurated President Prabowo Subianto this afternoon. And as of now, as you can see behind me, the situation outside the Merdaka Palace is still pretty empty, with minimum security personnel and security measurement to be seen around and outside the palace. However, the road itself around the palace has been closed closed ever since 6 a.m. this morning. And there is also an entertainment stage that is being set up right across the palace that is already full with public and also the security personnel that cannot wait to witness the big day. And prior to Jokowi's departure, we can also expect security measurement around and outside the palace. However, we have not seen any security measurement up until now, but we will continue to monitor it until the departure of President Jokowi that will be expected at around 9 a.m. this morning. And right at the front yard of the palace, there are also two big tents that are already being set up on the left and also the right side of the front yard for the farewell ceremony that will take place this afternoon at the palace. And later on, President Jokowi is expected to depart from the gate right behind me, the black gate right behind me, to strictly head to the parliamentary complex to attend the inauguration. And the inauguration itself will start at around 10 a.m. and will be opened by People's Consultative Assembly Speaker Ahmad Muzani. Afterwards, the chair of the General Elections Commissions, KPU Muhammad Afifuddin, will read the KPU decision on the national election results, which will be followed by the taking of oath of office by the new president and vice president, which then will be followed by another inaugural speech by the newly elected president. And moving on, after the inauguration, Jokowi is expected to depart first from Parliamentary Complex straight to the Merdaka Palace to prepare to welcome his successor in a handover ceremony before receiving the farewell procession. And not long after that, Prabowo will then head to the Presidential Palace in the company of a motor parade after taking his oath of office at the Parliamentary Complex. And this farewell and handover ceremony is expected to take place at around 2 p.m. local time and will be ended with the departure of Jokowi to leave for Solo through Halim Perdana Kusuma Airport, as he will leave around 3 p.m. local time. And according to the information that I gathered on the ground, Prabowo is also expected to accompany Jokowi to depart to the airport. However, there has been no further confirmation on this yet. And we will continue to give you the updates later on. Back to studio.
All right, Adele and Deepta, thank you so much for your report. Obviously, it's going to be a busy morning for you there at the Merdaka Palace, so we will check in with you a little later on. Thank you. All right, there you go, guys. Still a bit quiet at the Merdaka Palace because everyone's still over at the People Consultative Assembly, but we will obviously follow along on all of these locations and report to you the live happenings as it takes place.
Yes, but in the meantime, we have to take another break here on the C Morning Show, but don't go anywhere and stay with us here on C Today.
Ini itu udah jalan hidup saya ya Mas ya. Bisa bertahan di dunia kesenian, bagi saya itu udah sesuatu yang sangat mewah.
Mungkin ada yang bilang, apa sih gunanya seni itu gitu. Tapi buktinya sendiri, seni masih ada.
Tapi ya seni itu ya hidup. Kita hidup di dalam seni, kita membangun seni itu sendiri. Jadi kita menjadi satu, bahwa kita hidup di dalam seni.
No luggage. May the road lead us. Rail is the main form of transport in Japan. We decide to give it a try, even though we don't have much experience with train travel. They are real ladies who have been trained for many years in traditional Japanese arts until they attain perfection as artists.
House of Blessing adalah rumah berkat. Jadi harapannya kita bisa menjadi berkat untuk dogi-dogi yang terlantar ini. Kita berikan second chance ini. Wadah di mana kami bisa memayungi atau memberikan keadilan bagi hewan-hewan ini. Di mana kesejahteraan kehidupan mereka ini bisa terjadi di lingkungan kita ya manusia gitu.
Seni itu udah jalan hidup saya ya Mas ya. Bisa bertahan di dunia kesenian, bagi saya itu udah sesuatu yang sangat mewah.
Mungkin ada yang bilang, apa sih gunanya seni itu gitu. Tapi buktinya sendiri, seni masih ada.
Tapi ya seni itu ya hidup. Kita hidup di dalam seni, kita membangun seni itu sendiri. Jadi kita menjadi satu, bahwa kita hidup di dalam seni.
Solar ini dari Indonesia, khususnya dari Sulawesi Selatan dan Tenggara, terus dari Maluku sampai ke Raja Ampat Papua.
Untuk mama sendiri atau polypterus ini dia itu cukup hardy sih. Jadi untuk range airnya sendiri bisa toleransi agak jauh. Jadi mungkin beberapa ikan cuma bisa di pH basah atau cuma bisa di pH asam. Dia bisa di pH sekitar 5 sampai 8 itu dia masih oke.
Citizens, percaya nggak sih ada orang yang nggak buang sampah selama hampir 20 tahun?
Kita punya metode. Jadi sampah-sampah dapur yang begitu bermasalah bagi orang lain, bagi kami justru kita butuhkan. Mungkin seminggu kita bisa nampung bisa 1 ton. Begitu saya masukkan ternyata solusinya luar biasa. Dan sekarang ini saya kekurangan sampah.
Astaga.
Sampah organik ya.
Jangan lewatkan teman bicara di City Today.
Yes, the celebrations have started already, basically, but the early parts of it anyway. And welcome back to the C Morning Show. We're still bringing you live coverage of the presidential and vice presidential inauguration day. And we're now going to send you back to our news team of Andira Putri and Dian Merdekawati, who are now at the Indonesian Parliament complex at the People's Consultative Assembly. Andira, what's up over there at the MPR building?
Yes, morning, Paul. As we are getting closer to the official inaugurations of Indonesia President and Vice President, currently the Vice President-elect Gibran Rakabuming Raka, along with his spouse, Selvi Ananda, has just arrived at the People Consultative Assembly buildings as well as House of Representative building in here at Senayan, South Jakarta. So Gibran is wearing the Betawi traditional attire, and then he came separately from his running mate Prabowo Subianto, who is currently still on his residence at Kertanegara, South Jakarta. Again, we still have around 1.5 hours before the official inaugurations begin at 10 a.m. And aside from the Vice President-elect Gibran Rakabuming Raka, we also see that there are more leaders of the political parties that have arrived here. So earlier in here we have the leaders of Nasdem, the chairman of Nasdem, Surya Paloh, and then from a different entrance. So the entrance which is being used by Gibran Rakabuming Raka is the same entrance that most of the political party leaders are currently passing. We also have the chairman of PAN, Zulkifli Hasan, chairman of PKB, Muhaimin Iskandar, and then we also have a lot of the VIP guests that are currently already inside the Nusantara building at the House of Representatives. So aside from that, this official inaugurations was also interesting because aside from the political leaders who are a part of the support team that helped the Prabowo and Gibran to win the presidential elections, there is also some of his competitors during the presidential and vice presidential elections that are also attending the inauguration process. So earlier, we have Anies Baswedan who already come to show his support despite everything, despite losing the presidential elections to Prabowo and Gibran, he still come here. And there's also the Muhaimin Iskandar who is also the chairman of PKB and is currently a part of the coalition of Prabowo and Gibran. So right now we are still waiting for Prabowo Subianto to come here at the Nusantara building in Senayan, Jakarta. And then aside from them, we also still waiting for the Indonesia 7 President Jokowi, who will also attend the ceremony itself. And aside from him, there's also more guests from the 33 countries. And there are also previous leaders, such as earlier we already see there is a family of the late Abdurrahman Wahid, Indonesia 4th President. And then aside from him, we will also have the Indonesia 6th President, Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, as well as several vice presidents that will attend here to show their support and also to honor the official inaugurations of Prabowo Gibran. And then we'll continue to give you further updates about this as we are still around 1.5 hours before the official inauguration begin. Back to the studio.
All right, Andira, thank you so much to you and Dian. Please do continue to stand by. As we know right now, there is a live feed that we were showing you from the residence of President-elect Prabowo Subianto at Jalan Kertanegara. And I believe what we were seeing was his vehicle that is set to depart, which means that he may be making his way very soon over to the house, complex. Yeah.
Because it is also informed before by the team that Prabowo Subianto has arrived at Jalan Kertanegara 4. And he is now joined by his family, and it is said that he is preparing, probably they have family prayers together, as mentioned. And then after that, he will depart with his son towards the parliamentary complex in Senayan. And as we can see here on screen,
that's right,
there are a number of head of political parties who have filled in the seats at the parliamentary complex. And this, as we can see here, is also a member of the Gerindra party.
And here's the back. We're going to send you back actually now back to the residence of, Kertanegara, where all the press and media are just waiting now for the appearance. It will be the first appearance of the day, where the vehicle, as you can see, is ready, which means any moment now we will be seeing Prabowo Subianto making his way and begin the first leg of this very momentous day, the journey over to the House of Representatives and the People's Consultative Assembly.
What an exciting day indeed.
Yes, and we are waiting for the departure of Prabowo Subianto alongside with his son, Didit Hadi Prasetyo, who will be departing for the parliamentary complex in Senayan. And then it is also informed that after Prabowo have departed along with Didit Hadi Prasetyo, until then, President Jokowi will be traveling from the Merdaka Palace.
Yeah, all this has to be coordinated quite well, because we're trying to make sure that everything is in sync for basically the handover of the leadership of our country.
And these are VVIP people in our country. So again, going back to the security officers who are working on the streets today, good luck for you all, because there's a lot of people that they have to manage right now.
Yeah, funny you should say that, Jasmine, because we're looking at the people arriving at the house.
See, people are already.
There you go. Plenty of support and banners being held, Indonesian flags. It's just a very festive, and I think we're here in the studio, but I believe you really have to be right there on the streets to feel how festive today actually is. And I'm glad the weather is actually beautiful for this occasion.
Yes, and not only that, you have to also remember that all the billboards, all these past week, have also been filled with gratitude. Thank you, President Joko Widodo. Thank you, Vice President Ma'ruf Amin, and also welcoming Prabowo Subianto and also Raka Buming Raka into their post as well.
It's really nice, isn't it? Because seeing after we went through the campaigning, the elections, it's really nice to have the country really unite on this day.
Of course, and in this footage itself, this is a very prominent picture that we have seen over the past couple of days, with Prabowo inviting a lot of political members as well as government people to his house in discussion to be in his cabinet and so forth. And we've seen a lot of characters coming in and out of these gates over the past couple of days as well. A lot of different assumptions of who is going where.
It's a big guessing game, isn't it right now? And I think even today there'll be none of those questions will be answered, because I believe it will be tomorrow where the official announcement and appointments will take place. And Sarah mentioned earlier, there's going to be many additions, many changes to the ministries and ministers, not to mention our deputy ministers as well. So we'll have to wait for all of that. That's a day, that'll be the working day. Very fitting that that's a Monday, because today is a day for celebrations and today is a Sunday. And there we have another live look right now.
Here we are once again seeing the live update from the parliamentary complex in Senayan, Jakarta, with the red carpet ready to welcome the guests and also those who will be attending the inauguration of our 8th president, Prabowo Subianto. And we also have to put in mind that later on, after Prabowo Subianto will be inaugurated, he will also be delivering his first presidential address to the nation as well.
Very much looking forward to what he has to say, and I'm sure the rest of the nation is as well. There is Surya Paloh, who is chairman of Nasdem as well, one of the political parties in Indonesia. But again, as we mentioned, today is a day where there are no oppositions. Everybody's here as one in order to support the handover and inauguration of the new president. And this is actually, I was asking you guys prior to the program, do you remember where you were on October 20th, 2019, October 20th, 2014? It's really hard to remember exactly where I was, but I definitely don't remember as many heads of states from foreign countries, like 33 of them coming in as we did today. And I think that is credit to the last 10 years of Jokowi's administration. President Joko Widodo has certainly strengthened a lot of relations with other countries. And that is
ties,
very much so. And I think that really has made the incoming president's job perhaps a little bit easier in that sense when it comes to foreign policies. We spoke to PD earlier in regards to how well we are able to have these relationships with other countries, and having all of our visitors, like you mentioned, Sarah, really speaks to that. It's really testament to show that Indonesia is really a player on a global stage.
Yes, and especially celebrating a new president. I mean, from passing on the baton from President Joko Widodo to later on the president-elect Prabowo Subianto will also be a very festive moment, because I can recall when first President Joko Widodo was inaugurated as our president in 2014. Back then, there was also a big convoy with big celebration on the street as well. So now there's another euphoria, especially with Prabowo Subianto being elected to the post.
But this is, a start of something new, because, as you know, this is a shift from previous presidency where they've done 2 terms consecutively. So SBA before that also did 10 years. So this is, a fresh look to see what the government has to offer with this new vision that he has. As Peter mentioned earlier, he was very focused on international relations, military procurements. There you go, all the lingos that I'm not sure about when it comes to military stuff. But yeah, it just shows that, the mind is still, different. It has a different approach. However, again, he has stated over and over again that he still wants to follow through President Joko Widodo's legacy as well, to continue what he has done for Indonesia. And, just sharing more of his opinions as well as thoughts throughout the cabinet. And I also appreciate the fact that he added a lot of professors and people who are, very professional from their field to go into his cabinet in the future.
Which we are still awaiting for his official announcement from President Prabowo Subianto.
There's a lot of guessing going on because we saw a lot of people arriving at his residence.
They were invited to Kertanegara.
Correct.
And don't forget the 2-day briefing at Hambalang as well.
Yes, the
which
retreat.
We have, the retreat, yes. And then after that, it was said that those who have been appointed or inaugurated later on as the minister and vice minister will also be participating in an outbound.
In a military outbound,
yes,
by the
military
way.
outbound in Magelang. So,
it's not just any outbound where you can go to a flying foxhole. They actually have to train.
This is an actual real.
Yes.
Actually, I've heard of things like this happening, and when we talk about it happening in a workplace, it's really kind of team building and to strengthen bonds. And I can
uniting
imagine
the
how well that
vision
would do.
together. So, because of course they have a great responsibility, challenges for the next 5 years. How Indonesia needs to shift, because of course we are a great middle power, but with the rising global tensions going on, with the economic challenges as well, and of course don't forget we also have a great massive project Nusantara in place as well. So it's a great big homework, and also has so many things on the plate for the next 5-10 years probably next year.
And we haven't even touched on that yet this morning, the fact that the capital city for the new government will be taking place elsewhere outside of Jakarta for the very first time. That project is well underway. We covered all of that during the Independence Day celebrations, where it was partially celebrated there. We're seeing the team get ready here. We're looking at our own images of the residence for Prabowo Subianto, but right now what you are seeing is the live feed as more guests continue to arrive. Jasmine mentioned earlier VIPs. I don't think I've seen a non-VIP guest so far arriving at the House of Representatives and the People's Consultative Assembly. Very important people, and rightfully so.
And I think you can also see there's a few foreigners that have also arrived. So it's expecting, different countries coming in, as you said, from the invitees.
And once again, we can see here on screen that there is Yusuf Kala, who have arrived earlier, and also Amin Rais, who have also taken a seat at the parliamentary complex in Senayan. And as mentioned by our news team on site, that Gibran Raka Buming Raka have also arrived at Senayan, and also along with his family, ready to be inaugurated as well this morning.
We haven't gotten a shot of him yet, but I believe that Adinda mentioned that he was wearing a Betawi
outfit.
I'm
Yes.
very interested to see what the
It seems like
looks like.
the door has been opened, so waiting for his arrival to the car door.
All right, that's
very tense to see.
tense moments because once it
Yes.
begins, that's when everything starts to get rolling, and it's really not that far away, especially on a Sunday where roads have been cleared, security is in place. So,
And people are also waiting for his arrival at the parliamentary complex. As we can see here, members of parliament, including a young member of parliament, Parliament Baramasta, is also can be seen here. And speaking of young, we also be having a young vice president as well, 37 years old.
I think it's a perfect time. I mean, we talk about it all the time throughout the election campaigns. We did note that we have such a large young voting population where it's like over 50% of our voters were at a young age voting for the first time. By the way, we're now seeing our 6th Indonesian president, SBY, was arriving right now.
Or Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono. Oh, the welcomers are wearing a traditional Nusantara or Kalimantan outfit.
Yes, as you can see here, there's also one from Nusa Tenggara as well, Kalimantan as well. And this is also reflected on the stages throughout the whole road closure.
Oh, is that right?
Sudirman Tamrin.
There we go.
Kalimantan.
Okay, there we go. We're going to have a look. There we just saw images of Prabowo Subianto entering the presidential vehicle that will now be leaving his residential complex to go to the parliamentary complex in Senayan. And we're going to see... Good.
Yeah, we'll be beginning the convoy of our president-elect Prabowo Subianto from his residence at
We're hoping that he's going to open the window because there are many onlookers nearby.
Yes, of course.
And if he does, there we go.
Oh, there we go.
And giving a salute to everyone there outside of his complex. And plenty of smiles and a wave as well. Look at all those cameras, all the onlookers. And they're getting the first look of the soon we'll be dropping the elect. We'll be dropping the elect off of that title very soon, as the vehicle now is leaving the complex, accompanied by a security convoy.
And we have to put in mind that remember that during this convoy there will also be people from all sorts of backgrounds lined up all across the street to, of course, welcome our president-elect, our soon-to-be president.
Yeah, members of the press literally running alongside the vehicle to try to get a glimpse of the new president or soon-to-be new president.
You know what this reminds me of, Paul? When the Pope came. The Pope's visit.
And remember, look at this. All of the children, everyone from all backgrounds coming together, waving the red and white Indonesian flag.
I love it. And you got to imagine, they've been there for hours.
Yes.
The dress code, everyone's wearing white shirts. Like, it's just, it's a really clean look, and everyone's just kind of united as one, and I love that.
And as Jasmine mentioned, because when you were driving here to the studio, there were people from all over Indonesia who were coming in buses ready to welcome Prabowo Subianto and also Gibran Raka Buming Raka.
So now the convoy is officially on its way, and I guess the timing would be perfect, and we're still getting a feed because we're actually getting a live feed from the front of the vehicle. But I suppose most, if not all, of the guests have already arrived at the parliamentary complex because they would have had to before Prabowo Subianto makes his
before the door closes.
And of course, remember, after Prabowo Subianto have arrived or have departed, then President Jokowi will then depart from the Merdaka Palace as well.
Correct. And that's usually the process for the, and we're right now checking in with some of our feeds because what we're going to do throughout the day is we're going to follow along as everything takes place in the parliamentary complex. Then when everyone makes their move to the Merdaka Palace, which is down the street from here, we will start to follow along and give you reports as well. Here's a look again. I mean, look at how happy everyone is. Big smiles all around.
They have arrived. This is a street near Jalan Kertanegara 4 or Prabowo Subianto's residence. So therefore, they have been awaiting since early in the morning to welcome him down the street. And here we are waiting for our President-elect Prabowo Subianto's convoy.
So you can see also that the
down.
roads have also been sterilized for his entryway to the House of Representatives, as well as the Consultative People's Assembly arena, right?
And no rush for the convoy because, again, it's really nice that he's rolled down the windows to show appreciation for all those that have come out to support him on this special day, as well as his administration. So they're obviously not going to speed their way through the streets. They might as well enjoy the moment while it is there and show the people the appreciation that they deserve.
I think we can see the car there.
Yes. And we have to also remember that later on there will be 13 locations where there will be entertainment provided for the masses.
Big names, right?
Big names. There will be Dewa 19.
You said Dewa 19.
Here we go.
And then, of course, you have to also put in mind that it will start from the Sudirman area, the Senayan area, all through Tamrin. And in just a moment, we will be giving you a glimpse of what the situation is like on site on the streets of Sudirman.
Right. So again, we've got a live feed set up from aerial view, basically, of Bundaran Senayan. Bundaran Senayan itself is not far from Pak Prabowo's residence, so they will be making their way through there, through the Semanggi area. And if you're familiar with Jakarta, that's all very close by as well. And if you're familiar, I'm sure you guys know exactly where this is, right? If you look left and right.
Yes. For a second, I thought they were going to show my house because I live really close by here, so I was a bit anxious. Like, don't.
And here, more people dressed. And before we saw those in white, and red. We got all the flag colors ready.
I have to mention, it is also such a beautiful day outside.
It is.
It's not raining.
Sunny.
It's sunny. Everyone's happy.
A beautiful day for such a historic moment.
Yeah, Mother Nature is on our side this morning. And,
of course.
And here we go. So we are now heading very close to that roundabout that we have an aerial view set up where we're going to give you an overhead shot of the presidential vehicle making its way. And I believe it's close. It's around right there now.
It is. It is. So on the side there is...
I take this route many times throughout the week. It's usually a busy intersection, but today, obviously, the streets are completely clear for this special journey.
They're going past through the Bundaran Senayan area.
Saw a big smile there.
Very big smile, of course. I mean, it's a huge day for him. You know, he's tried to be president and have campaigned several times, and you know what they say, third time's a charm.
Hey, yeah, third time lucky and broke through. And here you see all the military, the troops that you mentioned earlier, Jasmine. There they are. I mean, thousands of them on standby.
They're just on the streets, hey.
But everything's very in a peaceful sense,
very
right?
Peaceful, yeah.
And he is now going down the street in his defense minister plated car. And later on, after he has arrived, he has taken the inauguration, he will once again drive down the street in a president plate car.
That's right. It'll be RI1, I believe.
Yes, RI1 later on.
We're always referring to that. And look at that. Now we're seeing an actual glimpse because earlier we saw the residential area. Now this is the main street of Sudirman. This, if you're not familiar with Jakarta, is basically the business district of the city that heads into central Jakarta. This is actually where the beginning of central Jakarta starts. There you see Prabowo Subianto with a big wave. Yeah, I waved back.
Yeah, I know.
It was just a reflex.
And here we can see also cars from the invited heads of states.
Correct.
As we can see earlier, there was
Japanese
flag from the car. And of course, everyone is now heading to the Senayan or the parliamentary complex because it is scheduled that the inauguration ceremony will begin at 10 a.m.
Right, and if you use any of those map applications, you would know that where they are right now, they're probably only a couple of minutes away, especially with no traffic on the way. But again...
I mean, even with traffic, his residence or private residence to the complex is very, very close, relatively pretty close, actually, when you're comparing to Jakarta traffic. So I believe this extra added layer of sterilization would just make it pretty, swiftly and briefly for him to go there.
Now, the stages that Sarah was mentioning earlier will then be situated between the House of Representatives and People's Consultative Assembly and the Merdaka Palace, or the Presidential Palace.
Because there will be 13 locations. More masses here.
Look at that.
We can see that there are people from all groups, from all backgrounds, ready to welcome our president elect later on to be President Prabowo Subianto.
People coming out in droves, and obviously we are right now reporting to you from Jakarta, but like Jasmine mentioned earlier, there are people from all over Indonesia, right?
Actually, the footage before that, I think it's really close to our studio, isn't it?
It was.
Correct.
It is in Medan Merdeka.
So they're
near
standing
Merdaka
by for
Palace.
what happens later.
Yes, and also they're standing by probably if they can get a glimpse of President Jokowi Widodo, his last ride from the palace
Correct.
towards the parliamentary complex as President of Indonesia.
Good point. Good point.
I mean, it's also a very sweet gesture that he's doing as well after he, stepped down as being president. Instead of going to, a nearby place in Jakarta, he's actually going back to his home place, that is Solo.
Yes.
And it's a bit sentimental to think because, he's always been a simple man. And he's
Family
always
man.
said that he's always wanted to just, retire and be, and, stay at home, really. So the fact that he's making this move so quick after his, him finishing being president is it's sweet.
That's
in
right.
my opinion, it's very sweet.
And we have also brought you the news and also the updates of how the people in Solo have been preparing for his arrival with welcome with murals and of course the art installation as well. And here we are also seeing more footage.
So that was
from
earlier
different locations.
the presidential vehicle. Then, so this is closer to our studio.
Yes,
This is normally where Car Free Day takes place, right? The busy part of it. It looks like Car Free Day, but even just more colorful. Now, we just saw the presidential vehicle passing through Semanggi. Semanggi is basically the cross intersection where there's a flyover, where basically this lane will now take him over to the complex.
Yes, we can see that he is entering.
Yeah, just a couple hundred meters away now.
Which is getting closer to the parliamentary complex in Senayan.
And, you were talking earlier about President Joko Widodo. Can you imagine what it's like after giving a decade of service to finally have the weight of leading the nation lifted off your shoulders and just be passed on to somebody else? It must be as well a very happy day.
What would you have done, Paul? What would you do the first time? The first thing you do or say or eat or whatever if you were president?
Take my kids to the beach. Oh, after being president?
Yeah,
I would
so
take
say
my
you're
kids and
Jokowi
hang out at a beach the next day.
Or
Take a week
probably
off.
Or in President Joko Widodo's case, grandkids as well. Right? Because remember, he's a grandfather now as well.
That's right. And here we are, the final moments before the presidential vehicle arrives with President-elect Prabowo Subianto arrives at the parliamentary complex, just making its last leg. And this is when I suppose, having that red carpet, we're going to see that red carpet entrance of Prabowo Subianto before all of the commemorations begin inside.
And then later on, during the 10 a.m. procession, we will be all together, witnessing together, watching it together on the screen because here we are in the studio. But we will also be witnessing a very, very unique tradition, which is the switching of the seats later on.
Yes.
The presidents.
Which is what I'm actually excited about.
Yeah. Where later on, we will be now witnessing once again how President Joko Widodo will be switching the presidential seats with President Prabowo Subianto once he has been inaugurated.
And that's when we can start officially calling him
President Prabowo Subianto, the 8th President of the Republic of Indonesia.
Correct. There you go. And again, See Today News Network will be continuing throughout the day to bring you live feeds. We have live reports with our teams on site at several different locations. And of course, we will be sharing with you more information in regards to what's happening throughout the day as well.
And we can see also that Prabowo Subianto, our President-elect Prabowo Subianto,
he's about to enter, hey.
Yes, he is entering the complex right now.
The gates. And there we go. If many of you are familiar with this area, we know that this is that long roadway that leads right into the front entrance. Beautiful. I hope we get an aerial shot of this because that's just a wonderful complex. I had the opportunity, fortunate enough to visit it twice.
Oh.
Yeah, on several occasions, shooting episodes for See Today. And there we go. There's that shot that I was talking about.
Shot.
Amazing. And there you see that circular dome in the front. That's where the front entrance is, right under the steps. And that's where they'll be entering as well.
Now, I wonder if the Sun also decorate the outside bit of the complex, because you mentioned a little bit about Didit having participated in decorating
the interior
the
design of the lobby of the arrival. It's very green with its.
It definitely looks different from when I was
there. It looks more fun. It looks more Indonesian. It looks back to nature, and
the nature thing really comes through.
Because of course Indonesia, as we all know, is a tropical country with our rich natural resources, and this is something that, of course, we have to be proud and take.
All right, and here we go. Secret Service will now take their place and prepare for the official red carpet walk of President-elect Prabowo Subianto as he arrives at the parliamentary complex. And there he is, ladies and gentlemen.
Our President-elect Prabowo Subianto
entering. He's wearing a songket, which is a traditional Indonesian motif. I believe it's from Sumatra area.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Yes, it is a gold woven songket from Sumatra, and he is giving his salute.
And we do know as defense minister, he has the utmost respect of all facets of military.
Especially to the Pas Pampres.
Correct.
And he is welcomed by the head of the representatives of Indonesia. We can see he was first received by Ahmad Muzani.
As that is Prabowo's son.
Correct.
Once again, they are greeted by the head of MPR, DPR of Indonesia.
I believe he had spent some, time yesterday as well decorating the place for the final touches. Yeah.
Look at that. This is what
you're
you mean,
bringing
right, Sarah?
tropical
It looks
outdoors
so beautiful.
inside.
Okay, there's the Vice President-elect along with his wife, Gibran Raka Buming Raka, who is welcoming his new president.
So it seems like we're being shown the rest area or the VIP room. Unfortunately, it seems like he's taking a detour, however, perhaps to greet other members of politics and so forth.
And it is approximately 9 a.m. local time. He is scheduled to actually head to a holding area.
There.
Because Sarah did mention that once Prabowo does arrive at the parliamentary complex, that current President Joko Widodo will then be making his journey, and we will cover that for you as well.
So once again, we will be witnessing the inauguration ceremony, or the commencements of the inauguration will take place at 10 a.m. local time, which means we have 15 minutes to go.
Approximately.
And as Paul has mentioned, that we now, since President-elect Prabowo Subianto have arrived at the parliamentary complex, it is now, we are waiting for the arrival of President Joko Widodo.
Right.
Once again, we'll be traveling from Merdaka Palace to Senayan.
So what would happen then is likely Prabowo Subianto would be there to greet Joko Widodo as he arrives. Before then they make their entrance. And I believe, if timed properly, we are going to see the arrival of President Joko Widodo.
Seems like there's more people coming in actually in the arena.
And we're seeing this convoy right now.
It seems like that is...
And you're trying to get a peek at the license plate, are you?
I am. It's very blurry here. UND1. Let's see who comes out. Okay, it seems like we have government representatives. I believe the flag is a Russian flag on the side.
So more delegates and VIPs arriving.
Yes.
And again, this is happening throughout the morning as well, as many attendees, not just for those in Indonesia, but from outside of Indonesia as well. Welcomed by Prabowo Subianto himself on the red carpet on the way in.
And as we witness or we see on our screen how our President-elect Prabowo Subianto is welcoming the guests from friendly countries.
So the figure earlier was actually the Prime Minister of Russia.
The first Vice
Prime Minister of Russia. Denis Maturov. And this one, I think she is from Jordan, just arriving as well. So it seems like in this lane right now, they're all from other countries coming in. Hey?
Correct. So what it seems to be that Prabowo Subianto, after his arrival, would then take his place on the red carpet to welcome all of the foreign delegates after the previous arrivals of all the parliamentary representatives. And
which is what you said, it was very important for the members of politics to already have come earlier.
Correct.
Because these situations,
certain order.
Certain orders have to happen. With protocol, especially government protocol, everything has to go in thematic order as well.
And I guess this is going to happen continually.
Yeah.
We saw this convoy earlier, representative from Japan. That's right.
So I think it was a little bit behind earlier.
Well, we're going to start to see this happen one right after another. As you can see right behind, there's a representative from France as well in the next convoy.
Now, Paul, I don't know if you're familiar with cars, but I do have to ask, do you think these are electric vehicles that they're
Some of
using?
them are, I noticed. I'm a big car guy. I'm a big EV guy. Yes, some of them actually are. Here we have the representative from Canada. Yes.
That's your
My hometown.
And we are witnessing how Prabowo is greeting them formally on the red carpet at the parliamentary complex. But we also have to remember that last night he have also welcomed a number of the representatives into his residence as well at Jalan Kertanegara.
Yes.
That's right.
Including Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim from Malaysia.
Yes.
That came in for a little snack or dinner last night, actually.
Is that right?
Yeah, they shared a picture of the two of them just having a nice, quick meal, I suppose.
That's what I love about the era of social media these days.
Yes.
5 years ago, even 10 years ago.
You would
we
not
weren't
know
getting-
what's happening.
We were getting what we were seeing right now on live media, but we're not getting a close-up look as to everything that leads up to it as we do today. And, Prabowo Subianto is no stranger to social media as well, so happy to see him share his moments leading up to this special day.
Right.
And after our Canadian delegate, we're now seeing our
Japanese delegate.
That's right. These arrivals remind me very much of G20 that took place, and the ASEAN summit.
Yes.
Many milestone moments that took place, especially in President Jokowi's second administration. And I think that bodes well to lead into the first administration of President Prabowo Subianto.
And there's more cars also coming in here.
Aside from those that we have just witnessed or seen on the screen, it is also informed that the Prime Minister of Singapore, Lawrence Wong, have also arrived at the parliamentary complex prior to the arrival of Prabowo Subianto.
Already.
Nice.
And this is the aforementioned delegate from France. Now again, there's going to be no shortage of greetings. As we mentioned, 33 foreign, either heads of states or delegates that are arriving either on behalf of their respective administrations and countries in order to congratulate and also be there to witness the inauguration of Indonesia's new president. Very important for that to take place as well, as we see the convoy, I believe that's Egypt.
Yeah.
And it's also very important to note as well that it is said many times that Prabowo Subianto have taken great interest, especially in global foreign policy and also in establishing ties with friendly countries for Indonesia as well. And this is, of course, probably a great testament on his beginning of his presidential tenure, establishing the cooperation and also visiting numerous countries before the inauguration.
I mean, as Peter mentioned earlier as well, him being the Minister of Defense also played a key role in his international relationships with these head of states from other countries as well, because he has also followed the footsteps of Jokowi in terms of outreaching towards the international scope. So not just focusing on national, but also wanting to know what is the relationship going to be like, how would it flourish, and what are the new motives that Indonesia could take and step on into turning ourselves into a major global powerhouse, essentially, right?
That's right, Jasmine. And it's seldom, I mean, we see many different countries change administrations, but it's seldom that we see a defense minister serving under a current president that ends up being voted in as the next president and getting the support of the incoming president. So that transition, many here in Indonesia are expecting and hoping it'll be a smooth transition, hoping that a lot of the good policies that have already begun, that the people are all in agreement with, will continue throughout the 5-year tenure at least for Prabowo Subianto.
Yes, because it is reported that within the last 6 months, he has visited 20 countries as defense minister, including China, Japan, Australia, France, Russia, Saudi Arabia, and also Malaysia. He has met with all his counterparts, so this will be one of the indicators that he will become a president with focus on establishing or fostering global cooperation with other countries.
I do remember a lot of traveling that he had made recently as well in regards to his role as defense minister. And again, that goes to speak to how not only our administration but our country as a whole is now being widely recognized on a global scale in regards to many things. And out of that list of countries that you mentioned, it's just such a wide variety of countries. It's not, you can just tell by the list that you read how neutral and how we are able to manage to walk that fine line and being basically a friend to many, many countries around the world.
I don't know if you realize there a little bit in the background where the cars were being dropped off. On the screen, there's actually a slideshow sort of ensemble where you can see all the different presidents that have served Indonesia.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so see.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Well, I can't really tell who that is. However, it's changing and so forth. And I just want to talk a little bit about the car earlier that I saw, because I'm not a big car girl. However, I did notice that it looked a bit electric. And actually, according to CNBC, there has been 45 electric vehicles from BMW that have been launched for this event itself. Now, I guess it just shows that Indonesia, we're not just over-reliant on on certain countries, of course, but we're also encouraging, open SDGs with other different countries, as well as, exhibiting that sort of neutrality as well as sustainability and feeling what we can do with other countries.
Yes, especially for a greener
economy and a greener future.
Well, we have, I remember that initiative began in G20 as well, working with a large car manufacturer to provide strictly electric vehicles to transport all VIPs, ministers, and delegates around the island of Bali. And for that, they have actually installed many electric chargers in places which to this day are still being used. And I actually been to Bali recently. A lot more electric cars than last time. So again, events like this and initiatives like this do actually go to a good cause and do continue.
Because, of course, this is for a greener future and to face a global threat, which we, as all nations, are unified to fight towards, of course, is global warming. And here we are still seeing on screen the arrival of more of heads of countries or their representatives.
I've lost count, by the way.
Same here, but
we've just seen arrive. But
I believe that is the entourage protocol. So it seems like, the Indonesian politicians as well as House of Representatives members have come in earlier, and perhaps from also a different area of entrance as well, as our reporters have said earlier. And so I think this part is just for foreign dignitaries that come in.
And now we move on to the Merdaka Palace, because as we can see here,
yes.
Indonesia Satu or Indonesia One, our President Jokowi Dodo's vehicle, is preparing to leave the Istana Merdeka or the presidential palace at.
And you mentioned something interesting as well, Sarah, that we did see that currently Prabowo Subianto took his ride from his residential area to the parliamentary complex in what was still his defense minister's vehicle. And as mentioned, that will change throughout the day. He left in one car, he'll be going home in a different one.
With a different license plate as well,
That's right.
remember, from Defense Minister 1. He will then, after being inaugurated and also taken the oath as Indonesia's president, he will be using Indonesia One.
RI1, we like to call it, right? A Republic of Indonesia
But
One.
this one is just Indonesia One, interestingly enough.
This one's a vanity plate, I believe, but the official government plate is the RI1.
Yep. And once again, we are still awaiting now for the departure of President
Correct.
Joko Widodo, who will leave the presidential palace, or Istana Merdeka, his final departure as the president of the Republic of Indonesia.
He's made many walks over the last 10 years down the same path to leave for various events, summits, meetings, just throughout the day. And this will be his final one as president or in office officially.
Of course, looking back, as mentioned before, he has walked through many events in Indonesia. The challenges, of course, G20 presidency, which Paul has mentioned.
ASEAN presidency.
ASEAN, but we cannot also forget the challenges that we face. COVID-19.
Yes.
One of them.
You remember, basically, the start of President Jokowi or Joko Widodo's second term, after a year, he, along with many other world leaders around the world, had to maneuver their respective nations through a pandemic, basically. And Indonesia was applauded, and I'm not just saying this because I'm Indonesian or live here, but I do remember that even international media was actually applauding how well Indonesia navigated through the pandemic, whether it was the procurement of vaccines, whether it was the production of our own vaccines, how well we were able to manage testing and managing crowds, and also not letting MSMEs suffer. And I think President Joko Widodo really had a big hand in how he was able to balance not only the health of its citizens, the country's citizens, but also the health of ourselves financially or economically. We were able to recover quite fast in comparison to many other nations as well. And that is testament to how well President Joko Widodo had run his administration, not just him, but reorganizing his cabinets whenever it was needed, putting people in the right positions. And again, we will get to it tomorrow, but it will be a test for Prabowo Subianto, what or who he assigns, and all of these new positions that are being created in the ministries as well, because that will also dictate how well the country is run. Here we go. Let's have a look right now on the steps of the Merdeka Palace.
President Joko Widodo with his grandchildren.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Oh, how sweet.
Here are the children.
Dressed up for the occasion.
As we can see here.
You called it right. Was it you, Sarah, that just said about grandkids?
Spending time with grandkids.
That's exactly. He's starting it early.
There you go. There they are, bidding farewell to their.
It's actually a very touching moment.
It is a very touching moment, especially because you know that these people have been with him over the past decade.
Hey,
really.
when a man serves his country, his entire family basically serves the country. They've been with him throughout the entire journey. Some were born during this journey as well. As he gets set, of course, with First Lady Iriana Joko Widodo as well, set to take their journey.
Yes. And we can see here, along with President Joko Widodo and also Ibu Iriana, we can also see Kahiyang, the daughter of President Joko Widodo, along with Kaisang Pangarap, and also Bobi Nasution, his son-in-law, along with their grandchildren.
And I think it's also important for us to mention that Kaesang's wife, Erina Gundono, might not be available to attend because she did just give birth.
Right.
So it's
More
something-
grandkids.
More grandkids for him, more for him to play with, of course. So I just want to mention a little bit of the countries that are supposed to be coming in for this event today.
Right.
So there's Brunei Darussalam, Philippines, Cambodia, South Korea, Malaysia, Papua New Guinea, Serbia, Singapore, Solomon Islands, Timor-Leste, Vanuatu, China, Laos, Vietnam, Russia, the one that we saw, Qatar, Australia, New Zealand, Thailand, Germany, Egypt, and Turkey. Now, from ex-president would be from the UAE, and utusan khusus or special appointee are from England, US, India, Jordan, Japan, Italy, Canada, France, Muslim Council of Elders, Brazil, as well as Fiji.
Wow. that
So
is
an
a long
array,
list.
yeah, an array of different countries there.
And there we go.
Focusing on one.
The presidential vehicle is now on the way, leaving Merdaka Palace, or the presidential palace, just down the street here from the C3 News studios, and will be then heading. It's approximately I want to say 10-15 minute drive, something like that, to the parliamentary complex. But in the meantime, while waiting for President Joko Widodo's arrival, we're still seeing more delegates from those countries that you were mentioning as well,
Yeah, so
Jasmine.
this is Thailand right now that just arrived.
But now we are now still seeing President Joko Widodo, his last
Yep.
ride towards the parliamentary complex as the President of the Republic of Indonesia, waving goodbye to those who are already lining up.
And if you're familiar with President Joko Widodo, you would know that this is something that he does not just on October the 20th. When he travels to various regions and areas throughout Indonesia, he loves to roll down the window, shake hands with people. He actually asks Secret Service to allow people closer
touch
to
him,
people.
yeah.
Yeah, because he does. And I have many friends that have actually taken, I'm quite envious of, because they've taken selfies with the president. And I mean, many people have reported that he's very friendly, and you can just see that, and you will know that on the way to the parliamentary complex, he'll keep his windows open and wave some goodbyes for those in attendance.
I think this is one of the stages that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, this is one of the main ones, right? In front of our, well, you can actually see our studio from that shot.
I didn't even realize that part. I just noticed the
And this
the stage.
resembles the Nusantara. Remember the presidential palace, the Garuda Palace in Nusantara as well. So there you go. I'm not sure, Paul. I don't know how long it will take down to
Ooh.
Senayan.
I'm
Everyone's
glad we're not leaving the
goodbye.
studio. Yeah, you're right. The stage actually perfectly resembles,
Yes.
it perfectly
Nusantara
resembles
Palace.
IKN, right? Or
Yes.
the capital city, the parliament.
Because one of the stage is actually named Nusantara stage
Oh,
as
so
well.
there's different names for different stages.
There's Kalimantan stage, Sulawesi stage.
Okay, so looking at the route this is taking, it is going to go right past our studio then.
Oh,
Do you see where this is going?
To the front,
If this makes a U-turn at the end there, that means it's going to go right by us. And, well, I wish we could go outside and say and wave to President Joko
I mean,
Widodo.
to be fair, I feel like this is a bit expected as well because in front of our studio is a very common road for a lot of delegations as well as
Of course.
VVIPs to use. Such as this morning when I went in to go to work, for example, the streets were already closed for me. Luckily, it wasn't for you. I don't know why that was.
I took a different route.
Yeah,
I kind of had a feeling that some of those stages would be there.
Yeah, so, you know, we already expect it, you know, coming here and knowing that we work in an area where there's a lot of government institutions nearby. It's something that, you know, not a lot of people can experience for sure, especially on a Sunday, Paul.
Yes, indeed, and the procession is slowing down. Look at the crowds. Like you're seeing people. I mean, obviously the military is going to allow everyone to basically get a glimpse, but you could see how it's become a bit bottleneck. And that is to be expected because many people will be here. That is the national monument behind the main stage, if you are familiar with this area as well. So you know that on a Sunday, everyone's going to be in this area, especially you know that eventually after a couple of hours from now, that the entire procession will then start to move here for the to the presidential palace.
So New Zealand seemed to arrive there in the complex as well, joining other delegates from other countries.
Yes. As you mentioned before, 33 guests from our friendly countries will be in attendance this morning to witness the inauguration of Prabowo Subianto. And Prabowo Subianto, growing up, he also lived in various countries. And it is also said that he is fluent in English, Dutch, German, and also French.
Surprise there. So this is that area where I said I would be if you asked me, if you gave me one spot to pick, I would be in this area.
I think a lot of people chose the spot that you would have picked.
Yeah, I think I probably would have made a mistake there.
There you go.
Very
Bundaran HI. Or
yes, legendary Bundaran HI.
Yeah.
And that is where many people have chosen to make their kind of moment, make it their spot for the day to capture the moments. We're seeing a split shot right now. On the left is, again, there's the National Monument you see up on the left, and this is Bundaran HI, where I think it's going to be the most people, where most people are going to gather. And I think that's where we're going to have, is there at least 2 stages there?
Yes, there are 2 stages facing each other.
Yeah.
One near the hotel that we see earlier and one across the street.
Hotel Mandarin.
And there will also be a live report later on from another stage and near the Tamrin area as well.
So how's that going to work when they have 2 stages? I guess they're not going to be going at the same time. Or is it?
I feel like it's more towards like, chanting for supportment.
Right, okay.
Having that sort of presence there when they do arrive.
Just like a music festival.
Yeah.
This will be like an Indonesian festival, a presidential festival.
I mean, there's a lot of people just joining us here right now, so it just shows how excited people are for this change. And, to get a glimpse of one of our presidents and as well as our future president.
There's that amazing convoy. That first one there, you see the hand coming out of that front vehicle. That is President Jokowi Dodo behind the convoy of 10 police motorcycles, the motorcade. And this is actually heading down Tamrin, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yes. And of course, once again, this is his last wave as president, and we see how people flock down to the streets and the roads. It brings back memories of how he was first inaugurated as president in 2019. If we can remember how President Joko Widodo won a momentous victory back then because he was a leader who is said is a resemblance of people. People can resemble towards him.
Yeah, they call him the people's president.
They can relate to him
True.
because, of course, he was a civilian before this. He had no military background. He was a businessman in Solo, Central Java, and then he became president.
It's very relatable for many Indonesians around.
That's a very inspiring story.
Yes.
That story.
And then back then, of course, it was also very divided and also very polarized election as well. And then when he became president for the first time, he had the Salam Tiga Jari.
That's right. I remember that.
United all parts and all Indonesia to come and also come together, unite as one for his term.
I feel old all of a sudden. Because it's like, 2014. I mean, you're talking about 2014. That was 10 years ago. 10 years flew by for me. But not in the sense, in the sense of, wow, I can't believe we've got a new president already. But in the sense of how much we've grown. 10 years. Indonesia has grown so much. If you came here only 10 years ago and you came here now, you wouldn't believe how much it has changed.
Yeah. The tall roads, infrastructure built by President Joko Widodo throughout his 10 years.
I literally drove twice in the last couple of years to Bali, 3/4 of the way through tolls that were built that were never even there.
Sumatra as well. So not only in Java, and not to mention, remember, Papua, and then also Kalimantan with Nusantara being built. The start of our new capital city, and it's all done within the tenure of President Joko Widodo. So, of course, this is a very historic and also emotional drive for not only President Joko Widodo, but also for the Republic of Indonesia.
Yeah, as we see earlier, Prabowo was greeting a member from Lao PDR, who actually is the chairman for ASEAN this year. So last year it was Indonesia, and it has been changed to Lao PDR. So we have, a lot of communication lately with them as well. So it's very endearing to see them. So again, you might be wondering, who is this person who's been greeting all the delegates? So this is Andi Rahmianto. So he is the Director General of Protocol and Consular in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And, his task is also to greet delegates from different countries as one of them, because he also has to ensure the protocol for the movement of these different nationalities, heads of nationalities.
Rightfully so.
So as you can see, This
Can you
is
guys guess where that is?
Jokowi's entourage.
Once again, it has entered Gatot Subroto.
Yes, that's right. Gatot Subroto. This is the same part that the final leg before Prabowo Subianto's arrival.
Yeah.
And quickly now making its way.
Because in less than 30 minutes, we will have to commence the inauguration ceremony. So therefore, of course, President Joko Widodo, along with Ibu Iriana, our First Lady, is making their way towards the parliamentary complex here in Senayan.
And that would likely mean that we would have completed all of the foreign arrivals already before President Joko Widodo makes his way. Okay, so this is the motorcade now. We're making its way through. Wow, look at all those people.
Wow, yeah.
Making
Very
just
close.
enough space for the motorcade to get through. It's a bit of a tight squeeze there.
Shout out to the motorcade people. Well, as we can see on the side image as well, that is Sanana Guzmao, who is the Prime Minister for Timor-Leste. Thank you, Sarah.
And we can see here.
Oh,
and
a lovely embrace.
And not only this, their friendship goes way back as well. Remember, they're the military and how Indonesia and also Timor back then, and then now it's Timor-Leste, have had friendly relationships. So, of course, this brings a smile to everyone's face.
And then you can hear a little bit of the commotion happening, here in front of Plaza Indonesia, really, from all the stages. Because you were asking earlier, Paul, how would it work with all the different stages playing?
So there's one on the left, right?
There's two. There's one here and then on the other side. We missed a little bit there. But yeah, they're all just chanting Jokowi's name as he's passing by.
I take my answer back. I don't think I'd pick this one. I didn't know there would be this many people. That's amazing.
Well, unless, Paul, you would be hiding out in Plaza Indonesia to also get an ice cream or something. That would be a good idea.
You get an aerial shot.
Yeah, get an aerial shot.
Yeah.
Or you could go from the top bit there.
Oh, but you know what? All in good fun. I mean, it would just be. It's like watching our national team play football. It's the crowds are huge, but everyone's happy and everyone's just on the same side and cheering together. So
it's just the vibe.
Yeah,
that
it's
matters.
great vibes.
Yes.
Great vibes.
And don't forget, along the streets, there are like tens of MSMEs who are also selling their commodities as well.
That's right. They're encouraging that this time.
And don't forget, we have seen earlier how the people on the bikes have
So explain what a starling is to our viewers who do not know what it is. It's basically these...
this is giving a Jakarta core right here.
Vendors, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Mobile, what would you call it? A mobile coffee vendor?
carts.
It's a coffee cart.
Mobile coffee
So
carts.
starling is a deliberation. That's not the word.
Derivaration. Screw that up too.
We've been talking for how many hours?
It's derived from.
It is derived from two words. Starbuck keliling.
Yes.
Why is that so? Well, you don't always have a nearby coffee shop at hand, but you have the coffee shop going to you.
Yes, because they're on their bikes with their coffee carts. So
Derivative is the word.
Derivative. Nice one. Guess what, Paul? You'll still be here for the next 4 hours.
Oh, wow. I'm glad I didn't drink too much water.
But not only we will be here for the next 4 hours, but later on, the stages, all the entertainment will also go on up until evening. So for those of you who are probably still at home or who have not yet, gotten together, are still thinking of, should I go? Should I watch all the stages later on?
Yeah.
There you go. You can see here from screen. And if you do finally made your choice to actually come in person to witness later on the convoy of President-elect Prabowo Subianto after he has taken his oath.
That's right.
Remember that MRT prices, LRT prices, and also Transjakarta prices are 1 rupiah.
1 rupiah, there you go. Oh, here we go.
For today.
I guess the presidential vehicle has made its way in through the gates. We're seeing a couple of different feeds here. And I believe that is 2 separate convoys, correct? Because one is right behind, not far behind, the other. So the first convoy has made its way through the gates, as the second is that's Indonesia 2. There you go.
Once again, we see on the screen Indonesia 2, or our Vice President Ma'ruf Amin has entered the parliamentary complex in Senayan.
And there we go. People are now scattering because they're not being held back anymore, and now they're trying to find their positions where they want to be for the convoy, I suppose, that will happen later on.
I wonder where they're going. Are they going to the festival?
To the stages to enjoy the entertainment available, because there will be music.
It's a very interesting layout, isn't it? Because you're also cutting bits of the road, like the main road.
Right.
So I'm going to guess it's not going to be an easy way out from this area.
No, and I don't think anyone's looking to. Going home is not really, they're not in a rush.
An option, really.
I suppose many people will be taking a day off here in the...
And remember, it's a Sunday, it's the end of the weekend, so what better way to end the weekend with...
I wonder if the presidential inauguration is a good excuse for taking a day off work tomorrow.
Well, it is.
Sorry, I was out all day at the presidential inauguration. I can't come into work today. I'm going to be taking a day off.
Well, I don't think we can use that.
No, not us. No, we're 24/7. There we go.
No.
And Ma'ruf Amin has arrived at the parliamentary complex and has been received and will be making their way through the red carpet, obviously with his wife, and will be greeting Prabowo Subianto shortly.
And as we can see here, Vice President Ma'ruf Amin along with his wife, Ibu Wuri Ma'ruf Amin, are both using Betawi national costume with its kabaya and chim, and also its Betawi or batik Betawi.
And Prabowo Subianto actually making his way out to the red carpet. Very nice. A warm gesture.
Unfortunately, it's very hard to see right now, but you know, it's very endearing to see that these two individuals are sharing respect.
Well, you know why we're not getting a good shot of it? Because he's actually left his spot to go and greet them, and that is, again, goes to show what a good relationship they have over the and will likely have a very smooth transition from the previous to the new administration.
And alongside with Prabowo Subianto, we can also see how Gibran Raka Buming Raka, our Vice President-elect, has also greeted Vice President Ma'ruf Amin
So it
upon
seems
his
like
arrival.
now they're going to the holding room to await as well.
And matching Betawi
Yes.
outfits, I like it.
Do you think they
Vice
plan these
President.
things?
You know, honestly, I would say, I would like to think that they did, but I don't think they did.
Really?
I don't think so. I don't think
Because
they
to be
don't
fair,
have to.
What Jokowi wore is very similar to what Prabowo is wearing with a kain.
Okay, you're right. Maybe they did.
So-
I called them up last night. Hey, what do you guys?
So this is a look of Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim from Malaysia. As we see last night, he was also accompanying Mr. Prabowo Subianto at his private residency last night.
So this one is an official, a more official visit.
Yeah, of course. It's a more official visit. I think a motorcade is also approaching.
And now the motorcade is entering Gatot Subroto, which means in a number of seconds, really, the presidential vehicle will be arriving at the parliamentary complex. By then, that means everything will roll out. We will then prepare to witness together the beginning of the inauguration ceremony of our 8th president, Prabowo Subianto, and also Vice President-elect Gibran Raka Buming Raka.
So it seems like they're already very close here.
Yes, and once again, the ceremony is said to take place from 10 a.m. until 11:30 a.m.
Approximately.
And then after that, it is planned that both Prabowo Subianto, or later on, we can call him President Prabowo Subianto, along with Vice President Gibran Raka Buming Raka, will join in a convoy to parade down once again Sudirman Street, all the way to Tamrin Street, and then heading off to their first arrival at the Presidential Palace, or Istana Merdeka, as President and Vice President of the Republic of Indonesia.
Exactly as you said, Sarah. I'm going to add on a little bit. So essentially what's going to happen first is they'll be singing the song Lagu Kebangsaan Indonesia Raya, or the national anthem. And then after that, there will be a procession called Mengheningkan Cipta, or a moment of silence. And then around 10:06 to 10:26, it'll be the opening of the Paripurna meeting. In terms of the inauguration of the president as well as the vice president of Indonesia in the period of 2024 to 2029 by the head of the people of MPR. Consultative Assembly, there we go. I think you're struggling there a little bit there. So he's taking a sharp turn here, seemingly going right into it. There we go, entrance is there. He's going to go straight and right onto the landing pad for the cars.
He's passing down the iconic fountains of the parliamentary complex in Senayan.
And this will be his final entrance as president officially into the parliamentary complex. And following this, as Sarah mentioned earlier, after all the processions take place, he will then be heading to the airport, Perdana Kusuma Airport, to fly back to his hometown of Solo, possibly accompanied by Prabowo Subianto, but we do not have a confirmation of that as of yet.
Yes.
Wow,
because
look at
it is
that.
said that President Joko Widodo will be leaving the parliamentary complex before Prabowo Subianto. He will go straight to the State Palace first to welcome Prabowo Subianto, formally welcome him into the State Palace as the President of the Republic of Indonesia. And later on in the evening, it is said that he will be flying to Solo along with the head of the Indonesian police forces and also the commander of the Indonesian military forces as well.
And it said that he'll also be taking a commercial plane to go to Solo. So that is it's very sweet to see that he's taking back to the old route of just, being human again.
Being a grandfather again.
Being a grandfather, but he's always been very humble with his, where he's from and so forth. So I think he just wants to go back to that sort of time again. So as you can see here, he is entering.
And here it is, the arrival of President Joko Widodo, greeted at the end of the red carpet by President-elect Prabowo Subianto. Greeting the First Lady, Iriana Joko Widodo as well.
See what I told you, Sarah, earlier, that it seems like Prabowo and President Joko is wearing very similar attire.
Yes. As we can see here, it's a very national Indonesian attire with its beskap.
Yes.
They're not wearing a suit. It's called the beskap. And of course, with Indonesian fabric, for Prabowo Subianto is using a songket, a woven material, and for President Joko Widodo is wearing a batik fabric as his attire.
Both with highlights of gold.
Yes.
Like that.
I think Prabowo's more of a silver guy there.
Yeah.
And of course, as we can see here, our First Lady, Ibu Iriana Joko Widodo, is also using our traditional costume, a kabaya, a modern take on kabaya jangan, along with a brown batik, very Javanese, very back to their roots. And once again, they are greeted here by the head of the People's Consultative Assembly, Ahmad Muzani.
And Gibran Raka Buming Raka.
With his wife, as well as Prabowo's son, Didi.
And now they are entering.
I think the group is complete. We have outgoing President Joko Widodo and family alongside outgoing Vice President Ma'ruf Amin, and of course the incoming president and vice president, along with their families as well, as they get set to make the entrance inside the parliamentary complex. Some words being exchanged there before their entrance. I would love to be a fly on that wall.
Oh, for sure.
And to hear
Right.
the exchanges that is taking place.
I still can't get over how beautiful the wall decor was.
Yeah.
I mean, again, Nate is a designer. See, look at that. He's bringing the outside in.
Yes, and then how all elements of Indonesia comes into place with its red and white. They're going to take one picture right here for the Sidang Paripurna Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat for the inauguration of the President and Vice President of the Republic of Indonesia.
All right, here we go. Capturing this very momentous part of this occasion.
This is a very sweet moment, honestly.
The president, the vice president, along with the president-elect, vice president-elect.
And the future.
Yes. And the heads of MPR and also DPR of the Republic of Indonesia have taken their official photo before they will continue to commence the inauguration ceremony.
Which is just minutes away now, Sarah, as we await everyone's entrance. And do stay with us because we do have more for you coverage throughout the day of the inauguration day. As we're close to 5 to 10 in the a.m. here, according to the official itinerary, 10 a.m. will be the start time, and it seems that we are still on schedule. And although we will momentarily end our broadcast of the C Morning Show, as I mentioned earlier, the C Today News Network will continue to broadcast all of the highlights and moments live from the presidential and vice presidential inauguration day here at the parliamentary complex, and then later throughout their journey as well as their arrival and celebrations at the presidential palace.
Exactly. Now, as Paul just said, this is still happening for a few couple of hours after this, right? So if you're watching here at home, don't go anywhere. Yeah, so these are the political people, as Sarah mentioned, from the MPR and DPR going into the holding room.
So they will be held here momentarily
Yes.
before then getting them prepared to enter the main complex where all of we've seen party members, the House of Representatives are all waiting. All right, and finally we will see Vice President-elect entering the room as well. And on that note, that brings us to the end of our extended episode of the C Morning Show on C Today. Thank you for being with us.
Hey, but still, don't go anywhere, because this thing, again, as I said, it's still going to happen for another couple of hours. So don't go anywhere, because Sarah and Paul are still going to be here to talk more about the Indonesian presidential inauguration. So stay tuned for that and more only on the C Morning Show.
Yes, indeed, Jasmine. Paul and I will be giving you the latest on the matter. We'll be bringing you the latest stream here on C Today. So that's all for the C Morning Show, and we hope to see you again later
All right,
on.
don't go anywhere. Stay with us. We'll be right here.
You're watching See Today Updates with me, Andira Putri, and what you are seeing right now is the current situation at Nusantara building in Senayan, Central Jakarta, where the inauguration ceremony for the next president and vice president, Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Rakabuming Raka, will about to begin soon. So they have just finished welcome Indonesia's 7 presidents, Jokowi along with First Lady Iriana, and also Vice President Ma'ruf Amin along with his spouse Wuri Ma'ruf Amin. So one of the interesting things from today's inauguration ceremony is that different from the previous years. This year, all of the president and vice president elect, along with the current president and vice president, all wearing Betawi traditional clothes, which is some kind of like a new thing if we compare it to the previous years where they usually choose to wear the more formal attire. So I think this is also really great to be able to represent the Jakarta culture and also to show about the diversity of Indonesia. So right now, we are still waiting for the ceremony to begin, which will begin in about a minute, and then during the ceremony itself, it will be started with an oath taking by Indonesia President-elect Prabowo Subianto and also by the Vice President-elect Gibran Rakabuming Raka. And then after the oath-taking ceremony, it will continue with the signing of inauguration's minutes. And then after that, for the first time, we'll officially hear Prabowo Subianto's first speech as Indonesia President later towards the end of the inauguration ceremony. So right now, the ceremony itself was also attended by the representative from 33 countries. We have seen some of the familiar faces. We have Malaysian Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim. We have the Singapore Prime Minister Lawrence Wong. We also have the Philippines President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. There's also Cambodia Prime Minister Hun Manet, and also Timor-Leste Prime Minister Sanana Gusmao. There's also, aside from them, there's also leaders of many political parties such as Nasdem Chairman Surya Paloh. There's also PKB Chairman Muhaimin Iskandar. There's also PAN Chairman Zulkifli Hasan, and also which is not only a part of the coalition that supported Prabowo Gibran, but there's also some of the leaders who are also outside of the coalition. So right now, President Jokowi and also Vice President Ma'ruf Amin, along with the President-elect Prabowo Subianto and the Vice President-elect Gibran Rakabuming Raka, is about to enter the venue for the inauguration ceremony, which means that the inauguration ceremony itself will start soon. Aside from them, it is also important to note that there are also some of the guests from the previous leaders, such as Indonesia's sixth president, Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, and then there is also from the presidential candidate from the previous elections, such as Anies Baswedan. Again, this is the day for the celebrations, and with all of the guests, we are not only coming from the team that supported Prabowo Gibran, but also team that outside of the coalition, and we also have representatives from different countries. This once again shows that Indonesia's strengths and also our commitment to also work together to go hand in hand to be able to develop the better future of Indonesia. And we'll continue to give you further updates about this. Back to the studio.
Memasuki ruang sidang paripurna. Lagu Kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. Mengheningkan Cipta dipimpin oleh Ketua MPR RI.
Marilah kita menundukkan kepala seraya berdoa kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa. Semoga arwah para pahlawan bangsa yang telah mendahulu kita mendapatkan tempat terbaik, dan semoga kita semua diberi kekuatan untuk melanjutkan perjuangannya. Mengheningkan cipta, mulai. Selesai.
Hadirin disilakan duduk kembali.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Nama Budaya, Salam Kebajikan, Rahayu. Yang kami hormati Presiden Republik Indonesia masa jabatan 2019-2024 Bapak Jokowi Dodo, beserta Ibu Iriana Joko Widodo. Yang kami hormati Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia masa jabatan 2019-2024 Bapak Profesor Dr. Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin, beserta Ibu Hajah Wuri Estu Ma'ruf Amin. Yang kami hormati Presiden Republik Indonesia terpilih masa jabatan 2024 sampai dengan 2029 Bapak Jenderal TNI Purnawirawan Haji Prabowo Subianto. Yang kami hormati Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia terpilih masa jabatan 2024-2029 Bapak Gibran Rakabuming Raka. Beserta Ibu Selvi Ananda Putri. Yang kami hormati Presiden Republik Indonesia ke-6, Bapak Profesor Dr. Jenderal TNI Purnawirawan Haji Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono. Yang kami hormati Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia ke-6, Jenderal TNI Purnawirawan Haji Tri Sutrisno. Yang kami hormati Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia ke-10 dan ke-12, Bapak Haji Muhammad Yusuf Kalla. Yang kami hormati Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia ke-11, Bapak Profesor Dr. Budiono. Yang kami hormati Ibu Dr. Anda Sinta Nuriyah Abdurrahman Wahid. Yang kami hormati Ibu Hajah Soraya Hamzahas. Para Wakil Ketua Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat, Ketua dan para Wakil Ketua Dewan Perwakilan Rakyat, Ketua dan para Wakil Ketua Dewan Perwakilan Daerah, Ketua lembaga-lembaga negara, para ketua umum partai politik yang hadir. Izinkan kami perkenalkan satu persatu. Ketua Umum Partai Golkar, Dr. Bahlil Lahadalia. Ketua Umum Partai Gerindra yang diwakili oleh Bapak Hasyim Joyo Hadikusumo. Ketua Umum Partai Nasdem, Dr. Honoris Causa Dr. Andes Haji Surya Paloh. Ketua Umum Partai Kebangkitan Bangsa, Dr. Honoris Causa Dr. Andes Abdul Muhaimin Iskandar. Presiden Partai Keadilan Sejahtera, Haji Ahmad Syaihu. Ketua Umum Partai Amanat Nasional, Dr. Haji Zulkifli Hasan. Dan Ketua Umum Partai Demokrat, Dr. Haji Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono. Yang kami muliakan, para kepala negara, kepala pemerintahan, serta utusan khusus dari negara-negara sahabat. Yang mulia para duta besar dan kepala perwakilan negara-negara sahabat, ketua dan anggota Komisi Pemilihan Umum, ketua Badan Pengawas Pemilihan Umum, ketua Dewan Kehormatan Penyelenggara Pemilihan Umum, Jaksa Agung, Panglima TNI, Kepala Kepolisian Republik Indonesia, para kepala staf angkatan, Saudara Anies Rashid Baswedan, dan Saudara Abdul Muhaimin Iskandar, serta Saudara Ganjar Pranowo, sebagai pasangan calon presiden dan wakil presiden dalam kontestasi pemilihan umum tahun 2024. Para insan pers, media cetak dan elektronik, dalam dan luar negeri, para tamu undangan teristimewa, seluruh rakyat Indonesia dimanapun saudara berada. Pertama-tama, marilah kita panjatkan syukur kehadirat Allah. Pada hari ini kita dapat menyelenggarakan sidang paripurna Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat dengan agenda tunggal pelantikan Presiden dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia masa jabatan 2024-2029. Sidang majelis dan hadirin yang berbahagia, sesuai dengan catatan daftar hadir yang disampaikan oleh Sekretariat Jenderal sampai dengan saat ini telah hadir 709 anggota MPR dari 731 anggota MPR. Dengan demikian, berdasarkan ketentuan pasal 99 huruf C Peraturan Tata Tertib MPR, sidang telah memenuhi syarat untuk dibuka dan quorum telah tercapai. Dengan mengucap Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, sidang Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat secara resmi kami buka dan dinyatakan terbuka untuk umum. Sidang majelis, hadirin yang kami muliakan, sebagai insan yang beriman, marilah kita senantiasa bersyukur kehadirat Allah, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, atas limpahan dan karunia-Nya yang selalu dilimpahkan kepada kita. Sholawat dan salam, marilah kita senantiasa dilimpahkan kepada Nabi kita Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Pada hari ini, kita akan melaksanakan pelantikan Presiden dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia terpilih hasil pemilihan umum tahun 2024. Hari ini adalah hari yang membahagiakan bagi kita semua, bagi seluruh rakyat Indonesia, karena hari ini bangsa Indonesia kembali menorehkan tinta emas dalam sejarah perjalanan bangsa, yaitu berlangsungnya pelantikan Presiden dan Wakil Presiden hasil pilihan rakyat Indonesia. Sidang majelis dan hadirin yang kami muliakan, pilihan yang kita jalani telah berhasil dengan baik, dan kita telah bersama-sama menyaksikan demokrasi berjalan, dan itu adalah anugerah yang patut kita syukuri. Kita harus merayakan setiap langkah yang telah kita ambil dalam proses ini. Mari kita terus berjalan, mari kita terus menjaga semangat ini, menebar rasa syukur, dan bersatu demi masa depan yang lebih baik. Kami yakin rakyat Indonesia di seluruh pelosok tanah air, mulai dari Sabang sampai Merauke, dari Miangas sampai Pulau Rote, bahkan di seluruh dunia saat ini tengah menyaksikan prosesi pelantikan Presiden dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia yang akan segera kita laksanakan. Hadirin sidang majelis yang berbahagia, pada hari ini bangsa Indonesia akan memulai lembaran baru dalam kehidupan pemerintahan dan kenegaraan. Pemilihan umum tahun 2024 telah menghasilkan kepemimpinan nasional yang baru, yakni Presiden Prabowo Subianto dan Wakil Presiden Gibran Raka Buming Raka. Sebelum memulai masa jabatannya memimpin bangsa dan negara, Presiden dan Wakil Presiden terpilih mengucapkan sumpah atau janji. Sesuai amanat pasal 9 ayat 1 Undang-Undang Dasar Negara Republik Indonesia tahun 1945 yang menyatakan sebelum memangku jabatannya, Presiden dan Wakil Presiden bersumpah menurut agama atau berjanji dengan sungguh-sungguh di hadapan Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat. Sehubungan dengan itu, berdasarkan ketentuan pasal 121 ayat 3 Peraturan MPR nomor 1 tahun 2024 tentang umum membacakan keputusan KPU nomor 504 tahun 2024 tentang penetapan pasangan calon presiden dan wakil presiden terpilih dalam pemilihan umum tahun 2024 kepada Saudara Ketua KPU kami persilahkan.
Salinan keputusan Komisi Pemilihan Umum nomor 504 tahun 2024 tentang penetapan pasangan calon presiden dan wakil presiden terpilih dalam pemilihan umum tahun 2024. Ketua Komisi Pemilihan Umum menimbang dan seterusnya, mengingat dan seterusnya, memutuskan, menetapkan keputusan Komisi Pemilihan Umum tentang penetapan pasangan calon presiden dan wakil presiden terpilih dalam pemilihan umum tahun 2024. Kesatu, menetapkan pasangan calon presiden dan wakil presiden nomor urut 2 Haji Prabowo Subianto dan Gibran Raka Buming Raka sebagai pasangan calon presiden dan wakil presiden terpilih periode tahun 2024-2029 dalam pemilihan umum tahun 2024 dengan perolehan suara sebanyak 96.214.691 atau 58,59% dari total suara sah nasional dan memenuhi sedikitnya 20% suara di setiap provinsi yang tersebar di 38 provinsi dari 38 provinsi di Indonesia. Kedua, keputusan ini mulai berlaku pada tanggal ditetapkan di Jakarta pada tanggal 24 April 2024. Ketua Komisi Pemilihan Umum ditandatangani. Salinan sesuai dengan aslinya, Sekjen Komisi Pemilihan Umum tertanda Bernard Dermawan Sutrisno.
Terima kasih kepada Saudara Ketua Komisi Pemilihan Umum yang telah membacakan petikan keputusan KPU. Sidang majelis, hadirin yang kami muliakan. Selanjutnya, marilah kita ikuti bersama dengan hikmat pelaksanaan pelantikan Presiden dan Wakil Presiden hasil pemilihan umum 2024 yang akan bersumpah menurut agama Islam di hadapan sidang paripurna Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat dan dilanjutkan dengan penandatanganan berita acara pelantikan. Kepada para petugas kami persilahkan.
Hadirin dimohon berdiri. Persiapan pengucapan Sumpah Presiden Republik Indonesia dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia. Presiden terpilih Republik Indonesia dan Wakil Presiden terpilih Republik Indonesia dimohon menuju tempat yang telah ditentukan. Pengucapan Sumpah Presiden Republik Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Demi Allah, saya bersumpah akan memenuhi kewajiban Presiden Republik Indonesia dengan sebaik-baiknya dan seadil-adilnya, memegang teguh Undang-Undang Dasar dan menjalankan segala undang-undang dan peraturannya dengan selurus-lurusnya, serta berbakti kepada nusa dan bangsa.
Pengucapan Sumpah Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Demi Allah, saya bersumpah akan memenuhi kewajiban Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia dengan sebaik-baiknya dan seadil-adilnya, memegang teguh Undang-Undang Dasar dan menjalankan segala undang-undang dan peraturannya dengan selurus-lurusnya, serta berbakti kepada nusa dan bangsa.
Rohaniwan disilakan kembali ke tempat semula. Persiapan penandatanganan berita acara pelantikan. Presiden Republik Indonesia dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia serta pimpinan MPR disilakan menuju meja penandatanganan. Penandatanganan berita acara pelantikan oleh Presiden Republik Indonesia dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia. Selanjutnya, penandatanganan berita acara oleh pimpinan MPR RI. Dilanjutkan penyerahan berita acara oleh Ketua MPR RI kepada Presiden Republik Indonesia dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia. Presiden Republik Indonesia dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia disilakan menuju tempat yang telah ditentukan. Pimpinan MPR disilakan kembali ke tempat semula. Hadirin disilakan duduk kembali.
Sidang majelis dan hadirin yang kami muliakan. Alhamdulillah, dengan penuh rasa syukur, kita telah menyaksikan upacara pengucapan Sumpah Presiden dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia hasil pemilihan umum 2024. Dengan telah diucapkannya sumpah tersebut, maka mulai saat ini, Bapak Jenderal TNI Purnawirawan Haji Prabowo Subianto dan Bapak Gibran Rakabuming Raka adalah Presiden Republik Indonesia dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia untuk masa jabatan 2024-2029. Oleh karena itu, kami mengajak sidang yang mulia dan hadirin yang terhormat untuk memberi tepuk tangan yang meriah sebagai tanda penghormatan atas dilantiknya Presiden dan Wakil Presiden untuk masa jabatan 2024-2029. Atas nama pimpinan dan anggota Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat Republik Indonesia serta seluruh rakyat Indonesia, kami mengucapkan selamat kepada Bapak Prabowo Subianto dan Bapak Gibran Rakabuming Raka yang telah memperoleh kepercayaan rakyat sebagai Presiden dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia untuk melaksanakan amanat rakyat, bangsa dan negara dalam kurun waktu 5 tahun yang akan datang, terhitung sejak 20 Oktober 2024 sampai dengan 20 Oktober 2029 yang akan datang. Kami berharap Bapak Prabowo dan Bapak Gibran Raka Buming Raka dapat membawa visi besar, kebijakan dan program-program yang pro rakyat. Mari kita ciptakan Indonesia yang lebih adil, sejahtera, berdaya saing, di mana setiap lapisan masyarakat merasa dihargai dan terlibat. Bersama-sama kita bisa mengukir prestasi demi kemajuan bangsa. Sidang majelis, hadirin yang berbahagia, di bawah kepemimpinan Presiden Jokowi Dodo dan Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin, pembangunan di segala sektor telah berhasil. Indonesia berhasil menghadapi berbagai tantangan berat, mulai dari pandemi COVID-19, gejolak geopolitik global, hingga perubahan iklim. Meski diterpa berbagai macam ketidakpastian, kondisi politik dan ekonomi Indonesia tetap stabil dan mampu tumbuh secara berkelanjutan. Dalam hubungan internasional, situasi global yang semakin kompleks, salah satu isu yang ditangani secara tepat adalah perjuangan rakyat Palestina untuk mendapatkan kemerdekaan dan hak asasi mereka. Kita semua tahu bahwa Palestina bukan hanya masalah regional, tetapi juga merupakan persoalan kemanusiaan yang membutuhkan perhatian dan dukungan kita semua. Sebagai bangsa yang menjunjung tinggi prinsip keadilan dan kemanusiaan, Indonesia memiliki tanggung jawab moral yang terus mendukung perjuangan rakyat Palestina. Melalui diplomasi yang aktif, kita dapat memberikan suara kepada mereka yang terpinggirkan, serta mendorong komunitas internasional untuk bersatu dalam upaya mendukung hak-hak rakyat Palestina. Oleh karena itu, kepada Presiden Prabowo Subianto, melalui mimbar yang terhormat ini, kami berharap agar dapat melanjutkan komitmen perjuangan ini, menjadikan dukungan terhadap kemerdekaan Palestina sebagai bagian dari kebijakan politik luar negeri kita. Sidang majelis, hadirin yang kami muliakan. Atas nama pimpinan dan anggota Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat, kami mengucapkan terima kasih dan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya kepada Presiden ke-7, Bapak Jokowi Dodo, dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia ke-13, Bapak Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin. Atas pengabdiannya kepada masyarakat, bangsa dan negara. Semoga amal Bapak mendapatkan ridho dari Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Tidak lupa kami juga mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Ibu Hajah Iriana Jokowi Dodo dan Ibu Hajah Wuri Estu Ma'ruf Amin yang dengan penuh kesetiaan mendampingi Bapak Jokowi dan Bapak Ma'ruf Amin. Sidang majelis dan hadirin yang kami muliakan. Selanjutnya, untuk memenuhi ketentuan pasal 121 Ayat 6, Peraturan MPR Nomor 1 Tahun 2024 tentang Tata Tertib MPR yang menyatakan setelah mengucapkan sumpah janji Presiden dan Wakil Presiden, Presiden menyampaikan pidato awal masa jabatan. Oleh karena itu, kini tibalah saatnya kita mendengarkan pidato awal masa jabatan Presiden dalam sidang paripurna ini. Kepada Saudara Presiden, kami persilahkan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita sekalian. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu Rahayu. Yang saya hormati dan yang saya muliakan, Presiden Republik Indonesia masa jabatan 2014-2024, Bapak Insinyur Joko Widodo beserta Ibu Iriana Joko Widodo. Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia masa jabatan 2019-2024, Bapak Profesor Dr. Kiai Haji Ma'ruf Amin beserta Ibu Hajah Wuri Estu Ma'ruf Amin. Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia masa jabatan 2024-2029, Saudara Gibran Rakabuming Raka beserta Ibu Selvi Ananda Putri. Presiden Republik Indonesia ke-6, Bapak Jenderal TNI Purnawirawan Profesor Dr. Haji Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono. Wakil Presiden ke-6 Republik Indonesia, Bapak Jenderal TNI Purnawirawan Tri Sutrisno. Wakil Presiden ke-10 dan ke-12 Republik Indonesia, Bapak Haji Muhammad Yusuf Kalla. Wakil Presiden ke-11 Republik Indonesia, Bapak Profesor Dr. Budiono. Ibu Dr. Anda Sinta Nuriyah Abdurrahman Wahid. Ibu Soraya Hamzahas. Ketua Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat Bapak Ahmad Muzani dan para Wakil Ketua Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat yang saya hormati. Ketua dan para Wakil Ketua Dewan Perwakilan Rakyat. Ketua dan para Wakil Ketua Dewan Perwakilan Daerah. Ketua lembaga-lembaga negara, para ketua umum partai politik, Ketua Umum Partai Golkar, Saudara Dr. Bahlil Lahadalia, Ketua Umum Partai Gerindra yang diwakili oleh Hashim Joyo Hadikusumo, Ketua Umum Partai Nasdem, Bapak Dr. Andes Haji Surya Paloh, Ketua Umum Partai Kebangkitan Bangsa, Bapak Dr. Andes Haji Abdul Muhaimin Iskandar, Presiden Partai Keadilan Sejahtera, Bapak Haji Ahmad Saiku, Ketua Umum Partai Amanat Nasional, Bapak Dr. Haji Zulkifli Hasan, Ketua Umum Partai Demokrat, Saudara Dr. Haji Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, Ketua dan anggota Komisi Pemilihan Umum, Ketua Badan Pengawas Pemilihan Umum, Ketua Dewan Kehormatan Penyelenggaraan Pemilihan Umum, Jaksa Agung, Panglima TNI, Kapolri, para Kepala Staf Angkatan, Saudara Anies Rashid Baswedan, dan Saudara Abdul Muhaimin Iskandar. Saudara Ganjar Pranowo dan Saudara Profesor Dr. Mahfud MD. Sebagai pasangan calon presiden dan wakil presiden pada kontestasi pemilihan umum presiden dan wakil presiden tahun 2024 yang baru lalu. Saudara-saudara insan pers, media cetak, dan media elektronik dalam dan luar negeri, para tamu undangan dan teristimewa, saudara-saudaraku, seluruh rakyat Indonesia, saudara-saudara sebangsa dan setanah air dimanapun engkau berada. Sebagai insan yang bertakwa, marilah kita tidak henti-hentinya memanjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan yang Maha Besar. Kita masih diberi kesehatan, dapat hadir di majelis yang baik ini dan melaksanakan tugas konstitusi kita dengan baik dan aman. Saudara-saudara, hari ini kita mendapat kehormatan yang sangat besar pada acara pelantikan Presiden dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia. Hari ini kita dihadiri 19 kepala negara dan kepala pemerintahan, serta 15 utusan khusus negara-negara sahabat lainnya. Tokoh-tokoh dari negara sahabat ini terbang dari tempat yang jauh di tengah kesibukan mereka, di tengah banyak masalah yang dihadapi. Mereka datang ke sini untuk menghormati bangsa dan rakyat Indonesia. Dan karena itu, atas nama seluruh bangsa dan rakyat Indonesia, saya ucapkan penghargaan terima kasih yang setinggi-tingginya kepada semua kepala pemerintah, kepala negara, dan perwakilan negara-negara sahabat yang hadir di sini. Yang saya hormati dan saya muliakan, Sultan dan yang di Pertuan Negara Brunei Darussalam Paduka Sri Baginda Sultan Hasanal Bolkiah Muizzaddin Wadaulah Ibni Omar Ali Saifuddin Saadul Khairi Wa'idin. Presiden Republik Filipina yang mulia Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. beserta Ibu Luis Araneta Marcos. Perdana Menteri Kerajaan Kamboja yang mulia Samdech Moha Borfor Tipadai Hun Manet. Perdana Menteri Republik Korea yang mulia Han Duck-soo. Perdana Menteri Malaysia yang mulia Datuk Sri Haji Anwar Ibrahim. Perdana Menteri Negara Merdeka Papua New Guinea yang mulia James Marape MP. Perdana Menteri Republik Serbia yang mulia Milos Vucevic. Perdana Menteri Republik Singapura yang mulia Lawrence Wong beserta Ibu Lu Tse Lui. Perdana Menteri Kepulauan Solomon yang mulia Jeremiah Manele MP. Perdana Menteri Republik Demokratik Timor Leste yang mulia Sanana Gusmao. Perdana Menteri Republik Vanuatu yang mulia Charlotte Salwai Tabi Masmas beserta Ibu Mari Justin Salwai. Wakil Presiden Republik Rakyat Tiongkok Yang Mulia Han Zheng, Wakil Presiden Republik Demokratik Rakyat Laos Yang Mulia Pani Yatoyu, Wakil Presiden Republik Sosialis Vietnam Yang Mulia Vo Thi An Duan, Wakil Perdana Menteri, Wakil pertama Perdana Menteri Federasi Rusia Yang Mulia Denis Manturov, Wakil Perdana Menteri merangkap Menteri Pertahanan Qatar Dr. Khalid bin Muhammad Al Attiyah, Wakil Perdana Menteri merangkap Menteri Pertahanan Australia Yang Mulia Richard Marles MP, Wakil Perdana Menteri Selandia Baru Yang Mulia Winston Peters, Wakil Perdana Menteri sekaligus Menteri Transportasi Kerajaan Thailand Yang Mulia Surya Jungrung Riankit, Utusan khusus dan mantan Presiden Republik Federal Jerman Yang Mulia Christian Wulff, Utusan khusus Putra Mahkota Kerajaan Arab Saudi, Menteri Negara Urusan Luar Negeri Yang Mulia Adel bin Ahmed Al Jubair, Utusan khusus Presiden Persatuan Emirat Arab, Menteri Toleransi dan Koeksistensi Yang Mulia Sheikh Nahyan Mubarak Al Nahyan, Utusan khusus Presiden Republik Arab Mesir, Menteri Wakaf Yang Mulia Osama Al Azhari, Utusan khusus Presiden Turki, Menteri Pertahanan Yang Mulia Jenderal Yasar Guler, Utusan khusus Perdana Menteri Kerajaan Britania Raya dan Irlandia Utara, Menteri Luar Negeri Yang Mulia David Lammy MP, Utusan khusus Presiden Amerika Serikat, Wakil Tetap Amerika Serikat untuk PBB Yang Mulia Linda Thomas Greenfield, Sekretaris Jenderal Muslim Council of Elders Yang Mulia Muhammad Abdul Salam, Utusan khusus Perdana Menteri Republik India, Menteri Luar Negeri Yang Mulia Pabitra Margherita, Utusan khusus Kerajaan Yordan, Menteri Luar Negeri Yang Mulia Dr. Nancy Namruka, Utusan khusus Perdana Menteri Jepang, mantan Menteri Luar Negeri Yang Mulia Komura Masahiko, Utusan khusus Presiden Dewan Menteri Republik Italia, Wakil Menteri Pertahanan Yang Mulia Matteo Perego di Premnago, Utusan khusus Kanada untuk Indo-Pasifik, Utusan Perdana Menteri Kanada Yang Mulia Ian MacKay, Utusan khusus Presiden Republik Prancis, Utusan khusus Prancis untuk ASEAN Yang Mulia François Corbin. Yang saya muliakan seluruh duta besar serta perwakilan negara-negara sahabat. On behalf of the people of Indonesia, I would like to thank you for your distinguished presence. You honor us by coming all the way in the midst of your very busy schedule to grace us with your presence in our moment of constitutional sovereignty. Saudara-saudara sekalian, beberapa saat yang lalu di hadapan majelis yang terhormat ini di hadapan seluruh rakyat Indonesia, dan yang terpenting di hadapan Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Saya, Prabowo Subianto, dan saudara Gibran Rakabuming Raka telah mengucapkan sumpah untuk mempertahankan undang-undang dasar kita, untuk menjalankan semua undang-undang dan peraturan yang berlaku, untuk berbakti kepada negara dan bangsa. Sumpah tersebut akan kami jalankan dengan sebaik-baiknya, dengan penuh rasa tanggung jawab dan dengan semua kekuatan yang ada pada jiwa dan raga kami. Kami akan menjalankan kepemimpinan pemerintah Republik Indonesia, kepemimpinan negara dan bangsa Indonesia dengan tulus, dengan mengutamakan kepentingan seluruh rakyat Indonesia, termasuk mereka-mereka yang tidak memilih kami. Kami akan mengutamakan kepentingan bangsa Indonesia, kepentingan rakyat Indonesia di atas segala kepentingan, di atas segala golongan, apalagi kepentingan pribadi kami. Saudara-saudara sekalian, tantangan, rintangan, hambatan, dan ancaman yang dihadapi oleh bangsa Indonesia di tengah dinamika dan pergolatan dunia tidak ringan. Saudara-saudara sekalian, kita faham, kita mengerti bahwa karunia yang diberikan oleh Yang Maha Kuasa kepada kita sungguh sangat besar dan sungguh sangat beragam. Kita memiliki luas wilayah daratan dan lautan yang sangat besar. Kita memiliki kekayaan alam yang sangat besar. Kita mengerti bahwa sumber alam ini terdiri dari sumber-sumber alam yang sangat penting untuk kehidupan manusia di abad ke-21 dan seterusnya. Namun, di tengah segala karunia tersebut, di tengah segala kelebihan yang kita miliki, yang memang membuat kita harus menghadapi masa depan dengan optimis, tetapi kita pun harus berani untuk melihat hambatan, tantangan, rintangan, ancaman, dan kesulitan yang ada di hadapan kita. Saya selalu mengajak saudara-saudaraku sebangsa dan setanah air untuk menjadi bangsa yang berani, bangsa yang tidak takut tantangan, bangsa yang tidak takut rintangan, bangsa yang tidak takut ancaman. Saudara-saudara sekalian, sesungguhnya sejarah kita adalah sejarah dengan penuh kepahlawanan, penuh pengorbanan, penuh keberanian. Tidak hanya pemimpin-pemimpin, tapi keberanian rakyat kita menghadapi segala tantangan, bahkan invasi-invasi dari bangsa lain. Saudara-saudara sekalian, kita faham dan kita mengerti bahwa kemerdekaan kita bukan hadiah. Kemerdekaan kita dapat dengan pengorbanan yang sangat besar. Saudara-saudara sekalian, dan kita harus faham dan ingat selalu, pengorbanan yang paling besar adalah pengorbanan dari rakyat kita yang paling miskin, wong cilik yang berjuang, yang memberi makan kepada pejuang-pejuang. Janganlah kita lupa, waktu kita perang kemerdekaan, kita tidak punya anggaran, kita tidak punya APBN, pasukan kita tidak digaji. Siapa yang memberi makan kepada kita? Yang beri makan adalah para petani di desa-desa. Yang beri makan adalah para nelayan. Yang beri makan adalah para pekerja. Terus-menerus mereka yang mendirikan Republik Indonesia. Sekarang saya mengajak saudara-saudara, terutama unsur pimpinan dari semua kalangan, dari kalangan cendekiawan, dari kalangan ulama, dari kalangan pengusaha, dari kalangan pemimpin politik, dari kalangan pemuda dan mahasiswa. Mari kita berani menghadapi tantangan-tantangan tersebut. Saudara-saudara sekalian, tantangan yang besar yang kita hadapi ada yang berasal dari luar kita. Tapi harus kita akui, harus kita berani mengakui banyak tantangan, banyak kesulitan, banyak rintangan yang berasal dari diri kita sendiri. Ada tantangan-tantangan, kesulitan-kesulitan yang terjadi karena kita kurang waspada. Karena kadang-kadang kita tidak handal dan tidak piawai dalam mengurus kekayaan kita sendiri. Saudara-saudara sekalian, marilah kita berani mawas diri. Marilah kita berani menatap wajah kita sendiri. Dan mari kita berani memperbaiki diri kita sendiri. Marilah kita berani mengoreksi diri kita sendiri. Saudara-saudara sekalian, kita harus menghadapi kenyataan bahwa masih terlalu banyak kebocoran, penyelewengan, korupsi di negara kita. Ini adalah yang membahayakan masa depan kita dan masa depan anak-anak kita dan cucu-cucu kita. Kita harus berani mengakui terlalu banyak kebocoran-kebocoran dari anggaran kita, penyimpangan-penyimpangan, kolusi di antara para pejabat politik, pejabat pemerintah di semua tingkatan, dengan pengusaha-pengusaha yang nakal, pengusaha-pengusaha yang tidak patriotik. Janganlah kita takut untuk melihat realita ini. Kita masih melihat sebagian saudara-saudara kita yang belum menikmati hasil kemerdekaan. Terlalu banyak saudara-saudara kita yang berada di bawah garis kemiskinan. Terlalu banyak anak-anak kita yang berangkat sekolah tidak makan pagi. Terlalu banyak anak-anak kita yang tidak punya pakaian untuk berangkat sekolah. Saudara-saudara sekalian, kita sebagai pemimpin politik, jangan kita terlalu senang melihat angka-angka statistik yang membuat kita terlalu cepat gembira, terlalu cepat puas, padahal kita belum melihat gambaran sepenuhnya. Kita merasa bangga bahwa kita diterima di kalangan G20. Kita merasa bangga bahwa kita disebut ekonomi ke-16 terbesar di dunia. Tapi apakah kita sungguh-sungguh faham? Apa kita sungguh-sungguh melihat gambaran yang utuh dari keadaan kita? Apakah kita sadar bahwa kemiskinan di Indonesia masih terlalu besar? Apakah kita sadar bahwa rakyat kita dan anak-anak kita banyak yang kurang gizi? Banyak rakyat kita yang tidak dapat pekerjaan yang baik. Banyak sekolah-sekolah kita yang tidak terurus. Saudara-saudara sekalian, kita harus berani melihat ini semua. Dan kita harus berani menyelesaikan masalah ini semua. Saudara-saudara sekalian, saya mengajak kita semua, marilah kita berani melihat kenyataan. Kita boleh bangga dengan prestasi kita, tapi marilah kita jangan tertegun, jangan terlalu cepat puas, jangan terlalu cepat gembira dengan menutup mata dan hati kita terhadap tantangan-tantangan dan penderitaan saudara-saudara kita. Saudara-saudara sekalian, kita tidak boleh memiliki sikap seperti burung unta yang kalau melihat sesuatu yang tidak enak, ia memasukkan kepalanya dalam tanah. Mari kita menatap ancaman dan bahaya dengan gagah. Marilah kita menghadapi kesulitan dengan berani. Saudara-saudara sekalian, marilah kita berhimpun. Marilah kita bersatu untuk mencari solusi-solusi. Mencari jalan keluar dari ancaman dan bahaya tersebut. Saudara-saudara sekalian, saya telah mencanangkan bahwa Indonesia harus segera swasembada pangan dalam waktu yang sesingkat-singkatnya. Kita tidak boleh tergantung sumber makanan dari luar. Dalam krisis, dalam keadaan genting, tidak ada yang akan mengizinkan barang-barang mereka untuk kita beli. Karena itu, tidak ada jalan lain. Dalam waktu yang sesingkat-singkatnya, kita harus mencapai ketahanan pangan. Kita harus mampu memproduksi dan memenuhi kebutuhan pangan seluruh rakyat Indonesia. Saya sudah mempelajari bersama pakar-pakar yang membantu saya. Saya yakin paling lambat 4-5 tahun kita akan swasembada pangan. Bahkan kita siap menjadi lumbung pangan dunia. Saudara-saudara sekalian, kita juga harus swasembada energi. Dalam keadaan ketegangan, dalam keadaan kemungkinan terjadi perang di mana-mana, kita harus siap dengan kemungkinan yang paling jelek. Negara-negara lain harus memikirkan kepentingan mereka sendiri. Kalau terjadi hal yang tidak kita inginkan, sulit akan kita dapat sumber energi dari negara lain. Karena itu, kita harus swasembada energi dan kita mampu untuk swasembada energi. Kita diberi karunia oleh Tuhan Maha Besar tanaman-tanaman yang membuat kita bisa tidak tergantung bangsa lain. Tanaman-tanaman seperti kelapa sawit bisa menghasilkan solar dan bensin. Kita juga punya tanaman-tanaman lain seperti singkong, tebu, sagu, jagung, dan lain-lain. Kita juga punya energi bawah tanah, geotermal yang cukup. Kita punya batu bara yang sangat banyak. Kita punya energi dari air yang sangat besar. Saudara-saudara sekalian, pemerintah yang saya pimpin nanti akan fokus untuk mencapai swasembada energi. Kita juga harus mengelola air kita dengan baik. Alhamdulillah kita punya sumber air yang cukup dan kita sudah punya teknologi menghasilkan air yang murah dan yang bisa memenuhi kebutuhan kita. Saudara-saudara sekalian, juga semua subsidi, bantuan kepada rakyat kita yang masih dalam keadaan susah, harus kita yakin subsidi-subsidi itu sampai kepada mereka yang butuhkan. Kita harus berani meneliti dan kalau perlu kita robah subsidi itu harus kepada langsung keluarga-keluarga yang membutuhkan itu. Dengan teknologi digital kita akan mampu sampai subsidi itu sampai ke setiap keluarga yang membutuhkan. Tidak boleh aliran-aliran bantuan itu tidak sampai ke mereka yang butuh itu. Saudara-saudara, anak-anak kita semua harus bisa makan bergizi minimal 1 kali sehari. Dan itu akan kita lakukan dan itu bisa kita lakukan, saudara-saudara sekalian. Selain itu, menjamin melindungi mereka yang paling lemah untuk mencapai kesejahteraan sejati, kemakmuran yang sebenarnya, kita harus melakukan hilirisasi kepada semua komoditas yang kita miliki. Nilai tambah dari semua komoditas itu harus menambah kekuatan ekonomi kita sehingga rakyat kita bisa mencapai tingkat hidup yang sejahtera. Seluruh komoditas kita harus bisa dinikmati oleh seluruh rakyat Indonesia. Saya sudah katakan kita harus berani menghadapi dan memberantas korupsi dengan perbaikan sistem, dengan penegakan hukum yang tegas, dengan digitalisasi. Insya Allah kita akan kurangi korupsi secara signifikan. Tapi ini harus kita lakukan. Seluruh unsur pimpinan harus memberi contoh. Ingarso sing tulodo. Saudara-saudara sekalian, ada pepatah yang mengatakan, kalau ikan menjadi busuk, busuknya mulai dari kepala. Semua pejabat dari semua eselon dan semua tingkatan harus memberi contoh untuk menjalankan kepemimpinan pemerintahan yang sebersih-bersihnya. Mulai dengan contoh dari atas dan sesudah itu penegakan hukum yang tegas dan keras. Saudara-saudara sekalian, semua kita percaya dan kita yakin kita akan punya kekuatan untuk bisa menghilangkan kemiskinan dari bumi Indonesia. Ini sasaran yang berat. Bahkan banyak yang mengatakan bahwa ini sesuatu yang tidak mungkin. Saudara-saudara, pemimpin yang berani, pemimpin yang baik akan terpanggil untuk menghadapi yang tidak mungkin dan mencari jalan agar yang tidak mungkin kita atasi. Bangsa yang berani adalah bangsa yang bisa bikin yang tidak mungkin menjadi mungkin. Saudara-saudara, di tengah itu cita-cita yang begitu besar, yang begitu kita idam-idamkan, kita perlu suasana kebersamaan. Kita perlu suasana persatuan. Kita perlu kolaborasi kerjasama, bukan cekcok yang berkepanjangan. Kita perlu pemimpin-pemimpin yang tidak caci maki, pemimpin-pemimpin yang arif, yang bijaksana, yang mengerti dan cinta budaya dan sejarah bangsa sendiri, yang bangga dengan adab, tradisi, dan adat bangsa kita sendiri. Kita dari sejak dahulu, pemikiran, kehendak, dan rancang bangun pendiri-pendiri bangsa kita, dari sejak awal bangsa ini berdiri, kita ingin menjadi bangsa yang berdemokrasi. Kita menempatkan kedaulatan rakyat setinggi-tingginya. Dalam dasar negara kita, Pancasila, kerakyatan merupakan sendi utama dari kelima sila yang kita junjung tinggi. Kerakyatan yang dipimpin oleh hikmat kebijaksanaan dalam permusyawaratan perwakilan. Kita menghendaki kehidupan demokrasi, tapi marilah kita sadar bahwa demokrasi kita harus demokrasi yang khas untuk Indonesia. Demokrasi yang cocok untuk bangsa kita. Demokrasi yang berasal dari sejarah dan budaya kita. Demokrasi kita harus demokrasi yang santun. Demokrasi di mana berbeda pendapat harus tanpa permusuhan. Demokrasi di mana mengoreksi harus tanpa caci maki. Bertarung tanpa membenci. Bertanding tanpa berbuat curang. Demokrasi kita harus demokrasi yang menghindari kekerasan, yang menghindari adu domba, yang menghindari hasut-menghasut. Demokrasi kita harus demokrasi yang sejuk, demokrasi yang damai, demokrasi yang menghindari kemunafikan. Hanya dengan persatuan dan kerjasama kita akan mencapai cita-cita para leluhur bangsa kita. Bangsa yang gemah ripah loh jinawi, toto tentrem kertora harjo. Bangsa yang baldatun, tojibatun, warobun gofur. Bangsa di mana rakyat cukup pangan, cukup sandang, cukup papan. Cita-cita kita adalah melihat wong cilik iso gemuyu. Wong cilik bisa senyum, bisa ketawa. Saudara-saudara sekalian, kita harus ingat bahwa kekuasaan itu adalah milik rakyat. Kedaulatan itu adalah kedaulatan rakyat. Kita berkuasa seizin rakyat. Kita menjalankan kekuasaan harus untuk kepentingan rakyat. Kita harus selalu ingat, setiap pemimpin dalam setiap tingkatan harus selalu ingat, pekerjaan kita harus untuk rakyat. Bukan kita bekerja untuk diri kita sendiri. Bukan kita bekerja untuk kerabat kita. Bukan kita bekerja untuk pemimpin-pemimpin kita. Pemimpin yang harus bekerja untuk rakyat. Saudara-saudara sekalian, kita harus mengerti selalu, sadar selalu bahwa bangsa yang merdeka adalah bangsa di mana rakyatnya merdeka. Rakyat harus bebas dari ketakutan, bebas dari kemiskinan, bebas dari kelaparan, bebas dari kebodohan, bebas dari penindasan, bebas dari penderitaan. Saudara-saudara sekalian, masih ada saudara-saudara kita usianya di atas 70 tahun masih menarik becak. Ini bukan ciri-ciri bangsa yang merdeka. Hanya kalau kita bisa wujudkan itu, kalau kita bisa wujudkan keadaan di mana rakyat kita sungguh-sungguh merasa dan menikmati kemerdekaan, baru boleh kita sungguh-sungguh puas dan bangga dengan prestasi Indonesia merdeka. Sebelum itu, marilah kita kerja keras. Marilah kita berjuang tanpa menyerah. Mari kita menghimpun dan menjaga semua kekayaan kita. Jangan mau kekayaan kita diambil murah oleh pihak-pihak lain. Saudara-saudara sekalian, semua kekayaan kita harus sebesar-besarnya untuk kepentingan dan kemakmuran rakyat kita. Saudara-saudara, dalam sejarah politik, hal ini mudah diucapkan, tidak mudah untuk kita capai. Tapi kita bisa capai kalau kita bersatu dan bekerja sama. Marilah kita bangun masa depan bersama. Marilah kita menganggap rekan-rekan kita, walaupun berbeda suku, berbeda agama, berbeda partai, berbeda golongan, kita adalah sama-sama anak Indonesia. Bertanding, semangat. Sesudah bertanding, mari kita berhimpun kembali. Presiden Joko Widodo mengalahkan saya Berapa kali ya? Saya lupa. Tapi begitu beliau menang ya, beliau mengajak saya bersatu. Dan saya menerima ajakan itu. Sekarang saya yang menang. Dan saya mengajak semua pihak, ayo bersatu. Saudara-saudara sekalian, dalam menghadapi dunia internasional, Indonesia memilih jalan bebas aktif, non-blok, non-aligned. Kita tidak mau ikut fakta-fakta militer manapun. Kita memilih jalan bersahabat dengan semua negara. Sudah berkali-kali saya cadangkan, Indonesia akan menjalankan politik luar negeri sebagai negara yang ingin menjadi tetangga yang baik. We want to be the good neighbor. Kita ingin menganut filosofi kuno. 1000 kawan terlalu sedikit, 1 lawan terlalu banyak. Saudara-saudara sekalian, dengan demikian kita ingin menjadi sahabat semua negara. Tapi kita punya prinsip. Prinsip kita adalah prinsip anti penjajahan. Karena kita pernah mengalami penjajahan. Kita anti penindasan. Karena kita pernah ditindas. Kita anti rasialisme. Kita anti apartheid. Karena kita pernah mengalami apartheid. Waktu kita dijajah, bahkan kita digolongkan lebih rendah dari anjing. Banyak prasasti dan marmer, banyak papan-papan di mana disebut Honden and Inlander Verboden. Saya masih lihat prasasti di kolam renang Manggarai tahun 78. Honden and Inlander Verboden, saudara-saudara. Karena itu kita punya prinsip, kita harus solider, kita harus membela rakyat-rakyat yang tertindas di dunia ini. Karena itu kita mendukung kemerdekaan rakyat Palestina. Pemerintah Presiden Joko Widodo sudah mengirim banyak bantuan. Hari ini kita punya tim medis yang bekerja di Gaza, di Rafah, dengan risiko yang sangat tinggi. Dokter-dokter kita, perawat-perawat kita sudah bekerja sama di Rafah, di Gaza bersama saudara-saudara kita dari Uni Emirat Arab. Dan kita pun siap untuk mengirim bantuan yang lebih banyak. Dan kita siap untuk evakuasi mereka-mereka yang luka dan anak-anak yang trauma dan korban. Kita siapkan semua rumah sakit tentara kita dan nanti rumah sakit lain untuk membantu saudara-saudara kita yang menjadi korban perang yang tidak adil. Saudara-saudara, Kita menjadi bangsa yang harus berterima kasih kepada generasi pembebas, kepada Bung Karno, Bung Hatta, pahlawan-pahlawan yang lain, I Gusti Ngurah Rai, Kapitan Patimura, Sultan Hasanuddin, Teku Umar, Cut Nyak Din, semua pahlawan yang tidak bisa kita sebut satu persatu. Tapi mereka yang membayar saham kemerdekaan dengan darah dan air mata mereka. Kita bersyukur kepada Presiden dan Proklamator pertama, Bung Karno, yang telah memberi kepada kita ideologi negara, Pancasila. Yang keluar masuk penjara, dibuang di mana-mana dari sejak muda karena memperjuangkan Indonesia merdeka. Indonesia tidak mau menjadi darah bagi bangsa-bangsa lain. Soekarno, Hatta, Syahrir, semua pendiri bangsa ini berkorban dan telah memimpin kita dengan baik. Kita juga bersyukur kepada Presiden Soeharto yang banyak jasanya dalam menyelamatkan dan mengamankan ideologi Pancasila itu sendiri, yang telah meletakkan dasar bagi Indonesia yang modern. Kita berterima kasih kepada Presiden Habibie yang telah membuat dasar untuk kita meraih dan menguasai ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Kita berterima kasih kepada Presiden Abdurrahman Wahid yang telah memberi contoh toleransi antar agama, antar suku, yang menjunjung tinggi inklusif, Indonesia yang inklusif dan toleran. Kita berterima kasih kepada Presiden Megawati yang menyelesaikan masalah-masalah ekonomi akibat crash tahun 98. Harus diakui, di bawah pemerintah Megawati, masalah perusahaan-perusahaan yang banyak hancur dapat diperbaiki dan diselamatkan. Kita harus berterima kasih kepada Presiden Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono yang memimpin Indonesia di saat krisis yang sangat berat, menghadapi tsunami, menyelesaikan bersama Wakil Presiden Yusuf Kala, menyelesaikan pertikaian di Aceh yang sudah berjalan begitu lama. Ini prestasi yang harus kita akui. Saudara-saudara sekalian, mereka semua dengan cara masing-masing memiliki sumbangsih terhadap apa yang sekarang kita nikmati. Negara kesatuan yang utuh, yang berdaulat, yang merdeka, yang terus menjaga dan berjuang untuk kemerdekaan dan keadilan. Saudara-saudara sekalian, sekarang kita ucapkan terima kasih juga kepada Presiden Republik Indonesia yang ke-7. Presiden Jokowi Dodo dengan Wakil Presiden Profesor Ma'ruf Amin. Terima kasih atas kepemimpinan Bapak. Terima kasih atas kenegarawanan Bapak. Bapak telah menakodai bangsa ini melalui krisis-krisis yang sungguh sangat berat. Jangan kita merasakan hari ini. Ingat waktu COVID, kita bahkan keluar dari rumah kita takut. Saya saksi, saya menterinya beliau, semua pihak dalam dan luar negeri telepon terus, menekan beliau terus, minta lockdown, lockdown, lockdown. Beliau menolak. Beliau berpikir, kalau kita lockdown, bagaimana Wong Cilik, bagaimana warung Tegal, bagaimana ojol, bagaimana rakyat-rakyat yang makannya dari upah harian. Jangan kita lupa prestasi pemimpin-pemimpin kita. Terima kasih Pak Jokowi, terima kasih Profesor Ma'ruf Amin. Anda telah berjasa, Anda akan dikenang sebagai putra Indonesia yang termasuk terbaik. Saudara-saudara sekalian, akhir kata, saya mohon doa restu saudara-saudara. Mari kita bangun Indonesia di atas landasan yang sudah dirintis oleh pendahulu-pendahulu kita. Mari kita belajar, semua kekurangan kita akui dan kita perbaiki. Hentikan dendam, hilangkan kebencian, bangun kerukunan, bangun gotong royong. Itu kepribadian bangsa Indonesia. Itu ajaran Bung Karno sendiri. Saudara-saudara sekalian, kami siap melanjutkan estafet kepimpinan. Kita siap bekerja keras menuju Indonesia Emas, menjadi bangsa yang kuat, merdeka, berdaulat, adil dan makmur. Kita tidak mau mengganggu siapapun, kita tidak mau mengganggu bangsa lain, tapi kita juga tidak akan mengizinkan bangsa manapun untuk mengganggu kita. Semoga Tuhan yang Maha Besar, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, yang memiliki sekalian alam, semoga melindungi kita semua. Semoga menyertai kita semua dalam perjalanan kita, dalam pengabdian kita kepada bangsa, negara, dan rakyat kita. Kita juga berdoa kepada Yang Maha Kuasa agar tamu-tamu agung kita, mereka-mereka yang datang dari jauh, akan kembali ke rumah mereka masing-masing dalam keadaan aman dan dalam keadaan terus bersahabat dengan kita, saudara-saudara sekalian. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita sekalian. Shalom. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Namo Buddhaya. Rahayu, Rahayu. Merdeka! 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 Yang tidak teriak merdeka tidak patriotik. Ulangi.
Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada Saudara Presiden yang telah menyampaikan pidato awal masa jabatannya. Sidang majelis dan hadirin yang kami muliakan, sebelum mengakhiri sidang paripurna ini, marilah kita memanjatkan doa. Doa akan dipimpin oleh Ketua Umum Majelis Ulama Indonesia Al-Mukarram Kiai Haji Anwar Iskandar. Kami persilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang dan salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu, hadirin hadirat sekalian yang mulia, sejenak marilah kita menundukkan kepala, mengkhusyukkan hati, menengadahkan tangan untuk memohon kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, untuk memberikan yang terbaik buat kita sekalian, bangsa Indonesia. Saya akan berdoa dengan cara agama saya, agama Islam, dan dengan segala hormat kepada Bapak Ibu dan hadirin yang beragama lain, untuk menyesuaikan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli wa sallim wa barik ala sayyidina wa maulana Muhammad. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu wa lakal syukru. ولك الثناء كما ينبغي لجلالك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك. ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين. اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا وكفر عنا سيئاتنا وتوفنا مع الأبرار. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu wa lakal syukru wa lakal thana kama yanbaghi li jalikal karimi wa adimi sultanik. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, hanya untuk-Mu segala puji dan hanya kepadamu kami bersyukur. Bersyukur atas segala nikmat yang telah Kau berikan kepada kami bangsa Indonesia. Kau berikan karunia tanah air yang kaya dengan sumber daya alam, yang akan memberi manfaat dan masalah yang besar bagi kehidupan rakyat dan bangsa ini. Kau telah berikan nikmat kepada kami, para pendiri-pendiri bangsa yang memiliki kearifan, kebijakan, dan menyumbangkan sebuah dasar negara, falsafah hidup untuk bangsa ini, yaitu Pancasila. Yang dengan itu ada harapan kami semuanya untuk bahagia. Yang dengan Pancasila itu ada harapan kami bisa hidup bersatu dalam sebuah negara bangsa, negara kesatuan Republik Indonesia. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu wa lakas syukru wa lakas thana kama yanbaghi li jalikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan yang Maha Kuasa, kami bersyukur kepadamu ya Tuhan, karena Kau telah beri kami pemimpin, anak-anak bangsa, anak-anak Indonesia terbaik. Presiden-presiden mulai awal, Presiden Soekarno, Bapak Presiden Habibie, Kiai Abdurrahman Wahid, Ibu Megawati Soekarno Putri, Bapak Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, Bapak Haji Jokowi, dan seluruh wakil-wakil presiden, putra-putra terbaik yang telah memberikan pikiran, tenaga, dan daya yang ada pada mereka untuk memberikan pengabdiannya kepada bangsa dan negara ini. Amin. Kami berdoa agar apa yang telah dilakukan oleh beliau-beliau semuanya menjadi bagian dari amal solih yang diterima oleh Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu wa lakas syukur wa lakas thana kama yanbaghi li jalikal karimi wa adi sultanik. Dan hari ini Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat Indonesia dalam sidang paripurna telah melakukan pelantikan Presiden baru kami dan Wakil Presiden baru kami, Bapak Prabowo, Bapak Haji Prabowo Subianto sebagai Presiden, dan Bapak Haji Gibran Raka Buming Raka sebagai Wakil Presiden. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, berikanlah Presiden dan Wakil Presiden baru kami ini kesehatan yang sempurna. Berikanlah kepada mereka umur yang panjang. Berikanlah kepada mereka kemampuan untuk menyelamatkan kedaulatan negara kesatuan Republik Indonesia. Berikanlah kemampuan dan kekuatan kepada beliau-beliau untuk memberikan kesejahteraan dan kemakmuran kepada rakyat Indonesia. Berikanlah kepada Presiden kami dan Wakil Presiden kami untuk mencerdaskan kehidupan bangsa. Berikanlah kekuatan dan kemampuan kepada Presiden baru kami dan Wakil Presiden baru kami untuk melakukan diplomasi internasional dalam memberikan sumbangan terbesar bagi perdamaian dunia. Ya Allah, ya Tuhan kami, berikanlah kemampuan dan kekuatan kepada Presiden kami untuk melakukan pembangunan demokrasi, demokrasi yang baik, demokrasi yang beradab, menegakkan hukum dan keadilan, menegakkan kebenaran, memberantas korupsi, memberantas penyelewengan dan penyalahgunaan kekuasaan, memberantas segala maksiat untuk membangun bangsa yang berbudi pekerti yang baik, yang berakhlakul karimah atas ridhamu ya Allah, atas ridhamu ya Allah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu wa lakas syukru kama yanbaghi li jalikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Hari ini kami semua bangsa Indonesia, terutama para wakil-wakil rakyat yang kami cintai, kami banggakan, kami harapkan, telah mendengar dengan nyata bagaimana cita-cita besar dari Presiden kami yang telah diucapkan dengan sangat tegas. Kami semuanya melihat betapa mulianya hati dan halusnya jiwa Presiden kami, begitu besar keberpihakannya kepada rakyat Indonesia. Amin. Begitu besar cintanya kepada wong cilik dan begitu tingginya rasa solidaritas terhadap bangsa-bangsa lain yang tertindas, terutama bangsa Palestina. Amin, amin. Atas kebiadaban Zionisme yang telah melakukan genosida dan hal-hal yang tidak manusiawi. Sesuatu yang terbaik yang dicita-citakan dengan baik dan besar oleh Presiden kami. Berikanlah pertolongan-Mu kepada Presiden kami, ya Allah. Berikanlah ridho-Mu kepada Presiden kami, ya Allah. Berikanlah berkah dan rahmat-Mu kepada Presiden dan Wakil Presiden kami, ya Allah. Sehingga akan mampu menjalankan tugas-tugas yang mulia menuju baldatun thayyibatu wa rabbun ghafur. Allah menja'al baldatana Indonesia baldatan aminatan mutmainnah tajri fiha ahkamuka wa ahkamu rasulika Muhammadin sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Ya Allah, jadikanlah negeri kami negeri yang aman, negeri yang damai, negeri yang stabil, karena dengan itu kemudian kami bisa berbuat lebih baik, kami bisa berbuat lebih banyak untuk kebaikan bangsa ini, hari ini, esok dan yang akan datang. Allah ma'alif baina qulubina wa aslih dhata bainina wahdina subulas salam. Ya Allah, jadikanlah bangsa ini bangsa yang bersatu, bangsa yang saling bergandeng tangan untuk menciptakan persatuan Indonesia. Karena dengan persatuan Indonesia ini, maka sebesar apapun tantangan yang dihadapi, sebesar apapun rintangan yang dihadapi, dengan modal persatuan dan kesatuan Indonesia, insya Allah tantangan itu akan kita hadapi dengan lebih ringan. Ya Allah, salimna wassalim dinana wassalim ahlana wassalim auladana wassalim Indonesia. Ya Allah, selamatkanlah agama kami, selamatkanlah iman kami, selamatkanlah keluarga kami, selamatkanlah anak-anak cucu kami, selamatkanlah generasi bangsa Indonesia kami ini, selamatkanlah NKRI ini dari segala macam min musibatid dunya wa musibatil akhirah, min musibatid dunya wa musibatid din, min bala'id dunya wa min bala'id din, innaka ala kulli syai'in qadir. Dari segala mara bahaya, dari segala musibah yang akan menimpa kepada kita semua, kepada bangsa kita dan kepada umat manusia. Sesungguhnya Engkau adalah Zat yang Maha Kuasa. Rabbana atina min ladunka rahmah wa hayyi' lana min amrina rasyada. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala khairi khalqi sayyidina Muhammad walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kami ucapkan atas pembacaan doa yang dipimpin oleh Ketua Umum Majelis Ulama Indonesia Al-Mukarram Kiai Haji Anwar Iskandar. Sidang majelis, hadirin yang kami muliakan. Demikian seluruh rangkaian sidang paripurna Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat dalam rangka pelantikan Presiden dan Wakil Presiden untuk masa bakti 2024-2029. Atas seluruh kelancaran sidang paripurna ini, kami atas nama pimpinan majelis dan anggota Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat mengucapkan terima kasih dan penghargaan yang setinggi-tingginya kepada pimpinan lembaga-lembaga negara, para yang mulia kepala negara, kepala pemerintahan, serta utusan khusus negara-negara sahabat, para duta besar, kepala perwakilan negara sahabat, para insan pers dalam dan luar negeri, unsur pengamanan, Tentara Nasional Indonesia dan Polisi Republik Indonesia, Sekretariat Jenderal MPR, para tamu undangan, serta berbagai macam pihak yang tidak mungkin kami sebut satu persatu, terkhusus kepada rakyat dan seluruh bangsa Indonesia yang mengikuti acara ini. Semoga Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala senantiasa memberi kekuatan kepada kita semuanya, seluruh rakyat dan bangsa Indonesia. Sebelum kami menutup acara ini, izinkan kami membacakan 3 buah pantun. Di hutan Papua pergi mencari madu, makan sarden sama papeda. Kita semua pasti akan rindu pernah punya presiden yang suka bagi-bagi sepeda. Masak kue talam jangan digulung, masak ikan pepes jangan dipanggang, berpeci hitam dan memakai sarung, Kiai Ma'ruf Amin akan selalu kita kenang. Pergi ke Glodok nonton barongsai, mampir pasar baru beli kain gorden. Tugas kami pimpinan MPR sudah selesai, melantik Pak Prabowo kini jadi presiden. Dengan mengucap syukur alhamdulillah, sidang paripurna Majelis Permusyawaratan Rakyat Republik Indonesia kita nyatakan ditutup.
Hadirin dimohon berdiri. Lagu kebangsaan Indonesia Raya. disilakan duduk kembali. Sidang paripurna MPR RI dengan agenda pelantikan Presiden Republik Indonesia dan Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia selesai.
Ini itu udah jalan hidup saya ya Mas ya. Bisa bertahan di dunia kesenian, bagi saya itu udah sesuatu yang sangat mewah.
Mungkin ada yang bilang, apa sih gunanya seni itu gitu. Tapi buktinya sendiri, seni masih ada.
Satu ya, seni itu ya hidup. Kita hidup di dalam seni, kita membangun seni itu sendiri. Jadi kita menjadi satu, bahwa kita hidup di dalam seni.
Indonesia ini adalah negara yang kaya, bukan hanya keindahan alamnya, tapi juga kearifan lokalnya.
Menurut saya, sudah saatnya kita untuk saling berkolaborasi, pemerintah, entitas masyarakat, dan seluruh stakeholder itu bareng-bareng memikirkan keberlanjutan dari tempat tinggal yang kita huni di muka bumi. Mungkin mau menekankan pentingnya hidup untuk pembangunan berkelanjutan.
House of Blessing adalah rumah berkat. Jadi harapannya kita bisa menjadi berkat untuk dogi-dogi yang terlantar ini. Kita berikan second chance ini.
Wadah di mana kami bisa memayungi atau memberikan keadilan bagi hewan-hewan ini. Di mana kesejahteraan kehidupan mereka ini bisa terjadi di lingkungan kita ya manusia gitu.
Selamat datang di Knock the Doc. Wah, senang sekali saya Dr. Esa Brota Asmoro bersama dengan
Hans Lango. Hari ini kita tetap akan membicarakan seputar kesehatan.
Sejauh ini yang dirasakan apa nih sama Presiden?
Capek.
Multifaktorial penyebabnya. Tidak hanya masalah genetik sebetulnya, tapi juga terkait tadi physical activity maupun nutrisi sehari-hari.
Makanya harus nonton terus Knock the Doc.
Good afternoon and welcome to Special C Today Update. I'm Sarah Wayne, and later on we'll also be joined in by Paul and Carol, who is now at the main desk. And today, of course, is an exciting and historic moment, especially for us here in Indonesia, as we come together to witness the 2024-2029 inauguration of our new president, Prabowo Subianto. Prabowo Subianto has officially been sworn in today as Indonesia's 8th president, succeeding Jokowi and assuming leadership of Southeast Asia's largest economy. And to bring us up to speed on today's event, we now go live to the Parliament building where the inauguration took place. Our correspondent Andira Putri and Dian Merdekawati are on the ground. So Andira, can you please walk us through on the key moments of today's inauguration earlier?
Yes, it's a historical day for all Indonesian citizens because we finally have a new president and vice president. So earlier, Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Rakabuming Raka have been inaugurated as Indonesia President and Vice President in here at the House of Representatives and People Consultative Assembly building in Senayan, Jakarta. So again, it's really a historical moment for all of Indonesia citizens because the event itself also attended by representatives from 33 countries as well as the previous leaders, including Indonesia's 7th President, Jokowi along with Indonesia 13th Vice President, Ma'ruf Amin. So the whole inauguration ceremony itself has started at 10 a.m. and currently it has just ended with all of the people, all of the members of the parliament as well as the previous leaders, and also the representative from 33 countries are giving their congratulatory remark for President Prabowo Subianto and Vice President Gibran Rakabuming Raka. And earlier started from 10 a.m. They have taken an oath about to become a president and the vice president, and then they have also signed an inauguration minutes. And after that, for the first time ever, Prabowo Subianto delivered his official speech for the first time as Indonesia president. So for the speech itself is kind of like highlighted on how President Prabowo Subianto will far from the future and how his plan will be going on. And during his speech, President Prabowo Subianto stated that the most important thing is that the highest power is in Indonesia is its people, which means that all of the decisions, all of the actions from the authorities must be for their people. And also President Prabowo Subianto encouraged Indonesian people to be able to be brave and also to be able to overcome many challenges as well as obstacles, because as he mentioned during his speech, Indonesia itself is a rich country. We have a lot of resources, we also have a lot of diversity, so this is actually our strength, and this should be able to make us to become a brave nation. And also on his speech, Prabowo Subianto again highlighted food, which is also one of the programs that he continuously campaigned during his running as a president from last year to early this year, where Prabowo Subianto stated that self-sufficiency is important for Indonesia, especially in terms of food. We should not be able to be dependent on other countries. We should be able to produce our own food and also help our people, because the President Prabowo Subianto also stated that many of Indonesian people are still struggling with poverty. That's why we should be able to give back to them. That is why the food self-sufficiency has become one of the most important points during his leadership period, where he mentioned that it is expected that they could achieve this in the next 5 to 6 years. And aside from the food self-sufficiency, President Prabowo Subianto also emphasized the importance of energy self-sufficiency as well as water self-sufficiency. Again, the president stated that Indonesia as a nation, we should also be able to recognize that we still have lacking in some of the areas. We still struggle in some of the areas, and it is time for us to be able to overcome all of these obstacles, such as poverty as well as corruption. So again, Prabowo Subianto mentioned that as a leader, we should be able to not doing all this kind of misconducts and become a good example for all of the Indonesian citizens. So right now, like all of the President Prabowo Subianto along with Vice President Gibran Raka Buming Raka, after receiving congratulatory remarks from all of the parliament members as well as the guests from different countries, they went straight to the Merdaka Palace, Jakarta, alongside with Indonesia's 7th President, Jokowi along with Indonesia's 13th Vice President, Ma'ruf Amin, where at the Merdaka Palace, they will have an official farewell from President Jokowi to President Jokowi and then also he will welcome them as the new President and Vice President. And we'll continue to give you further updates about this. Back to the studio.
Thank you, Andira, for the latest update. And yes, of course, we'll be waiting for more updates from you from on the ground. And that was Andira Putri and Dian Merdekawati from Gedung Nusantara. And I was mentioned by Andira, President Prabowo Subianto has addressed the nation in his first presidential speech with optimism and, of course, with encouragement uniting the whole nation. So now let's join Paul and Carol, who are on the main desk with our international expert on today's inauguration. So Paul and Carol, take it away.
Thanks, Sarah. Hi, everyone. Welcome to this special edition of See Today Updates on this special day, October the 20th, for our presidential inauguration 2024. I'm Paul Palelli.
And I'm Caroline Suramat right here today. Definitely, it's not only about one man, but definitely one of the highlights. It is of the two men right now that is going to lead Indonesia. And of course, it's more than that. It's about building future where every Indonesia can thrive, where opportunities are shared, and where our rich diversity continues to be our strength.
Indeed, well said, Caroline. Now, Prabowo Subianto has officially taken his oath as the president of Indonesia for the 2024 to 2029 period, which ushers in a new era of leadership. And with his extensive experience in Indonesian politics, as well as his distinguished military background, there are significant expectations on how he will address pressing issues such as national security, economic reforms, as well as international diplomacy.
Indeed, Paul. Today, we are honored to be joined right here in the desk by Professor Teguh Reza Shah, an international relations expert from Pajajaran University, to help us deep dive and unlayer and explore how Indonesia may evolve under the presidency of President Prabowo Subianto. Now, Professor, thank you very much for being here with us. It is such a remarkable and historic day right here for Indonesia, and you're right here going to give your insights and also your perspective in regards to the new leadership of President Prabowo Subianto. And of course, Reza, we know that it is very important, definitely, for a president for us to see how successful he is going to reign, especially for this one period of 5 years ahead, for his 100 days program. So what do you think is the key perspective and also priorities in terms of the international relations?
I managed to pay attention on his speech, close to 1 hour. I find that as a person, he's patriotic, he's conceptual, he knows what he's doing, and he has done his research. This is who have to walk in long distance to reach the house, to reach the school. He also mentioned the high level of poverty and then lack of education. I think he has done his research. But what amazed me is, without mentioning the keywords of sustainable development goals, he have provided his action plan. So he mentioned this in full spirit, and what we need to do is the detail of his policies, of how he organized his people, in this case ministries, coming from different background.
Right.
And I hope, as expected by the president himself, we could act as a true Indonesian. So it reminds me of the former President Kennedy. Once he mentioned, my loyalty to my party ends when my loyalty to my country begins. I think this would be one of the challenge of our Prabowo, because his cabinet is so colorful. People coming from different background. Business people are there, political leaders are there, religious people are there, and then not to mention athlete, musician, what else? They are all, Indonesia has been well represented. It's up to the president to organize an excellent orchestra for the future of Indonesia.
And we were quite surprised because, you know, there is a lot of outlets saying that the president will be only focusing on international relations, but during his speech, there are some domestic issues that he highlighted, and also especially about Indonesia to be more self-sufficient for ourselves and for our nation.
Indeed, and as Caroline mentioned, all eyes are usually in a president's first 100 days. So do you feel that he will be focusing more on the internal issues and policies that he has campaigned about throughout the election as well, leading up to this?
Our president was graduated, trained inside the country and outside the country.
Correct.
I think he knows the theory, he knows the best practices, and he knows how to do it. His mind will not be torn. For some leaders, they know what to do and they're afraid to do it.
Correct.
I think he knows what to do, and he knows also what to do it. In theory, when it comes to foreign policy begins at home. So his foreign policy will be more meaningful once domestic affairs are all right. I think he has clearly identified Indonesian structural problems, and he has mentioned his readiness to continue the past achievements of the earlier presidents, especially President Jokowi. I think he has enough ammunition for this. Trained in the military for 24 years and then being outside the government for also 20 years something, and then he established a political party, and then he came to power in the last 5 years. I think he has had enough ammunition in his head, and I think he is ready to fulfill his promise. And again, with regards to foreign policy, we are amazed. I'm amazed seeing his strength and commitment to visit various countries in the last 6 months.
Yes.
It means he has consulted the policy makers, the decision makers, people at the executive, and oftenly he also managed to meet the head of state. So in my mind, Prabowo has full of ideas in his head. He may have excellent abstraction of where Indonesia is going and where these countries are to be fit into Indonesian master plan. He has not mentioned the results of his visits to various countries, let's say Japan, China, Russia, and then Eastern European countries.
Right.
I think he keeps it for himself. He will. I think he will deliver it in the first, maybe in the first week when he will chart the future of Indonesia with his ministers. And then in this case, we are beginning to know what role to be played of Indonesia, because if we are witnessing his caliber and the qualities of his speech, I think he will make Indonesia, I think, a credible middle power with global outlook.
I believe what you said about doing his research, it's almost as if in the months leading up to the inauguration, he has already started to do his legwork as being president prior to actually being officially inaugurated as president. Those, I believe it was up to 20 visits to countries over the past 3 or 4 months alone. That goes to show that he is already putting in the work before the October the 20th inauguration day as well.
That's right. And Professor Reza, you were also mentioning, and we've been reporting for the past week alone in regards to the one that is going to, to fill in the position as the minister, of course, deputy ministers, and also the heads of bodies. But in regards to this, though, we also need to see that there's going to be a slight difference than the President Jokowi's cabinet, and also as opposed to President Prabowo Subianto's cabinet. In regards to the ministry itself, there are some ministry that was usually one, now is going to be divided, or they're going to be split. Let's say like Ministry of Forestry, a Ministry of Environment and Forestry, now divided by 2. Ministry of Forestry and Ministry of Environment. It was once before in the President Jokowi's era, Ministry of Public Works and Housing, now split by 2 again, of Ministry of Public Works and Ministry of Public Housing. So there are some ministries that's going to be split upon, hence that's why we saw about 100 plus individual that is from the existing President Jokowi's cabinet to some professionals that you said are public or figure roles in industries throughout the spectrum of Indonesia. In regards to this, why do you think there's this shift of change in the cabinet and also the ministries in Indonesia now?
I think this is something to be mentioned to the public. To be honest, we believe on his qualities. I'm sure he has done his feasibility studies. So this is something need to be mentioned to Indonesia. Maybe he is seeing Indonesia, not Indonesia 2024, but maybe Indonesia 2030, and then to be continued with the next generation for the Indonesia 2045. I think he has really understood the challenges of the world. For example, the need to do greater specialization, and this to be done by specific ministries. I know this is quite surprising because he has divided some ministries into a ministry of itself.
That's right.
So this is specific, meaning structure will follow function. So in the past, we tend to think structure and function are in one package, but our new president may think that for the future we need new structure, a new function, so that in this case greater specialization to be directed to the specific ministries. But anyway, people need to know have we had enough feasibility studies, because it needs theoretical work. Maybe I myself from the university need to do more study on why certain ministries have been mentioned and certain ministries has been integrated, consolidated. But deep in my heart, I believe this is based on feasibility study and not to accommodate the needs of the political parties.
Do you see this as a benefit for the ministries, several of the ministries, to be more specialized in order for them to perhaps be more productive? And do you see any cons on the other end of having more ministries and more people in these positions?
Well, let's say, for example, when we talk about law, in the past, we put in one package law and human rights.
Right.
Yeah. But today, strict, different. Because oftenly, the way we name our ministries confuse the others, confuse other countries. Because in the past, they deal with one ministry under this name, and now they're dealing with another ministry with another name. So it confused them, because outsiders, they need to report to their government, they need also to report to their constituency, to their constituent, that they are dealing with the right partner inside Indonesia.
Right.
So when I see the name of the ministers, the ministries, I always see also the names of the next ministers. He have not mentioned the list of the ministries, the exact names of the ministries, and also the exact names of the ministers. Yeah.
Right.
I know it's hard to produce a mosaic of Indonesian bureaucracy, but seeing the quality of Pak Prabowo, I think he could manage well. He could act in the same way like Bung Karno and Bung Hatta. The combination of Bung Karno and Bung Hatta in one person. One was a solidarity maker, and one was an organizer. I think he can accomplish the two tasks in one person.
We often see that every great president is as strong as the people that he has surrounded himself with, or in this case, a cabinet.
That's right, and that's why he needs a great partnership also in regards to the ministries that's going to support him as his right hand in leading Indonesia as a nation. But again, back to this though, Professor Reza, what would be the challenges for the ministry itself that is being divided like this? Because again, they're so accustomed to something. This is not something that is new, definitely, because some presidents with a new presidency usually would have some shifts and changes and whatnot. And what could the public expect, especially for regulations in regards for for this year alone or next to 2025?
As Pak Prabowo had already mentioned, the future is not easy. He mentioned list of threat, challenges, and then disturbances. Very clear in his 1-hour speech. And I sincerely hope these ideas of Indonesia, we call it ancaman, tantangan, hambatan, dan gangguan. Threat, challenges, and then disturbances, also to be understood by his subordinates. I sincerely hope. So that's why I saw that a couple of days ago, they had a meeting somewhere in Hambalang.
That's right.
They had advices coming from the top scholars of the world. And I sincerely hope the best ideas coming from the top scholars will go to the heart and mind of his ministers. I sincerely hope, But anyway, regardless who the ministers are, they are human beings. There are always problems with adjustment. Always problems with acculturization. There are always problems of understanding the corporate values, ministerial values, meeting new friends, meeting new subordinates. I think it is normal if some ministries, regardless of who they are, they will have a problem of adjustment. But under the leadership of the president, I sincerely hope the ministries will understand that the new leader they have is qualified enough, and then is ready to raise the role of the ministries to a higher level. In this case, achieving the goals already stipulated under the Sustainable Development Goals.
Yes, definitely. And I was just saying that, the visit by the the nominees of the ministers and also the deputy ministers at Hambalang together, that's kind of solidified their relations, just like when you're in the military or the police school.
That's right. And also we do know that Pak Jokowi Dodo never hesitated when there needed to be a shift in certain positions or ministries, and we are likely to see the same with President Prabowo in place now as the new president. In the meantime, I think we have to take a short break from this conversation, Carol.
That's right, Professor Reza. We're going to take a pause in our conversation and discussion right now, because right now we're going to take our attention back to the latest updates from the People's Consultative or Embedded Building, where Sarah Wayne is here with us in the studio to bring up the updates. Sarah?
Yes, Carola and Paul, and now we're going to take you to see the latest update from the parliamentary complex in Senayan, because as we have just witnessed, and what also Andira have reported to us before, that the commencement of the inauguration has now ended, and we have also seen President Prabowo Subianto bidding farewell, and now as we have seen on the screen is the barricade of the convoy of President Jokowi Dodo leaving the parliamentary complex in this screen, the parliamentary building in Senayan, Jakarta. And our 7th president, President Jokowi Dodo, will now be traveling back to Istana Merdeka as he will be preparing to welcome the newly sworn in President of the Republic of Indonesia, President Prabowo Subianto, to Istana Merdeka later on in the afternoon. And once again, the newly inaugurated President and Vice President, President Prabowo Subianto and Vice President Gibran Rakabuming Raka, will be leaving the parliamentary complex this afternoon in Senayan, Jakarta, where they will continue their convoy all down from Sudirman Street towards Tamrin and then heading to Merdaka Palace, where they will be welcomed by President Joko Widodo and his family. And as we can see right now, the convoy of President Joko Widodo's vehicles is now leaving the parliamentary complex of Senayan. And once again, we'd like to also inform you that throughout the Sudirman area, Tamrin area, and also the Medan Merdeka or the Istana Merdeka Palace, there will be 13 public stages which will be having entertainment and also fun activities for the masses to join in the celebration of the inauguration of the new president of the Republic of Indonesia. And this is a very momentous occasion, as we can see here how our 7th president, President Joko Widodo, earlier this morning arrived at the parliamentary complex in Senayan, Jakarta, with the presidential vehicle, our RI1, our Indonesia 1 license plate. And now he is leaving for the very first time of the Senayan parliamentary complex in not our presidential vehicle once again, because he is now has returned to the people as he was elected by the people, and he has served a great 10 years in the leadership or his position as the President of the Republic of Indonesia. And as we can see on the screen, bidding farewell to our 7th president, and of course, a formal and also a salute to thank President Joko Widodo. And now we can also see here President Prabowo Subianto, who has now taken his oath and also has been inaugurated, is also leaving the parliamentary complex in a presidential vehicle, as we can see with the license plate Indonesia 1. And he is now joined in by the barricade of motorcycles and also the convoy, where he will be joining in with the Vice President, Gibran Raka Buming Raka, to drive down all from Sudirman, Tamrin, and also to Istana Merdeka, where he will be entering the gates as Indonesia's new president. And similar to President Joko Widodo, this is also a momentous occasion for President Prabowo Subianto, because earlier this morning, before he was sworn in as Indonesia's 8th president, he arrived at the parliamentary complex still using the vehicle as the defense minister of the Republic of Indonesia. But now he has used, or is now, we can see, be leaving the gates of the parliamentary complex using the presidential vehicle, or Indonesia 1. So this is a very historic drive for both the 7th president of the Republic of Indonesia, President Joko Widodo, and also the 8th president of the Republic of Indonesia, Prabowo Subianto. And as we have witnessed together, President Prabowo Subianto was sworn in as Indonesia's 8th president at 10 a.m. this morning, where he also has addressed the nation in his first ever presidential address, where, as mentioned by Andira during the live report earlier, that he has delivered the speech with encouragement, with full spirit, and also patriotism, which of course was celebrated with a standing ovation and also applause. And both President Prabowo Subianto and his Vice President Raka Buming Raka is now officially taking over as President and Vice President after taking the oath before the MPR session. And of course, as we can see right here, they are now preparing to greet all the masses who are ready to welcome their newly inaugurated President and Vice President of the Republic of Indonesia. There will be 13 public stages, and they are planning to drive past each and every one of them so everyone can join in the festivities, the celebration, and of course, the happiness in witnessing the historic moment of our newly inaugurated President and Vice President of the Republic of Indonesia. And now, once again, Paul and Carol will be joining in to further deep dive into the future of Indonesia with our newly inaugurated President, also Vice President, as they drive down and also welcome to the masses.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. By the way, I wanted to point out real quick before we get back into our discussion, as the vehicles are pulling out, if you're not aware about how the house or the parliamentary complex is situated, it's right by along the toll road. Did you notice all the cars on the toll road were actually stopped?
Yes.
Just to witness this momentous occasion. So great for all Indonesians that are able to witness this live on the streets, even though it's midday. Many of them been around there 4 hours already and finally getting a glimpse of the newly sworn-in president as well. Thank you, Sarah. We'll get back to you in a minute. In the meantime, though, we still have Professor Reza here discussing a little bit in regards to what you mentioned earlier. I actually want to go back to some of the points that you mentioned. Now, we all saw the speech which you pointed out was 1 hour long. Plenty of things that he pointed out that you highlighted. I would like to ask you what, in your opinion, what were the most important key points from you, perhaps highlighting the first couple of them that really stuck out for you during the speech?
I had 35 items.
Wow,
Okay.
please.
Speech.
We have time.
Well, no, it was a very extensive speech, and I was surprised too.
He ended his speech with Merdeka.
Yes.
It means a lot for Indonesians.
Absolutely.
One thing I recall is his readiness to make Indonesia self-sufficient in the areas of food security, energy security, and also a nation as a whole. So in this case, he acknowledged the blessing of God, and we need to manage this country better. So in this case, he acknowledged the fact that this is the one thing, and the other thing is his readiness to deal with the current problems using judiciary mechanisms. He's ready to do it. This reminds me on the decision made by the former leader of China sometime in year 1979, but at that time, the leader of China said, give me 100 coffin and separate it to all parts of China and leave one to me. And then the junior said, hey, sir, what does it mean? You do the same to me if I commit that. I think Prabowo, I think to a certain degree, he understood the best practices of the world. But in this case, he needs to convey the message to the world, also to Indonesia in a very Indonesian way.
Yes.
So he expects people to understand that nowadays you are dealing with a man who's playing by the book, who will follow the rules and regulations inside the country and also outside the country. So this is the second message I could pick up. And also he mentioned that our achievements today is based on the past struggles, blood, sweat, and tears of blood, sweat, tears and pray of the earlier generations. He mentioned the list of Indonesian freedom fighters.
Yes.
So in this case, I believe that he will appreciate history better, and then he understand that history that he will also remembered by the future generation as someone who understood history and paid attention on the wisdom of history. Because history repeats itself, and history is the past politics, and the current politics is the future history. So this is a unique way of Bapak Prabowo that I believe that when it comes to policy making, understanding of history will make him aware that best practices are there in our own history, and based on our past best achievements, he would canvass the future of Indonesia. So in this case also he mentioned at one stage he visited a swimming pool, yeah? And in that swimming pool it was mentioned, hey, no inlanders and no dogs. And he believed that it is time for Indonesia to make itself at the same level with others. Yeah? We are others, we are same level with you, regardless in the past you were our colonizers, but now we are at the same level. So I sincerely hope this way of thinking is fully understood by his cabinets, because when we deal with foreigners, we are at the same level.
That's right.
They are not better than us. That we need to play by the book, they also need to play by the book. So this is among
We
others.
respect each other, but you have to understand who
Really
we are.
great how
Yes.
you mentioned he acknowledged history, but also understanding how much progress we have made since.
Well, he is a part of the history, especially his family as the founding fathers of economy of Indonesia.
True. We're going to take a short break here. Pares is going to stay with us because we will have more discussions in regards to this very special coverage of the presidential inauguration 2024. So please do stay with us on our special edition of See Today Updates. We'll be right back with more after this.
Foodies, as Indonesian, we love to eat big breakfast, so let's find out. I want to know what it's like. This one is special. My God, sambal is very hot. Whoa. Trust me, you will not only get a taste of food like no other, but also extraordinary experience. Don't go anywhere, stay on Hungry Hour.
Citizens, percaya nggak sih ada orang yang nggak buang sampah selama hampir 20 tahun?
Kita punya metode. Jadi sampah-sampah dapur yang begitu bermasalah bagi orang lain, bagi kami justru kita butuhkan. Mungkin seminggu kita bisa nampung bisa 1 ton. Begitu saya masukkan ternyata solusinya luar biasa. Dan sekarang ini saya kekurangan sampah. Nah, gitu. Sampah organik ya.
Jangan lewatkan teman bicara di See Today.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the special of See Today's Update, as in which today it is the presidential inauguration on the 20th of October 2024. We have a new leadership right here in Indonesia, where President Prabowo Subianto has just been inaugurated as Indonesia's 8th president. After a historic ceremony at the assembly, he has now left the venue and the premises and is en route to the Merdaka Palace, where the president will begin his first day as the country's leader. To bring us the latest update, we're now connected with our ground team, Adelia Dinda and Dipta Adiwiguna on the ground. Adel, can you please share with us what is going on right now and what is the situation like at the Merdaka Palace? All right, folks, as we are now seeing the live view of the Merdaka Palace, as the 7th President of the Republic of Indonesia, President Jokowi has arrived in the premises, and also the family that will be welcoming the new inaugurated and sworn on President Prabowo Subianto. And that's what we're seeing right now, and how Merdaka Palace is ready. And as mentioned by our colleague before, Sarah, that there are some fun activities, especially for the masses. They'll be seeing, and as we're right here, we saw the Bundaran HI roundabout. There was just a lot of people waiting, and as we said before, this is a very historical day for Indonesia, as we've just seen the sworn in of the new presidency under the leadership of President Prabowo Subianto and also with Vice President Gibran Raka Buming Raka. There are a much anticipated activities, especially right here on the 20th of October. Again, 20th of October will be a date that all of us Indonesian will remember and will be a part of our history. So folks, if you are right here in the greater Jakarta and if you're around the area, we know that also there are some roads that is closed down until it was stated that it will be closed until approximately 4 p.m. today. If you've seen, there's flocks of people, the citizens of Jakarta, wanting to be a part of that history and looking forward to see the convoy of the new president, President Prabowo Subianto. And we will take you momentarily to the grounds of Merdaka Palace as we will see President or the 7th President of the Republic of Indonesia, President Jokowi, and all his family. They'll be welcoming the new inaugurated president, President Prabowo Subianto. As we await for the welcoming at the Merdaka Palace right now, you will be joined by Paul Palele and also Sarah Wayne on the desk with our economic experts in today's inauguration. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, Caroline. So earlier we spoke a little bit about the speech, what was talked about during the inauguration, but now we're going to take a look at things from an economic perspective, looking ahead for our nation, as outgoing President Joko Widodo, or popularly known as Jokowi, has primarily focused on infrastructure development throughout his 2 terms or 10 years in office. In addition, he has also advocated for the domestic processing of Indonesia's raw minerals, transforming them into ready-to-use products.
Yes, Paul. And our new president, President Prabowo Subianto, has previously pledged to continue the programs initiated by his predecessor. And we'll discuss how the new president plans to foster Indonesia's economic growth, particularly infrastructure, the downstream industry, and also the international cooperation, as well as whether he can achieve his ambitious target of 8% annual economic growth during his presidency. And to delve deeper into this topic, we are joined by Tuku Rifki, an economist at the Institute for Economic and Social Research, University of Indonesia. So good afternoon, Mas Rifki. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Sarah.
Thanks for being here.
Well, thanks for having me.
So yes, Mas Rifki, as mentioned, ambitiously, Mr. President Prabowo Subianto has many times mentioned 8% target of economic growth when Indonesia has seen probably 5% economic growth. How can we find or how can we establish the remaining 3% in your perspective?
I think there are some estimates that suggest that we need more and more investment to realize that additional 3% of growth. And we haven't seen the growth rate of 8% in so long, probably like in decades. So I think the key of it is actually to have more investment. But how do we do that? It needs a lot of upgrade in the investment climate. We have seen that we're not attracting enough investment in the past few years, but we're actually getting worse in terms of business and investment climate. So we have heard that President Prabowo talk about improving the institutional capacity, eradicating poverty and all, but like those are the things that the investor really need. In terms of feeling secure about putting their money, about opening their new plans. And we have seen a pattern that the investment from developed countries went to other developing countries. So we've seen some investment entering Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, Taiwan. We haven't attracted at least enough investment that could provide enough boost to get that additional 3%. To grow as intended.
But looking at our, just for example, this past election, more than half our voters were voting for the very first time. We are getting an increased amount of human resources. Is that attractive for foreign investors as well that are looking to invest into our country? Because as you can see, the working age does continue to grow.
Yeah, I think what investors really want is that to actually have kind of human resources and labor that can match or sort of having the kind of skills and capabilities to match the requirement. Okay. I mean, as we can see, even if we consider the basic skills needed, for example, like English language, we're actually a bit, actually quite behind compared to Malaysia or Thailand.
Correct.
And if we're talking about like hard skills, India has so many prominent engineers that they could outsource some of the work of engineering and repair and other related services from Microsoft or Apple, but we haven't seen enough of that. I think that kind of perceive that they're not really quite confident in terms of our labor skills, but like the way investors see Indonesia as of now, regarding in the surplus of the population, I think they still see us as a market, not the kind of place that they can produce their output. So I think that's the kind of point that we should focus on when we want to try to attract investment, not to be as a market, but also as attracting foreign investment to actually produce high value-added goods and services.
So basically, we do have the potential from a human resources perspective, but we need to have more job training, and we do need to have more skills training and things of that sort. Agree.
Okay. And next to that, we would like to also focus a little bit more about the infrastructure, because the past 10 years, President Jokowi has boosted the infrastructure development here in Indonesia, including the project of Nusantara, Indonesia's new capital city, which is said to be $30 billion project, and has a state budget of less than $1 billion for 2025. How do you see Nusantara going forward, especially under the leadership of President Prabowo Subianto?
This is a very ambitious project. You know, there is a lot of potential benefit that we could get from building a new capital city. The counterfactual would be keep having Jakarta and other city as a functioning capital city, but we know that there are a lot of problems surrounding it. That there is the overpopulation, there is the climate issues, there is so many faulty designs that could be improved if we could just move our capital city. But that's a really ambitious project, and that's not a project that can be done in just a few years, and that what the President Jokowi was trying to do. So I think the potential benefit is still there, but it has to be conducted and implemented in a proper manner, in terms of planning, in terms of attracting investors, in terms of shifting populations and business and governmental body to the new city. It has to be done in a way that it's sustainable, that it's not to be disruptive, and then we could start, aiming or hoping for the potential benefit that we could get, we could have. But if this done in a very sort of reckless manner,
rushed, you mean?
In a rush, just to get it done in the 5 years time, then we wouldn't get the optimum benefit of it. And I think that has the similarities of many infrastructure projects. We have seen many toll roads that haven't been finished. We've seen so many national strategic projects that's not living to its potential. So I think if Prabowo wants to deliver something in terms of project that has been done by Jokowi administration, I think he really need to put an emphasis on actually doing it right.
Okay.
Because all the foundations are there, all the planning are there, but it's the matter of implementation, actually improving the kind of operationalization to make it the intended project.
And I've heard some analysts actually say that it may be beneficial and not to delay the move, but actually to use both Jakarta and Ikn or Nusantara as co-working capital cities throughout the transition, so that, like you said, it doesn't have to be rushed completely. The transition could take a little longer, but it does not mean that both cannot be operational until the full transition takes place. Is that a strategy that could possibly work?
Well, that I'm not sure. Having two capital cities doesn't seem like we're giving a clear signal to investors, to populations, to consumer. Doesn't mean that we're not confident enough with the new capital city. But I think they have to make it clear till how long we still gonna use Jakarta as the functioning capital city, and when we start, trying to move it and try to claim it as the new capital. And this has to be done in a consequential manner that make people actually believe this is something that could be done and could get all the potential benefit from the trade, from the redistributional aspect to all the Indonesia outside Java. This needs to be demonstrated in a way that, this might work, because like all the planning seems like in the proper manner, but like the implementation seems really poor.
Yeah, again, Sarah, we're always talking about how this could really work if Nusantara was used as a governmental capital. I mean, I grew up in Canada where the governmental capital is in Ottawa, but the business and social hub is in Toronto. And it completely works both ways, but there is a very clear line as to what responsibilities each of these cities have.
And the key is the sustainability in the transition itself. So we'll discuss more on that, but we have to take a break here for our conversation. But we will now move back to Carol to bring us the latest updates from the Merdaka Palace. So, Carol, what is the latest from our Merdaka Palace?
All right, so Sarah and Paul, if you're seeing right now, and one of our screens is actually, there's a lot of flocks of people. These are known today, or the 20th of October is known as the Festivity of the People, or Party of the People of their chosen president, now inaugurated as the 8th president of the Republic of Indonesia. Now, we are seeing that there are some people, especially in the Sudirman Road. People are just walking. It seems like it's a car-free day for the next, or this past 24 hours on the 20th of this day of the 20th of October. So again, we'll also see what is happening on the ground at Merdaka Palace, as we know now that the 7th president of the Republic of Indonesia, President Joko Widodo, has already arrived prior the arrival of President Prabowo Subianto at Merdaka Palace, and is getting ready to welcome the newly sworn-in President Prabowo Subianto. And to bring us the latest updates, we're now connected with our team on the ground, Adelia Dinda and Dipta Adiwiguna, at the Merdaka Palace. So can you share with us what is the current situation at the Merdaka Palace and the surrounding area? Adele? Yes, we have Adele right now. I think she seems it's in the surroundings of...
Yes, good afternoon, Carol.
Good afternoon.
The 7th President Joko Widodo had just arrived at the Merdaka Palace earlier, around 10 minutes ago. And the situation right now is pretty packed. I don't know if you can see around me, but there is this huge entertainment stage that is being set up right across the Merdaka Palace that is packed with public and also a lot of security personnel. And as of now, the Indonesian rock band Dewa 19 is currently on the stage and entertaining public with their songs. As we know that the 7th President Joko Widodo had previously attended the presidential inauguration for the newly elected President and Vice President Prabowo Subianto and Gibran Raka Buming Raka that took place at the Parliamentary Complex Jakarta at 10 a.m. local time. The inauguration itself was attended by 36 state guests, including those from China, Switzerland, and many other countries. And after the inauguration ended, the 7th President Joko Widodo departed earlier from the parliamentary complex and headed straight to the Merdaka Palace to welcome his successor for the handover ceremony that will take place inside the Merdaka Palace later this afternoon at around 2 p.m. And as of now, we are also still waiting for the arrival of the 8th President Prabowo Subianto alongside his Vice President Gibran Raka Buming Raka, as well as his wife Selvi Ananda, who are currently departing from the parliamentary complex and are now at around Sudirman and will arrive here at any minute soon. And upon Prabowo's arrival, the handover ceremony will begin inside the palace and will be starting with a photo session. And after that, the handover ceremony will be closed with a farewell procession as Jokowi will leave for Solo. And according to the schedule, the handover ceremony will take place at 2 p.m. again, as I mentioned earlier. However, we will give you more updates again later as Prabowo will arrive here. And after that, as the handover and also the farewell ceremony ends, it is expected that the 8th President Prabowo Subianto alongside his cabinet will also accompany the 7th President Joko Widodo to depart from Merdaka Palace to the Halim Perdana Kusuma Airport, as he is leaving for Solo at 2:45 p.m. local time this afternoon. So these are all the updates that we have for now, and we will make sure to keep you updated again. Sorry, Carol, it's quite packed here because the public here is very enthusiastic to welcome the new president and to capture the final moment of the 7th President Joko Widodo before he steps down from the palace. So it's quite packed, and it's pretty loud, so I cannot hear you very well. Back to studio, Carol.
Thank you very much for your report. That was Adelia Dinda and Dipta Adiwiguna. We could hear you loud and clear, by the way, Adelia, but we also could hear the Dewa band behind you loud and clear also. Anyways, of course, it has been jam-packed, especially right here in the central of Jakarta. When we were coming in right here to the studio, there was flocks of people on top of the cars were singing one of the campaign songs of the President Prabowo Subianto and also Vice President Gibran Rakabuming Raka. But now we're going to take it way back to Papa Lil and Sarah Wayne on the desk in regards to also accompanied by our economic experts on today's inauguration and also, of course, of the what will be happening for Indonesia forward with their presidency. By the way, Jakarta has a business district. I love it.
Yeah.
Yes. Not a better plan than that.
There you go. And love me some Dewa 19. Do they still call it? Do they still call it Dewa 19?
Bala Dewa 19, I think so. Yes, we envy the celebrations that is happening down on the street.
Spared no expense in bringing out the big names for the celebration.
Yes. But anyways, we are still here joined by Mas Rifki from LPEM UI, and then we just, prior to our little break earlier to this segment, that we're still focusing on IKN and there is a budget allocation for that. But President Prabowo Subianto has many times emphasized how to use domestic resources in building and also constructing IKN, especially as a focus on national capacity building. How do you see this? How will this play into part, especially in boosting IKN and also maintaining its sustainable construction going forward?
I think what would be the biggest homework that Prabowo has to get done early on is to actually regain the confidence of the population and also the investor. From investor point of view, it's quite clear that investors are not just willing to invest in Indonesia. However, you see the government official keep coming up with their good stories, but we haven't seen enough investment, not only in IKN, but also in the industrial sector, the manufacturing sector. We keep seeing that the manufacturing sector is getting lower and lower of growth. So I think that's one thing that the Prabowo has to convince, that this is a new era, this is a new regime. We will take a serious care of improving business and climate investment in Indonesia. And I think if that signal is clear and they're gonna follow through accordingly to that, I think we might just have the right momentum to actually have the opportunity to grow 8% in the medium and long term. So that's one thing. The second thing is that to regain the confidence from the population. There are many occasions that people are very angry about, the poor institutional quality, the ongoing corruption or rent-seeking activity. And if we don't get enough the trust from the people, then I don't think that there's going to be a smooth sailing in terms of infrastructure development, in terms of accumulating debt that's necessary to actually have fiscal space to build the industry, to build the healthcare, to build the educational system. So I think regaining trust is actually one of the things that they should get it done correctly.
I always see this corruption issue as a double-edged sword, because when we hear stories of the government and our previous administration cracking down on corruption, it makes these big headlines, and then you quote-unquote lose the public's confidence. They say, oh, there's all this corruption. But at the same time, they are cracking down. That's why you're hearing about it, and they are cracking down on the corruption. So it works both ways in that case. Now, you mentioned an interesting thing, which is energy transition. I want to touch a little bit about that, because IKN has a very big part in that. It's supposed to be a green city. It is going to be very sustainable, and it's basically going to set the tone of how we want not just cities in Indonesia, but we hope to set a blueprint for other cities in other countries to follow along as well. Now, the previous administration has made a hard push in regards to this green transition. For example, in regards to all the incentives for EVs, we have foreign companies now investing, having at least partial, if not full, what we call production lines here in Indonesia as well. How much of that do you think will contribute to the growth, that extra growth we're looking for? Because energy transition is a big issue right now. Everyone's got all their eyes on climate change. Do you think it's going to move the needle, and how much, if so?
I think there is still this dichotomy that to actually achieve economic growth, you must have sacrificed some of the climate aspect. that you might accumulate more carbon emissions while pushing for the economic growth. There are some countries that actually has been able to decouple the economic growth and the growth of carbon emission, but we are not there yet. So I think we need to actually get it right, trying to accumulate the economic growth while trying to reduce carbon emission at the same time. We need technology, we need skilled labor, we need very big investment push towards Indonesia. And I think this is a very crucial aspect for actually Indonesia to set the tone in the global setting agenda, because we don't have enough fiscal capacity to finance it on our own. We need international financial support to do this. And it's really hard to do that if we don't actually set the examples. We are still dominated by coal.
Yes.
We're still dominated by industrial carbon emission. And I think this is not only important for just Indonesia, but other developing countries. We are the sort of the representative of the developing countries in terms of global dialogue for the climate change.
Yeah.
So we have to, actually set the example precedent of the global south to actually, we can actually do it.
We have to walk the talk, so you have to set the example first. Okay, Mas Rifki, we have to take another breather here on our talk show desk, but now we will turn our attention to the latest updates once again from the streets. So let's take a look here on the screen. And we have Carol once again to bring us the latest update from the festivities.
She's enjoying the view, I believe.
I am. I was looking very closely to the screen. I was thinking, how long does it take for the President Prabowo Subianto, right?
Yes.
Well, from the Parliament building, to Merdaka Palace.
And 13 stages.
She was mentioning that they actually had planned to make some stops, correct?
Right.
13 stages.
And look at him. I mean, he's changed his wardrobe first and for all. He's wearing his shades, baseball cap. I mean, we know that he just celebrated his 73rd birthday, but he looks young right here.
His vehicle, Garuda, on the street?
Love that.
Yeah.
I love his aura. I love his energy during at the Hotel Indonesia roundabout. He was shaking hands.
And many of these people we've been seeing had been waiting for hours, throughout the early hours of the morning. It's midday. It's quite hot outside.
Correct.
So I think he's just showing them, reciprocating the love.
Yes, the respect and love from the President Prabowo Subianto to his people.
Yes.
It is just a spectacle to see right now. So I believe for sure that it will take more time for him to arrive at Merdaka Palace. But as right now, we will go to Arya Siddhartha and Sri Asi to see the crowd at the en route to Merdaka Palace. Hello, Arif. Maybe Arif is one of the guy right there, one to shake hands with our president. Hi. Hello, Arya. I think he's quite waiting, and he's very excited to wait the passing of President Prabowo Subianto and also the convoy. And as we were seeing right now, it seems that people, like mentioned by Paul before, were there since early in the morning, especially today is Sunday. Family, if you can see families gathering, and right there at the Tamrin Road, we can see that we can see some cars right now in the convoys is stopping. They're just going about 5 kilometers per hour, but it's okay. It's more time for the people to see the president or the new president, President Prabowo Subianto, and also the convoy en route to the Merdaka Palace.
And Carol, they're probably only a couple of kilometers away right now, if you recognize where that circular roundabout is.
Yes.
It's really only the last major stop before the presidential palace. But again, no surprise that he is taking his time.
Yes.
Because this is kind of the ceremonial trip, if you will, to the palace where he will officially be taking his place for the next at least 5 years.
Yes.
All right. We're going to send you back to Caroline because I think Arya's in place.
Let's go. Arya Siddhartha and Sri Asi is on the ground. Hopefully that you can hear us right now. I know you're very excited to see President Prabowo Subianto to pass you or already pass you. But what can you report from where you are right now, Arya?
Hi. Okay, so we're currently here at the Sudirman streets where the post-inauguration parade is currently happening. It is scorching hot out here, but that does not stop all the eager onlookers and supporters of our new president and vice president from witnessing this historic occasion. Mere moments ago, we just saw our new president, President Prabowo Subianto, as well as Vice President Gibran Raka Buming Raka, going through the very eager crowds. We saw Prabowo waving at the crowds, and Gibran even took the time to shake hands with many of the eager onlookers from his car, of course. And everyone here is in a very festive mood despite the honestly unbearable heat. They were all wearing very nationalistic colors. Almost everyone was clad in either pale blue or in the proud red and white. We even saw some very fun inflatable Gemoy versions of Prabowo and Gibran in the area here right now where the Pesta Rakyat festivities is happening. And behind me right now, as you can see, is one of the 13 stages that are scattered across the Sudirman and Tamrin roads. This particular one was organized by Telkom, and it is the Kalimantan theme stage. So you can see many Dayak-inspired Kalimantan decor as well as some Kalimantan-inspired music. Well, currently they're playing dangdut, but previously they had some traditional music playing. And now currently they're going to do a lot of live music. Several different types of entertainment is being provided to the supporters and the onlookers here today, including live music, and then there's a food bazaar and so many more things. And of course, the main event, of course, is what happened mere moments ago, where they were able to bear witness to a very historical moment, and that is what I just mentioned, being able to see, being one of the first people to be able to see the new president and vice president just going through, greeting the people that got them to the nation's top office where they are right now. And they're still going through the Sudirman Tamrin roads, so stay tuned for more updates from my other colleagues who will be covering the rest of the roads after me. Back to you.
All right, and that was Arya Sidarta and also Sri Rizky at Sudirman Road. And I guess that people, even though during the heat, everyone is just so happy and celebrating today right now. And then we're also going to see some of the views, the aerial views from some roads and also Merdaka Palace right now. And yes, again, there was 13 stage that was mentioned by Arya, and also there's themes on these stages. One of the themes that was behind Arya, our colleagues on the ground, it was the Kalimantan. So it's great to have all of these Nusantara theme around the greater Jakarta for today. Again, we're going to dub 20th of October 2024 as the People's Celebration, and a celebration that we're seeing right now. We're seeing President Prabowo Subianto getting flowers, and there's lots of love, handshakes. People are just practically shouting his name, and a very an enlightened mood right now where Indonesia, not only Jakarta, but Indonesia celebrates our new president, President Prabowo Subianto, and also Vice President Gibran Raka Buming Raka. Yes, it will take time until President Prabowo Subianto will arrive at Merdaka Palace. As you can see right now, it's not even 5 kilometers per hour. It's 0 kilometers per hour as of right now, because people are just shaking hands. People that have been waiting for the new president and also the new vice president. And we will, of course, take you through until President Prabowo Subianto and Vice President Gibran Raka Buming Raka and also the convoy that will reach Merdaka Palace are seeing right now why they are stopping, because you can't stop the people to be happy and feeling celebratory right now. People are just approaching the cars and convoy, as of right now, the people is in a celebratory mood. So again, if you are in that particular area, please do mind of the road closures. That is, well, we will definitely give and further information in regards when this road closure will end. So as of right now, as you can see, President Prabowo Subianto is close and nearby the Merdaka Palace. And he is just right here across our studio in front of the National Monument. And we're seeing a lot of people. And again, as I mentioned, I was coming here to the studio at around 9:30, and there's just people, motorcycles, cars stomping on the road. People are dancing, people were singing, people were on top of the cars. Well, the cars were stopping, of course, safety is first, but they're also dancing on top of the cars. So again, people have been here since 9:30 a.m. and even earlier to witness this. And what a historic moment for Indonesia.
Hey, Carol, if we're not on duty right now, we could literally walk 20 steps outside and probably shake the new president's hand.
You know, Sarah and Paul, I want to be amongst them, by the way, but again, it is our duty right here in the studio. But my gosh, it's definitely going to be a fun ride and also a very historic moment for us if we're out there. So you were mentioning before, Sarah, this car. It looks legitimate, by the way. It's called Garuda.
Yes, doesn't it look cool?
Good choice.
Yes.
Driving down the
Looks
roads.
perfect for President Prabowo Subianto, isn't it?
Yeah, very fitting.
I love that.
Of his stature.
By the way, it takes time for him from the Parliament building all the way right here to the Merdaka Palace. Can you imagine he was on the sunroof now for quite some time now?
But he got his cap on. And
yes.
Those people on the left side of your screen, that's actually barbed wire, and they're actually just trying to strain to get a handshake.
They don't care.
That is why President Prabowo is willing to stop and give them a quick handshake, because they are making such an effort just to get a glimpse or at least a handshake from the president.
And as mentioned by Carol, how cool the car is, Paul.
Yeah.
It has a Garuda on its, on its door emblem on the back, and it is said to be produced by PT Pindad Persero.
Right.
Locally made, and is predicted to be a new model, which is still a prediction. We have no official statements yet, which is called a Moreno MV.
Yes.
One of one.
Yes.
I've never seen that
There
before.
you go.
I mean, if it's Tony Stark has the Hummer during one of the Iron Man movie, this is only fitting for our new president, President Prabowo Subianto. Again, made by Pindad. It's an Indonesian-owned company. So locally made, and really happy to see this. All right, so we are seeing right now where President Prabowo Subianto and also the convoy, alongside with Vice President Gibran Rakabuming Raka, is on their way en route to Merdaka Palace. We're seeing much more leaner way now as they are approaching the Merdaka Palace.
And I also love how there were different political party flags waving, but everyone came united
In
as
support.
one.
That's
in
right.
support, and of course,
It's very cool.
in welcoming a new Indonesia.
Yes. And you guys were talking about economy. Definitely today's economy for Jakarta is rising up because we have like local, like the stalls.
Absolutely.
Exactly. The SMEs are doing really well.
Sales
Probably
are
like
up.
selling flags, selling umbrellas because
Cold
it's really
drinks,
scorching
hopefully,
hot
as well.
today.
Coffee carts,
Exactly.
Starling carts all over the place.
Everything is out.
Well, it is, as you mentioned, party for the people today.
Yes,
right? And
it
I
is.
believe that it is very fitting that way, that we're allowing vendors to be out there on the road
course.
as well, and being able to take part in the celebrations.
And we also saw before right here on the screen how the Vice President is also shaking the hands of the masses waiting for the convoy.
Right. So, I mean, again, if right here you're in Jakarta, you felt like you're feeling stuck because every road is closed, what we just witnessed right now, that 4-lane road is usually can be occupied for, for cars. 4 lanes from the going to the either direction. But as of right now, all those roads are closed and only applied to only one road, only for this particular, or for the convoy of President Prabowo Subianto and Vice President Gibran Rakabuming Raka. So again, if you are not participating right now and you're watching us right here at See Today Network through See Today Updates in regards to what is happening right here now in Jakarta, and for those of you that is watching from across the globe, this is what is happening on the 20th of October right here in Indonesia as we are celebrating the new leadership and also the presidency of President Prabowo Subianto and of course of Vice President Gibran Rakabuming Raka. We have more further updates in regards to the inauguration day right here in Indonesia. The See Today updates will be back momentarily right after the break. Stay tuned.
Ini itu udah jalan hidup saya ya Mas ya. Bisa bertahan di dunia kesenian, bagi saya itu udah sesuatu yang sangat mewah.
Mungkin ada yang bilang, apa sih gunanya seni itu gitu. Tapi buktinya sendiri, seni masih ada.
Aku ya, seni itu ya hidup. Kita hidup di dalam seni, kita membangun seni itu sendiri. Jadi kita menjadi satu, bahwa kita hidup di dalam seni.
Salah satu tantangan besar dalam kehidupan itu adalah kehilangan. Kita ini adalah kumpulan memori. Tidak akan ada yang sia-sia hadir dalam kehidupan kita, melainkan hanya untuk memberikan pesan. Sadarilah bahwa kita sedang berurusan dengan memori diri kita sendiri dan tidak ada orang lain yang bisa memperbaiki ini kecuali diri kita sendiri.
Citizens, percaya nggak sih ada orang yang nggak buang sampah selama hampir 20 tahun?
Kita punya metode. Jadi sampah-sampah dapur yang begitu bermasalah bagi orang lain, bagi kami justru kita butuhkan. Mungkin seminggu kita bisa nampung bisa 1 ton. Begitu saya masukkan ternyata solusinya luar biasa. Dan sekarang ini saya kekurangan sampah.
Astaga.
Sampah organik ya.
Jangan lewatkan teman bicara di City Today.
House of Blessing adalah rumah berkat. Jadi harapannya kita bisa menjadi berkat untuk dogi-dogi yang terlantar ini. Kita berikan second chance ini.
Wadah di mana kami bisa memayungi atau memberikan keadilan bagi hewan-hewan ini. Di mana kesejahteraan kehidupan mereka ini bisa terjadi di lingkungan kita ya manusia gitu.
All right, welcome back to our special See Today updates coverage of the presidential inauguration 2024. We are now seeing live images from the presidential palace or Merdaka Palace with the arrival of the newly sworn in president, Prabowo Subianto, and they're being greeted by former president Jokowi at the palace.
So what we're seeing right now, it seems President Prabowo Subianto already changed his outfit once again. It was very fast and very fitting also because he is at the presidential palace as of right now.
And he is scheduled to be joining in a welcoming ceremony and also a farewell ceremony, a welcoming and farewell ceremony between our 7th president, President Jokowi, who will pass on the baton of leadership to our 8th president, who have just been sworn in earlier this morning, President Prabowo Subianto. As we can see here on the lawn of the Merdaka Palace, everything has been set up. We can see the tents from earlier this morning, as well as the red carpet on the lawn of the Merdaka Palace as well. And we have to also put in mind that after this ceremony takes place, this will also be President Joko Widodo's departure later on, where he is said to be flying to Solo, to his hometown, to enjoy his days of retirement after serving our nation for 10 years under his leadership as the President of the Republic of Indonesia.
Right. The 7th president of the Republic of Indonesia, President Joko Widodo, was mentioned before, that was informed that he will leave the ground of Merdaka Palace at 2:45 p.m. straight also to the Halim Perdana Kusuma Airport towards a flight and departing Jakarta to Solo at 13 or at 3 p.m. local time. So we shall see. But right there at the Merdaka Palace, we saw also the grandchildren of President Jokowi Widodo.
Yes.
So the whole family is there. And of course, we saw, well, it's bittersweet because, of course, we're seeing the departure of our 7th president.
Yes.
But also, we have the newly sworn-in vice president and also a part of the family. So the family is there to join the celebration.
You know, and I mentioned this to Sarah and Jasmine earlier in our C Morning show that, you know, it's almost rare that you see someone serving under the president in their last term and then transitioning as the new president, but them not just serving together one under the other, but knowing that they had such a close relationship. We've seen many visits outside of Indonesia where President Jokowi Widodo was accompanied by Prabowo Subianto as his defense minister. As defense minister, Prabowo often spoke well of the president and also often voiced his support for the president's and his policies. And in regards to that, the president in turn, this has made for such a smooth transition, and you could just tell basically the bond that has been created between them throughout this last term for Jokowi Widodo, and of course now the outgoing president being very welcoming to the new incoming president at the presidential palace.
And also for both families as well, as we can see on the screen just now, how President Prabowo Subianto is greeted by his family, his immediate and also extended family. As we can see, his son, Didit, was also in attendance, and of course, along with his brothers and also his sisters as well.
Yes.
So yes, as Paul mentioned before, it is a very, very sweet moment between President Jokowi Widodo and also President Prabowo Subianto, because not only because they served together in the cabinet, but also if we can look back, twice he ran against President Jokowi Widodo, right?
Indeed.
So passing on the leadership is a very unique moment.
It was actually a really great surprise, I think, as an Indonesian, especially for the last period of President Jokowi Widodo's leadership, that we saw that now President Prabowo Subianto as the defense minister for our country. That is something that is rare, that we saw a contestant for the presidential seat that actually want to take a part in the cabinet of the existing president. Exactly. And we saw how the respect between each other and the bonding that you were mentioning, Paul, is very evident between the 7th President of the Republic of Indonesia, President Jokowi Widodo, and our current president right now, President Prabowo Subianto.
And despite previous elections and campaigns, having to campaign against each other, like I said, it was almost immediate where they came to this agreement where, well, I'm going to take this new post and I'm going to fully support you. And you can tell there was nothing superficial about it. It was very real, it was very genuine, and they ended up over the past 5 years building this strong relationship. And I believe it's these strong relationships. I always believe that if we talk about a business, your business can only be strong as its management, as well how well you have. And when you see a government, you can only be as strong as the leaders and the management under it, which in this case is the cabinet. And I do believe that President Jokowi Widodo, I always refer to Apple, the late great Steve Jobs. The reason he was so successful is he knew who to put in the right places. And I believe our past administration wasn't afraid to put the right people in the right places. And I have a feeling that President Prabowo will be doing the same as well, as we eagerly await the announcement of the new ministers in the cabinet tomorrow.
There was a report that actually it's going to be announced right now during the welcoming and also the farewell ceremony for, of course, for President Jokowi Widodo and also President Prabowo Subianto. But it turns out it's going to be later on today.
It is today. I've heard of rumblings as well. Okay.
They said it would be at 8 p.m. or 6 p.m. We are still waiting for the official announcement, but we can see on the screen as well. There were a number of names who visited or were summoned to Jalan Kertanegara and also joined the initial briefing at Hambalang at the Merdaka Palace, the presidential palace, but we are still awaiting for the official announcement.
I'm wondering as well, has that created more confusion or more confirmation? I don't know.
We're waiting for that. It is such a great surprise. I mean, like Professor Reza, who's actually here, he said that President Prabowo Subianto is playing the cards well. So he is really, having everything on the deck. So we just have to wait and see until the surprise, even though it's going to be sunset and not been, informed and mentioned yet. We'll be waiting right here.
We are waiting.
We'll be waiting
and
for that.
tomorrow morning for the swearing in of the new ministers in the cabinet. We'll also be waiting for that as well.
And the fact that he invited all those people to Hambalang not privately, mind you. It was very announced, and we all knew who showed up. So that has to be some indication. But at the same time, you know, holding his cards, playing his cards like Pareza said, close to his chest and releasing it at the right time. But I think we have some indications, and a lot of them have been good feedback so far from analysts that I've heard, saying that if it is the right shifts that he's going to make, it will make for an even stronger administration than we've had over the last 10 years.
Absolutely. And I love how he is also uniting his future cabinet, not only through the initial briefing at Hambalang, which is the 2-day briefings, but of course he is also said to join in with all the ministers and also vice ministers and also the head of the badans that will be sworn in tomorrow for a little outbound in Magelang as well. So this will, of course, instill the patriotism because he has military background, very strong military background, which of course he is said to instill into his cabinet.
That's what actually they do, right? Whether you're in the law enforcement or your police, from the police force or the military force, you know, they're always together. I mean, before they concluded the academy, they're there like for years. It's, you know, to embedded the gotong royong, to embedded of the NKRI, or what we said, to love our nation. And that's why I mean, even though it's only 2 days, a very short period of time, but it's better than nothing to put everyone in one perspective, one goal, and one mission, and that is for the better good of Indonesia.
I think Sarah made a little bit of an understatement when she says a little outbound. Apparently, it's going to be quite intense. It's not going to be...
Well, 2 days compared to how many years, Carol?
It was like 4 years for, you know, some of the forces.
A couple of days. But apparently, it will be kind of military-like.
Yes.
Right?
But can you believe that? Like waking up at 4.
I know.
You gotta, you know, pull up your robes,
And
getting
then,
ready for the physically.
For the red and white flag of the Republic of Indonesia, NKRI Harga Mati, and of course, it will be all done prior to them serving to the Indonesian people, because as President Prabowo has mentioned in his speech that, of course, they will be serving the nation, they will be serving the people.
Yes, that's right. So again, we're still waiting right now in regards. We've already saw some of the, you know, the footages of family, both sides, from President Jokowi and President Prabowo Subianto. They're still in one of the rooms at Merdaka Palace together, and it's really heartwarming to see them all together right now. We shall see when the welcoming ceremony will commence as a moment, but we're still right here at See Today Update for the President Inauguration 2024. Again, there's just so many things that is happening today. On the roads right here in the Greater Jakarta, there's 13 stages. I just knew from Arya, it's themed stages. So if, like, for those of you viewers, if you're right here in Jakarta, please do take your snapshots. We want to see of the stages, of course.
Sarah pointed out that the one across from us at the National Monument, if you had an aerial shot of it, you could see that it's actually shaped like what the building at the
Istana Garuda.
Garuda.
Nusantara.
And that's actually called the Nusantara stage.
Yes.
And so apart from, I haven't had an opportunity to look, but big names. I mean, you mentioned one of them, Dewa.
Yes.
So what other names? Have you guys heard any leaks about?
Well, Arya was saying dangdut, so I'm pretty sure like it must be like, you know, our very prominent dangdut singer, of
Not
course,
really up your
and
alley.
performers.
I'm not familiar with artists.
I'm pretty sure they're scattered around. They're on the 13 stages.
Somewhere.
There will be J-Rocks, Adaben, Govinda, and also Ranso. And this is apart from other, you know, celebrations. There will be also Zumba, booth festivities.
Traditional dances.
Traditional dances as well. And don't forget the food as well, you know?
It's like
lined
car
up.
free day times 1,000. Right? They have some of this normally car free days, but this is going to be on a whole new level. Now, earlier when we saw images, so this has basically been a full cycle. So we saw early in the morning, I can't remember what time exactly, but President Jokowi, or outgoing President Jokowi, left with his family, with his grandkids, and it was a really great shot. He came out of the doors holding his grandkids' hands as they headed to the vehicle with Bu Iriana, of course. And correct me if I'm wrong, the last time we saw festivities where President Jokowi was at the Merdaka Palace was Independence Day celebrations 2 years ago.
Yes.
Right? Because he was actually at the new capital for this previous one. And it just brought back memories of how festive that was. People were dancing at around this time, already close to midday. It was hot, but people were dancing outside. And we saw many of the same familiar faces as well, many members of cabinet, VIP guests, all on the lawn of the presidential palace. And again, if you fast forward 5 years from now to 2029, will, whether or not it's going to be Prabowo Subianto again going for a second term, or if it's going to be a new president, it likely won't be taking place at this presidential palace anymore.
Right.
So this makes it that much more historical that we're here for 2024 as it takes place for possibly the final time at this presidential palace.
And it seems that the opening ceremony right now is about to begin because we already heard the trumpets that it's already been blown. And also we have our ground MC right here from the military forces all together that will conduct the ceremony at Merdaka Palace.
Enjoy.
Demi tertib dan hikmatnya upacara, dimohon telepon genggam serta alat komunikasi lainnya agar diatur pada mode diam selama upacara berlangsung. Terima kasih.
Demak, Jepara. Demak, monitor Demak. Geser sekarang, suruh masuk pasukan. A1-nya gimana? Segera. Badai Jepara. Jepara. Saya di MC ya, saya berdiri di MC, posisi menunggu perompak 2 dulu. Di arah masuk pasukan dari perompak 2. Perintah oleh pasukan. Trompet kedua berbunyi ya, monitor ya.
Upacara penyambutan Presiden Republik Indonesia ke-8 dan pelepasan Presiden Republik Indonesia ke-7 tahun 2024 segera dimulai.
Maju! Hadap kanan. Hadap kiri. Gerak. Tegak. Senjata. Gerak. Istirahat di tempat. Gerak.
Komandan upacara memasuki tempat upacara.
Pimpinan, saya ambil alih. Pasang! Sanggur! Rap! Istirahat di tempat! Rap!
Kelompok pembawa bendera merah putih memasuki tempat upacara. Presiden Republik Indonesia selaku Inspektur Upacara didampingi Presiden Republik Indonesia ke-7 beserta Ibu Iriana Joko Widodo tiba di tempat upacara. Salam kebangsaan.
Hormat senjata. Rock.
Laporan Komandan Upacara kepada Inspektur Upacara dilanjutkan dengan pemeriksaan pasukan.
Lapor upacara penyambutan dan pelepasan Presiden Republik Indonesia siap dimulai. Selanjutnya pasukan siap diperiksa. Kerjakan. Upacara telah dilaksanakan. Laporan selesai. Lanjutkan.
Monitor ya, menunggu ya, pesawat flying pass-nya ya. Masih menunggu ya. Sampaikan Bapak masih menunggu di situ. Ada monitor ya, Bapak ya, flying pass dua pesawat. Ada flying pass dua pesawat dahulu menunggu.
Inspektur Upacara didampingi Presiden Republik Indonesia ke-7 beserta Ibu Iriana Joko Widodo meninggalkan tempat upacara.
Istirahat di depan. Up.
Because what we have just witnessed together was the welcoming ceremony for the 8th president and also the farewell ceremony for the 7th president of the Republic of Indonesia. But don't go anywhere because we will be right back. We have to take a break here on today's special segment, but we'll be back with Tuku Rezasha to talk more about today's presidential inauguration.
The Alpha generation, or also known as millennial children, is the youngest generation today. Cancel culture is an advancement of a series of bolder social processes in the form of boycotts or canceling.
John F. Kennedy became the youngest president in the history of the United States. The main cause of the outbreak of the Chinese Revolution was disappointment with the Qing Dynasty government.
Soul Air ini dari Indonesia, khususnya dari Sulawesi Selatan dan Tenggara, terus dari Maluku sampai ke Raja Ampat Papua.
Untuk mama sendiri atau Polypterus ini dia itu cukup hardy sih. Jadi untuk range airnya sendiri bisa toleransi agak jauh. Jadi mungkin beberapa ikan cuma bisa di pH basah atau cuma bisa di pH asam. Dia bisa di pH sekitar 5 sampai 8 itu dia masih oke.
Live from the heart of central Jakarta,
where we'll begin our Sea Morning Show today, as always, with our headlines.
Indonesian President Jokowi did attend the gala dinner of the Indonesia-Africa Forum. Japanese pop duo YOASOBI that has announced its upcoming Asian tour on Saturday.
See Indonesia, see the world, see today.
Introduced in the Meiji period, grilled beef patties known as Hamburg sticks became popular dishes in Japanese cuisine. Best served piping hot with a side of bread, soup kambing is one of those comfort foods that you just can't get enough of.
We try to cook all the parts of any animal we choose to cook with, like pigs, chicken or beef. We use the liver, we use the kidney, we use the brain when we can, we use everything.
Are you soccer fans and want to make cute jersey decorations like this? Don't worry, Life Hacks has tips on how to make these unique jerseys using origami paper. We hope the tips and tricks we show you this time are helpful for you. You can watch the next episode of Life Hacks to get more tips and inspiration for your life. Au revoir, bestie!
Welcome back, everyone, to our special edition of See Today Updates, where we are covering live throughout the day the presidential inauguration 2024, a very exciting and historic day for all Indonesians, as Prabowo Subianto has officially been sworn in as our new president for the next 5 years.
Today, of course, isn't just about one man and his leadership, but of course, building a future where every Indonesian can thrive, where opportunities are shared, and where our rich diversity continues to be our strength. We just saw the welcoming ceremony and also farewell ceremony for the 7th President of the Republic of Indonesia, President Jokowi Widodo, and also the current President, President Prabowo Subianto. As we're seeing right now, the motor brigade and also the convoy of the presidents on the way en route from Merdaka Palace to Halim Perdana Kusuma for the departure of the 7th President of the Republic of Indonesia, President Joko Widodo and Ibu Iriana Jokowi. And of right now, we still have Professor Teguh Reza Shah as our international relations expert from Pajajaran University. So before we parted ways, before in a couple of segments, Professor Reza, we want to take you back a couple hours back during when we were at the Parliament building at the sworn-in and the oath of presidency for President Prabowo Subianto. He did make a speech. You were saying President Prabowo really made a powerful speech with, ending it with Merdeka, 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 uniting Indonesia and Indonesians as one. But what message that could relay to the international community with that speech made by President Prabowo?
With the keyword Merdeka, meaning we want to be on our own. We rely on ourselves. And then we are prepared to negotiate with you on an equal basis. This is my interpretation. Yeah? And Merdeka, it strengthens also the principles of Indonesian foreign policy. In this case, free and active foreign policy. So I sincerely hope that this magic word goes into the heart and mind of fellow Indonesians. That today we have a new president, we have a new hope, we have a new management style, and here we come. Well, I know it is not easy to mix the nation as a whole, even though we say that we have a principle of unity and diversity. The Americans call it el pluribus unum, but there are always difficulties and challenges. For example, people say, we are Indonesians, but why do we still have different level of achievements? Why we still have different levels of education? Why we still have different level of job opportunities? I think Pak Prabowo will try to answer the basic problems. For example, in the area of, he mentioned food security, energy security, maybe educational security. Well, we wait for the first. Well, the magic words usually the first 100 days. I think for Prabowo, I think the first week would mean a lot for him, because this is the way he thinks big, start small, and move fast.
I like how that was worded. Now, Pak Reza, we were throughout the breaks in the morning, we were also scrolling through some international coverage of this day in Indonesia. And many international news outlets were obviously all eyes on Indonesia for this special day of the inauguration. And we do know that a country's image is often represented by the president itself, because that is the man or a woman that is representing the country. We know that previous president, Joko Widodo, had a certain image, and he was able to really walk a tightrope between many nations, even at conflict times. For example, he was the first nation leader to visit, along with Ibu Iriana, to Ukraine, and then following that immediately Russia. How do you think, or do you think that Prabowo's leadership will change or redefine Indonesia's image in the eyes of the international world?
Well, in my opinion, that Pak Prabowo is an outward-looking person, But of course, when it comes to outward-looking, he needs to make sure that domestic affairs are okay, because it will produce a self-humiliation if he talks high tone at the international levels, but at home things do not run that way.
We call it the kitchen. If the kitchen is still messed up, then there's no use about looking outward.
Correct. So in this case, I think Pak Prabowo has learned the best examples from the earlier presidents. And he also maybe would like to emulate the Pak Jokowi's guts, to come to the hotspots of the world. In this case, Ukraine. Okay, Pak Jokowi had prepared the path. In the past, Pak Jokowi, he was a low-profile person. He mentioned, what we are going to do is to develop rooms for communication. But actually, he produced a much greater results than that. I think Pak Prabowo learned that in order to produce a good, excellent foreign policies, need to do some research. In this case, I think he's a man of research. He did a lot of study. And in this case, I think he will be more proactive in the world. For example, he has enough academic exercise. He has enough documents with him, and what we need to see is his guts. For example, guts to solve the world's problems. For example, in the Middle East, the root causes are there. It has been there since 1948. And then the world keeps saying, look, pay attention to the General Assembly, pay attention to the Security Council. But nothing happened. But the trend under Pak Jokowi's leadership, Pak Jokowi mentioned Palestine. Ibu Retno also mentioned Palestine when he left the parliament the last time. And then today, the head of the Indonesian People Consultative Assembly also mentioned Palestine. I think Palestine will become the core of Pak Prabowo's maybe KPI, his key performance indicator will be determined by his capacity to deal with the Palestine. But we cannot expect to say, we give you 100 days, we give you 100, let's say 1 year for a successful scenario. No, we cannot. Because diplomacy needs a lot of preparation inside, outside, and also need to consider the like-minded countries who are with Indonesia. But I think Prabowo learns history. For example, sometime in 1961, it was Bung Karno who came to the United Nations General Assembly. He had a document at the time entitled "To Build the World Anew," and this document is considered the memory of the world. I think Pak Prabowo will do his best to make the past promises, the unfinished promises, come true, among others. Bung Karno at the time mentioned we need to reform the United Nations. I think we need to end the use of nuclear to solve international issues. And he also mentioned the importance of Pancasila ideology, our ideology, to become the addendum of the UN Charter. I think Pak Prabowo will pay attention to the Indonesian past achievements.
Yes.
In this case, I sincerely hope that not many people will be heard when talking about the Palestine. For example, countries in the Middle East. The last summit of the Organization of Islamic Conference and also the Arab League gave recognition for Indonesia, Turkey, and then Palestine, and then some countries in the world. All of us, to constructively think how best to produce a peaceful Palestine and a peaceful Middle East. I think with Pak Prabowo is at the helmet of the politics, I think he will alleviate, I think, the message into concrete matters. Because to be honest, it is very hard to unite 8 countries inside the Organization of Islamic Conference and also the Arab Leagues, because they have different kind of foreign policy orientation. Some of them are relying on the US, some of them are very close to Israel. I think it's about time for Pak Prabowo to glue them into one cohesive position. And also with regard to the reforming the United Nations, I think Pak Prabowo knows exactly that the current United Nations Security Council is not democratic. The structure follows the 1945 structure, where the 5 winners of the wars determine the future security of the world. USA is there today, Russia, China, England, and France. I think we need to supply Pak Prabowo with fresh ideas. I think these fresh ideas will be also accepted by countries in the developing world, and then in the Organization of Islamic Conference or in the South-South cooperation, for example. We need to think on how best to empower the Security Council, for example, by taking in new countries based on population. The top population is China, 1.3 billion, then China, and then India, 1.2. China is represented, India is not. Then the third, USA. It represented, number 4, Indonesia is not. So, and then we also need to think countries based on size. We need to see Indonesia, India, countries like Australia, Brazil, or Nigeria to be there. And then in terms of qualities of development, because oftenly there are countries who can utilize their human resources to develop themselves and also to share their achievements to the rest of the world. Countries like Germany, countries like Australia, countries like Japan, countries like South Korea should be taken into consideration. And also, we have not seen the civilization of Islam there, no civilization of Hinduism there. So I think there are rooms for the to reform the United Nations. Of course, Indonesia needs to work with its fellow countries of like-minded countries who believe that we need to see a more democratic United Nations. So I think this could become the ammunition of Prabowo.
And Parisa, do you think that under the leadership of President Prabowo that we're taking a more aggressive approach as opposed to the tension that is now escalating in the Middle East? I mean, we know that Indonesia has been vocal, especially with Foreign Minister Retno Marsudi or the former Foreign Minister Retno Marsudi, but how more aggressive? And we can see, it seems that President Prabowo is taking much more time now to be a part of the United Nations, whether that'll be, their meetings and whatnot, and be there present in its individual self, as opposed to maybe the next foreign minister.
I think Prabowo has all the ammunition, scientific ammunition, managerial ammunition, and also guts. I think it is about time for him to come and settle the issue based on Indonesian own ideas. What are the ideas? Among others, people have been expecting to see the two-state solution.
Yes.
It's not going well. Why? There's always inconsistency in the Security Council. And also if we see to go back for the Palestine to go to the 1967 scenario, well, in international law, where are the people? And where are the boundaries, and where are the qualified government, even though for the Palestine they have enough international support. We, Indonesia, among others, consider Palestine as a sovereign state, even though in reality the people are scattered, what we call the boundary is unclear. I think it's about time for the world to see that we put the world into the right legal order. But in this case, we need some. Prabowo is qualified to talk with the great power countries because he has no baggage. If for example, India talking to the P5 or P5 countries, some countries will think, hey, you have problem with India, US problem with China, and then if Turkey is talking, people will say, hey, you are part of NATO, you are part of EU, even though you are not fully there. But Prabowo, the name of Indonesia is well known, is well respected. We have made ourselves a consistent member of non-aligned countries. It is because of our constitution. And also we adhere also to the United Nations Charter. In this case, about time that I think within the 100 days, I think Palestine issue could become Prabowo's key performance indicator, even though we cannot say you must produce a 100% success story in 100 days. No, it needs a tug of war with a lot of powers there.
Yeah, and there's many layers to be peeled back as well. But as Caroline said, many of these meetings, a lot of the issues that were voiced was through Retno Marsudi as well. Do you feel it is an advantage if President Prabowo was to actually be there himself as the representative for Indonesia, voice the opinions himself, especially knowing his background in military? You've also mentioned his presence is strong, is powerful, and his words could bring a lot more impact. What do you think? Do you think that has much more of a benefit in this case?
I think he has military background. He has politician background. He has an opposition background, and he was trained here and there. I think all goes into his, in theory, it is called idiosyncrasies. Yeah?
Right.
I think when Prabowo talks, he needs no interpreter. He can go to the heart and mind of the others, speak bluntly to the point, and at the same time win the support of a majority of countries in the world.
That's pretty much what we saw throughout the election campaign, right?
Yes.
A little flashback.
And also we've seen a lot of then Minister of Defense, Republic of Indonesia, our current president, Prabowo Subianto, that was being interviewed by many of international forums, international medias, and you can see that he really communicates really well, very direct and very transparent also. And this is something that is it's a breath of fresh air for us.
Yeah, we often talk about that and how well
Yes.
he's so far handled his first days prior to the inauguration, already being pressured with certain questions around issues
Correct.
surrounding our country
Yes.
and able to answer them with no problems at all.
Yes, and with dignity too. But in regards to this though, Professor Reza, how do you anticipate that President Prabowo's leadership will influence Indonesia's foreign policy in regards to the ASEAN, United States, and also China?
The main problem of the world today, we are running out of charismatic leader. Charismatic leader could color not only the country, but also the region. And also, when the charismatic leader in one region interact with other charismatic leader in other region, it could produce multiple kind of productivities. For example, in the past we had Sukarno, and in China we also at the time we had Mao Zedong, and then in another part of Asia we had Nehru, and we had also Nkrumah in Africa. The result was amazing. And then now I think Prabowo well, I think he has the qualities when it comes to if I followed the framework introduced by Henry Kissinger of the United States of America, Prabowo qualified certain degree of charismatic, bureaucratic, ideological. I think he has this kind of qualities. What he needs to do is to utilize these qualities by firstly ensuring that the home affairs is all right. Because when the country's domestic affairs are all right, you mentioned the keyword kitchen earlier on, it could become a best example.
Yes.
For example, if Prabowo talking on the need to speed up countries' achievements for sustainable development goals to have better achievements before 2030, for example, I think the world will listen. Because when it comes to SDGs, all the 17 items are the big homeworks of all countries. And I think countries all over the world, they need what we call a yardstick, to know what other countries think. Then in this case, of course, Pak Prabowo need to ensure that in all elements of the SDGs, Indonesia is improving. For example, he could, as a president, he could order the ministers and the governors to really pay attention, to focus on how to raise the qualities, the marks of their SDGs. That's the one, but at the same time, in order to color the world, Pak Prabowo needs to have fresh ideas. For example, nowadays, strategic decisions are always made in Washington, D.C., made in New York. But it is about time for Pak Prabowo to think that the majority of the countries of the world do not fully trust the UN. They want to see the UN being reformed or restructured. But we cannot change it overnight. But it will happen, for example, by initiating greater international summits done at the regional level. For example, sometime this week you will have a summit of BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa in Russia. And then oftenly we have also summit under the banner of Africa-China Summit. And maybe sometime in the future we have ASEAN +3 summit. I think this kind of summit could become the new energy for the world, where strategic decisions are made outside New York. So this is one of the way. And this kind of summit, maybe OIC summit, Arab League summit, are supposed to be attended by Pak Prabowo, because he's bringing not only the spirit of Indonesian of 275 million people, but also the spirit of Bandung. In the past, Bandung is the root causes of Asia, Africa movement, and the non-aligned movement, also the root cause of the South-South cooperation. I think Pak Prabowo is about time to make sure that the Bandung spirit remain relevant, and the Bandung spirit becoming the yardstick in conducting a relation between South and South. And once the South and South are solid, could become a yardstick for South and South, South and the North. But usually, for charismatic leaders, they need partners. And who are our partners? We have Malaysia. Because remember when Pak Prabowo was a bit sick a couple of months ago, it was Prime Minister of Malaysia who came and officially requested. In case Indonesian has ideas for peacekeeping operation, Malaysia is ready to work in tandem with Indonesia. And
Reza, if I may interrupt you momentarily, we are going to pause our conversation for a brief moment because we are now going to join our new team of Nandira Putri along with Dian Merdekawati. They are at the Halim Perdana Kusuma Airport where the 7th President Joko Widodo is about to depart for his hometown of Solo and of course accompanied by his wife Ibu Iriana. We do have a live feed from Halim Perdana Kusuma Airport and here we are.
From Jakarta to Solo will be at 3 p.m. local time, but right now we have about 20 minutes. So we were seeing a lot of the
ministers,
President Joko Widodo's cabinets, and the ministers are there.
And if you're not aware, the Halim Perdana Kusuma Airport had recently undergone renovations. It was previously, years ago, used strictly as a military airport, but in recent years have been used as a commercial airport as well. And there, we've heard that he will be taking a commercial flight.
Yes.
Not really sure about which airline he's actually going to take. But again, his first steps as a civilian, but we're not sure as well. We don't have any confirmed reports. Sarah's giving us a sign that is possibly not the case.
Flight, but then there were additional information today, earlier this morning, that he will be using an Air Force plane flying back to Solo this afternoon.
Well fitting, of course, for our 7th President of the Republic of Indonesia. Also, you were also mentioning before, Sarah, that President Joko Widodo is no longer using the RE1 or the Indonesian one now anymore. As we saw, it's Indonesian one now belongs to President Prabowo Subianto. So if you're probably in Solo area, if you're in Jakarta, and you see the license plate of AD1JKW, well, that's going to be the 7th President of the Republic of Indonesia will be there.
Yes. Once again, we can see here the convoy of Garuda, the handsome car of our President Prabowo Subianto, who is riding, who will be sending off Joko Widodo, our 7th President of the Republic of Indonesia, and is now entering the Halim Perdana Kusuma premises, where not only President Prabowo Subianto will be sending off President Joko Widodo, but our 7th President will also be sent off by his...
And of course, we know for those that lives in Greater Jakarta and in West Java, President Joko Widodo is also launched the Whoosh. It is Southeast Asia first high-speed rail connecting the cities of Jakarta and Bandung. So we just saw right now the former First Lady, Bu Irina Joko Widodo. It is accompanied by the wife of Chief Police of the Indonesian National Police, Ibu Juliati Sigit Prabowo, amongst of the wives.
So the reason we did not get confirmed reports that President Prabowo would be accompanying Joko Widodo to the airport is because it's not actually mandatory for him to accompany him. But again, we spoke about the bond and the good relations that have grown with them over the past 5 years, that it is really a heartwarming gesture to see the current and new president making this journey with him for the send-off at Halim Perdana Kusuma.
And also, not only for the husbands, but also it seems for the wives, because the wives itself, under the leadership of the former First Lady, Ibu Irina Joko Widodo, they do also have an organizations together. And hence, that's why we've seen some of the wives there that will accompany Ibu Irina Joko Widodo to depart Halim Perdana Kusuma to Solo.
There he is, President Prabowo Subianto, officially making an appearance, and many in the attendance there are actually getting their first glimpse of the newly appointed president, along with the outgoing President Joko Widodo. And many holding pictures of the previous president as well for his send-off, knowing that he will be making this flight back to his hometown.
All right, the schedule of the flight will, it was informed before it was at 3 p.m. local time, but right now it is still in Differ. And then it's like 2:45 until 3 p.m. And as we can see right now, the 7th president of the Republic of Indonesia are taking... I mean, he's known for as a selfie guy.
I was telling you guys, right? In the last 10 years, I've been trying to get a selfie with Jokowi Dodo. But he is... that's because I know so many people that have gotten a selfie with him. And of course, he's taking some final moments, even minutes before his flight.
There you go, some selfies. I think Paul, Sarah, and myself would want to be on the road today to shake hands with the current president, President Prabowo Subianto, or maybe at the Halim Perdana Kusuma for a selfie with our 7th president of Republic of Indonesia.
Exactly. Wonderful stuff. So again, smiles all around and getting the full support of the former president, Jokowi Dodo, here for the celebration as well. And we are seeing flybys. We saw these planes take off earlier, and they are actually making commemorative flybys throughout the skies, who are perfectly clear for today's commemoration as well. And these are, of course, the fleet that will be accompanying the airline that will be carrying the former president and first lady all the way to Solo. So he will have an air convoy. We've seen a motorcade, and now we're going to see an air convoy as well.
It's only fitting, of course, because of the legacy that was, given by the 7th president of the Republic of Indonesia, President Jokowi Dodo, and also alongside the support of his loving wife, the former First Lady, Ibu Riana Jokowi Dodo. And everything's just taken off so fast now. I think, you were mentioning, Paul, when 10 years ago, I was 30 and you were...
0 kids for me.
And then now, 10 years later, everything has changed, and, we're seeing the farewell.
And such growth happening in our country. I've only been able to live here for about 21-ish years. And I would have to say, in the past decade, the growth in this country is unbelievable. Before I moved here, I would have to tell people, oh, I'm going to Indonesia. Oh, where is that exactly? Of course, the internet isn't what it is today. But nowadays, who in the world doesn't know what Indonesia is and who the president is? Especially areas and what we're known for, not just for Bali and its beautiful beaches, but our beautiful fabrics, our culture, our heritage, and our culinary is being shared all around the world.
So we have all the family members of the 7th president.
Grandkids included?
Exactly. Grandkids definitely has always been the forefront of the presidency of President Jokowi Dodo. We've seen him taking the grandchildren to the malls, to the play parks, and having a great bonding time between grandchildren, like the grandchildren and also the grandparents together.
Born throughout his term as president.
And as you just mentioned before, Paul, again, under the presidency of President Jokowi Dodo, or right now Mr. Jokowi Dodo, there was the G20 summit, the ASEAN summit within the year itself. That was such a successful, I think, leadership for Indonesia, for those G20 nations itself. It really put us on the map, again, as you said. And there's just so many. I think, again, you like to take road trips with your family, the trans-toll between regions to regions.
I was telling Sarah, I basically drove across Java on toll roads, and I thought, wow, I did not know that we have built so many toll roads. Again, many of these things were happening and did happen throughout Jokowi Dodo's leadership. And as he speaks to the press to say some final words before he boards his flight. And as you can see, President Prabowo right there beside him as well, and perhaps sending off remarks. And we do know that we have nothing but gratitude for our previous president for allowing our nation to flourish so greatly in just 1 decade of service.
All right, Professor Reza, as you can see right now, the 7th president of the Republic of Indonesia is going to depart the Halim Perdana Kusuma Airport within just minutes with the presidential or the Indonesian military aircraft. So let's talk about President or the 7th president of the Republic of Indonesia's legacy for his 10-year period as the president.
Firstly, when it comes to global issue, let's say Ukraine against Russia. He had guts to come to Ukraine. But before coming to Ukraine, he met G7 summit. He visited the G7 summit and Germany, bringing ideas, intellectual thought from Germany, he went to Ukraine. It amazed me to see the way Ukraine president greeted him. Usually there is the protocol of the palace. Usually we'll meet our president and then we'll take him to the place where President Zelensky waiting for him. But no, the President Zelensky came to visit him at the tarmac
of the airport.
At the tarmac. And he himself guided the president to the second floor. It means it shows appreciation.
Yes.
Respect as well.
That's the first.
Yes.
Secondly, he went to Moscow, meeting Putin.
Yes.
I
Back
paid
to back.
attention on the distance.
Yes.
When Putin met other president, there was a long table, but with Prabowo, within 1 meter.
Yes.
It means the rapport is there, the closeness is there already.
Yeah.
So this helped Prabowo.
The respect that he also earned by two of the leaders of the respective nation.
Speaking of the two leaders there, one of them having already boarded and leaving behind not just the cabinet ministers, the new president, and all those in attendance, but leaving behind a legacy of Indonesia as it had progressed so much forward despite having gone through a worldwide pandemic and many challenges and struggles in between. We find ourselves in a much, much better position than we did 10 years ago. And we have to thank, obviously, the outgoing President Jokowi for that as he gets set to board the flight and saying some final words to the cabinet. And again, we talk about the ministers a lot, the cabinet for Jokowi Dodo.
Yes.
We do know that there will be an impact. We know that there's going to be some changes there within the cabinet as well.
And also the existing minister.
Correct.
Apparently.
And there's some of them seeing him off right now, giving him a warm round of applause as he gets set to take those final steps up the military airline.
Well, of course, not only the
flowers.
ministers of the cabinet, but another selfie. I like all selfie times.
Real
I love
quick.
that. This is definitely by the Sri Kandis, as we know, right?
Yes,
We
yes.
have the finance minister, Ibu Sri Mulyani, the former minister of the foreign affairs right there, Madam Retno Marsudi.
Minister of State-owned Enterprises.
That's right.
Eric Tahir is in attendance as well. And these are obviously those that have served loyally under President Joko Widodo at the time during his tenure.
And I could feel the sadness because it seemed, I know he's only departing to, solo.
Right.
But I felt like a void because we've been with President, or the 7th President of the Republic of Indonesia for 10 years.
And there we have
The last
final wave
yes.
from the
And
former
salute.
President and First
And
Lady.
the bow, of course.
Beautiful.
Taking them to a new chapter and adventure.
And hopefully it will be a happy one for them as the pressure of leading the nation has now been lifted off Joko Widodo's shoulders and have been passed along to President Prabowo Subianto. And there we're getting one final look before we shut the doors of the Indonesian Air Force flight carrier that will be carrying the former President and First Lady to their hometown. And everybody else will be making way. And looks like the flight will be on time. As initially predicted, we thought it was going to be somewhere around 2:45. Looks like it will take off right around 3 p.m.
This seems like it's also a reunion for the ministers of President Joko Widodo's cabinet before. We know that we are waiting for those seconds until the,
Won't have to wait too long.
the
It's just
new
a few
cabinet to be
hours, right?
announced. Exactly.
So many of them will likely still be in similar or if not their same positions as well.
Right.
So as they shake hands with Prabowo Subianto, after Prabowo Subianto has now seen off Joko Widodo for his flight, he will now have some words for the media. Before then, I assume we'll be going back to the presidential palace for his first day. Well,
That's
tomorrow
right.
will be his official first day, but today the inauguration day, because we know there'll be a gala dinner later on tonight as well. And of course, that surprise announcement that was made that we will know the ministers in the cabinet
That's right.
later on today.
Again, as you mentioned, Paul, the aircraft that will be taking the 7th President of the Republic of Indonesia alongside with Ibu Irina Joko Widodo and the family will also be accompanied by the fleets.
Yes.
Right now we're seeing, they are going to be dispatched one by one as of right now, and we'll be waiting in the air for the aircraft. It is such a historic day, definitely, for today. I've never seen before throughout my life seeing the departure of the predecessor of the leaders or of the head of state of Indonesia this way before.
Yeah,
this has been very different. It felt like a celebratory as opposed to a sad farewell, and it's great to see that the baton is being, it's been passed on in a positive light.
A little bittersweet for me, but happy days are ahead,
Yes,
I do believe. Then, of course, we have to thank Professor Teuku Reza, as always, our international relations expert, for coming on here, from sharing your insights. It's always great chatting with you. We always wish we had more time to discuss more, but of course, I'm sure in the next 5-year term, there'll be plenty of issues for us to be able to discuss here on See Today. Always a pleasure to have you.
Professor.
I'm honored. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you very much.
All right, and that just about does it for us here on See Today Updates, our special edition. But we will, right before that, we have a little bit more of an update from the presidential inauguration 2024. So we will send it over to Sarah, who's over there on standby. Sarah?
Yes, Paul and Carol, as mentioned before, there are stages all across Sudirman and also Tamrin. And now the stage is set once again for the newly inaugurated President Prabowo Subianto to begin his leadership today. And regarding stages as well, 11 state-owned enterprises are hosting Pesta Rakyat celebrations with 13 stages at key locations all across Jakarta. The supporters are also still enjoying the entertainment provided by Telkom on the Kalimantan theme stage, one of the 13 stages across the Sudirman Tamrin main roads. Crowds are seen already gathering, including our news team Arya Sidarta along with Sri Rizky. So let's take a look.
Beneath the scorching heat of this Sunday afternoon sun, thousands of onlookers and eager supporters were able to witness a historical occasion as though and Vice President Gibran were able to drive through here and also greet the onlookers and all their eager supporters. We've seen earlier the new President Prabowo Subianto were able to climb up the sunroof of his motor vehicle and waved at all the onlookers on the ground, and even Vice President Gibran we saw were able to actually shake some of the hands of the onlookers that are present here, of course from the safety of his car. And the onlookers here are of course treated to not just that historical moment, but of course 13 stages across the Sudirman and Tamrin roads from Senayan leading up to the presidential palace are built and present to provide some live entertainment for all the eager supporters and the eager Jakartans that want to see this historical moment. The stages across the Sudirman and Tamrin roads are all having very unique themes. The stage behind me that has been organized and built by Telkom is uniquely themed with the Kalimantan theme. So each stage has a unique theme based on a specific region. So this particular stage is the Kalimantan theme region with various sorts of Dayak and ethnic Kalimantan inspired decor and also some music. And these stages are also providing the Jakartans and the people who are attending the parade with various different types of forms of entertainment, from live music to a food bazaar, as well as several different small medium enterprise vendors and a whole bunch of giveaways. So it is definitely a momentous occasion, both in a historical sense, but of course also in a sense of just being a festive sort of celebration of this new era for Indonesia and its people. This has been Arya Sidarta and Sri Rizky for See Today.
All right, and before we go, I'm going to send it to Caroline. You've got a quick pantun for us.
That's right. This is from the three of us right here. Thank you, Bapak Jokowi, for your stronghold 10 years leadership. Welcome, Bapak Prabowo. Indonesia is ready to support your chairmanship. Merdeka, Indonesia. Merdeka, merdeka, merdeka. Yes.
Thank you so much for being with us today. This has been our special See Today update for the 2024-2029 presidential inauguration. We'll continue to update you from all the latest from today's inauguration on the See Today News Network.
And we'll be having another update later on at 4 p.m., followed by a 3-hour news show at 5 and a special program on a look of Jokowi's decade in the office later at 9 p.m.
And you can also always stay connected with us on Instagram, X, and also YouTube at See Today News. We're also available on seetoday.com for free, by the way, folks. Catch us at Max Stream and My Telkomsel app for 24 hours live streaming of all of our programs. I'm Caroline Surahmat.
I'm Sarah Wing.
And I'm Paul Pulali. Merdeka, everyone.
See Indonesia, see the world, see today. One more time. Merdeka, merdeka, merdeka.
There you go.
Seadil-adilnya memegang teguh Undang-Undang Dasar dan menjalankan segala undang-undang dan peraturannya dengan selurus-lurusnya serta berbakti kepada nusa dan bangsa.
Pengucapan Sumpah Wakil Presiden Republik Indonesia.
Dengan sebaik
For me, music is a meditation, and I think it's a way to express my feelings.
I had no idea about this despite living in Auckland for nearly 15 years, that there's a whole buzz in South Auckland with original, homegrown Punjabi music.
Barwal Bhavya is my birthplace. It's a historic village. Yeah, I can't